Almost ready, almost ready. Sorry, one moment. I know I'm late.
The embers settle into ash, refuse to bend, to break, look back. It's all decided in the moment we both choose to fight it. You don't need armies to take down the monster.
Alrighty, there we go. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in, Datnoob. Welcome in, City. Welcome in, Zijun. I'm sorry to hear you're up, but it's lovely to have your company. I hope you're able to sleep better soon. Welcome in, Cozy. Welcome in, Sten. Lovely to have you. Jessica, best girl. She's not on the poll, so monster it is. That's a weird way of spelling priestess. Welcome in, Save. Welcome in, Dwight. Lovely to have you all. Which is better to use, YouTube or Kick? Unironically, whichever you like, sir. No, YouTube or Twitch. Sorry, I misread. Just don't use Kick, because Kick is cringe. Whichever is more convenient for you is the better one, but it's lovely to have you. Okay, welcome in, Dicipta. Congratulations on the 2-day streak. Welcome in, Bientits. Welcome in, Spade. Welcome in, Aloe. Welcome in, Kamo. Welcome in, Rosen. Welcome in, Hiraeth. Welcome in, Kamo. Oh, I already said that. Hello, lovely to have you. We're nearly running out of content. South must be desperate for money. Okay, first of all, motherfucker, it's free content. Second of all, no, this is a fun idea I want to do. Third of all, my God. Why? Baron! Thank you, Baron. That's very sweet. Oh, thank you, man. That's very. You don't need to say hi with money. Welcome in, Cyrus. Welcome in, Lilith. Welcome in, Yoma. Welcome in, Lucy. Is this the day South is going to acknowledge Ak? Look, okay, I've had something on my mind recently. To my dismay, Ak actually has a kind of funny personality. I know, I hate it. But I keep getting flashbanged with his lines when I'm on the loading screen. His personality is actually kind of funny. I hate it. And yeah, no, second of all, this is free content. Alu, how dare you slander me? Hey, South, I'm on Twitch since it won't let me chat in on YouTube. Welcome in, Cyrus. Yeah, sorry, that's how it goes sometimes, unfortunately. Sometimes YouTube is... That's, I used to actually be a YouTube-only streamer, but then when I made a Twitch, everyone just gradually migrated over because YouTube has a whole bunch of, cringe things like that, like randomly censoring people, that Twitch doesn't. So eventually people just went, alright, bet, let's just use this. This is fine. Okay, sorry, I just realized my bookmarks is slightly showing, so let me just crop off a tiny bit more off the top. There we go. Wait, why is that still showing? Ah, that's so cringe. 1 second. Surely this gets rid of it. Oh, I see now. I didn't drop. Okay, there we go. Sorry, I may be stupid. Hey, South, how's it going? Welcome in, Albedo Ahagao. Lovely to have you. I'm going very, very well. How are you? Ak is cute and funny. I wouldn't go that far. Monster best order for real, for real. Oh, thank you so much, N2G. That's very sweet. Lovely to have you. Why is it spreading? Why is so many people giving me money and not saying anything? Ak is breedable, though, not gonna lie. Not as breedable as Figurino. If Figurino wasn't built to be bred, why is his name Figurino to put in a jar? Puzzle Jimmy, let's go, Spade. I'm happy for you. If you put my baby girl in a lower tier list, how are you getting spanked? I mean, depends who your baby girl is. Alrighty, so while we have the Settle into Ash playing, let me go through the tier list and my thoughts on them, because I might need to change some of these up. I'm not 100% locked on some of these, and the reason for that is Crown Slayer. The reason for that is Crown Slayer. Did you guys read my message? I did. That's why. Oh, thank you. That's very sweet. Oh, welcome in, Choo Choo. I hope you're having a lovely day. And no worries at all if you need to head off. Oh, thank you, Bientos. Why is this spreading? You don't need to say hi with money. But thank you. That's very kind. Funny? Well, thank you. That's very sweet. Please make sure you don't spend money you can't afford, okay? The stream just started. Hello? Welcome in, Mio. Lovely to have you. I'm going to scream if South places Lapland anywhere other than peak. I'm not sure Lapland is peak, but she's definitely up there. She's definitely in one of the higher tiers. Okay, so let's scroll in so I can go through my thought process. My sub runs out in a couple days. Hey, let's go. I'm safe for now. And thank you, Vientuts. That's very sweet. Oh god, we're back to a hype trade. I'm late. Why are you rewarding me for being 20 minutes late by giving me money? Welcome in, Harabon. Ah, yeah, now you're ad-free. That's awesome. Unecti's at peak because waifu? No. So that's, yeah, let me go through, right. Let me go through some of the tiers. So, peak is self-explanatory. If an operator is absolutely peak, if they constantly aura farm, if they always look cool, if they are just badass beyond belief, they go in peak. Consistent badass, that's for people who just regularly look cool and don't really have anything to embarrass themselves. Those two are relatively self-explanatory. Cooler than normal is where things start getting a bit spicy. This is if someone has I'm not 100% sure if I'm going to leave this tier or not. It feels like this and the next one have a bit of overlap. South should go for CC medals. I haven't done the, you should get, shit. Sorry, I can't think. I'm distracted by the giant glowing red sign of people giving me money. Sorry, 1 second. Let me take a sip of water and lock in. Hello, welcome in, Marcus. Lovely to have you. And I'm really glad oh my god, no one heard the voice crack. I'm really glad to hear that you are having fun with the emotes, N2G. Giving you money so you can finally buy some eggs. I actually do have eggs, but my spatula broke. So I've got one of those spatulas with a plastic tip. And while I was cooking my stir fry over the weekend, the tip fell off. So I no longer have a handle for my spatula. And I need to just manually use the tip. And I didn't have time to go shopping today, because I fell asleep at 1 PM and only recently woke up. That's why I'm a bit late. Ansel, best girl, fair enough. Best girl is the person in Kick Chat called South's Giant Cock. That is XQ10. Also, hello. Welcome in, Marshu. Lovely to have you. Welcome in, Realm. Hey, has South been a bit? It has been, man. How have you been? I hope you're doing really lovely. I hope you're having a wonderful time. Wonderful to see you, man. Welcome in, Hypnos. Welcome in, Jamie. Your tip fell off the tip of the spatula. Oh, PP, clap, clap. Oh, Pianus is definitely up there. Welcome in, AI. You can always borrow mine if you place Roro in peak. Who is Roro? Welcome in, Sulphonic. G-Bar spatula. Yeah, you were supposed to buy a new one today. I fell asleep at 1, okay? And then I woke up and it was 4:40. And I thought, oh shit, I stream in 10 minutes. I had to wake up early to go to interviews. Let's go! I hope you get the job, man. That's really, really awesome. You got this. I know you've done a good job. PM Project Moon? Huh? What's there about Project Moon? Okay, right. Sorry. Back to the list. Back to the list. So, cooler than normal. This is an operator who's relatively cool, has some cool moments, but is not, like, they aura farm a little bit. We're talking occasional aura moments. For example, a good example for this one, I think, would be Amia. Amia has some really cool moments, but she's also very involved in things and is not a consistent badass. And she's definitely not peak. So it's someone who relatively commonly looks cool. A significant chunk of when they're on screen, they're looking cool, but it's not all of their performance. I just came in and I'm offended. Savage is not the best girl poll. I was going to have it be 4 options of Priestess and then 1 option of Teresa, but I actually ran out of slots. Also, welcome in, Terrible Gamer! Montes is the angry car. The altar isn't named that. I don't want it. No, that's fair. That's fair. Oh, also, by the way, there's a best girl poll on YouTube. Please go over and vote if you want to. And if you do, please consider liking the stream. It'd mean a lot to me, and it actually really, really helps out. Back to the list as though you were there before. Welcome in, Anna! Shouldn't you be asleep? I'm so sorry you've been sleeping badly at the moment, but lovely to have you. Sorry, currently explaining the tier list, then I'll get into the ratings. I forgot to click go on the subathon, so I clicked. Like, thank you, Zijun. That's very sweet of you. Get a one-piece metal utensil. That's what I'm doing this time, don't worry. Amia's depressed for real. My sleep schedule's foobar. Unfortunate. Like and subscribe if you haven't. There's no need to subscribe, but please do like. Hodora lost his aura because you official. That's how I feel. I want to put W in one of the higher tiers, but W is only cool up until Chapter 8. Arc 2, she looks incredibly uncool. Putting Monster as cheating, but PRTS is wife. So true, so true. Okay. Now we're up to 50% cool, 50% Crown Slayer. This tier should also be relatively self-explanatory. and you can probably tell which operator it was made for. This is for characters who, about half the time, they look really cool, and about half the time, they are complete and utter girl failures. Or boy failures. I'm not ruling it out. I just have two people in mind, and both of them happen to be women. So this is characters who look really cool or are a complete failure, and there's no wiggle room between. They're either looking cool or completely fucking up everything they try to do. Next up, minor aura. This is for characters like Shamare. Shamare is slightly cool, slightly intimidating, kind of a work in progress because she's so young, underaged, and dressed badly. But just sort of generally slightly cool, nothing too noteworthy either way. But like a few cool moments. If you looked at them, you'd think, yeah, they have a bit of aura, but they're still working on it. That's just Gap Moe. Yeah, it's pretty much the Gap Moe tier list. Neutral is for characters who it's hard to tell either way. For example, I would actually put Savage in neutral. Because in terms of aura, I like Savage, but Savage is just kind of a housewife, but she's also scary because she has a hammer. Oh, thank you so much for the 17 months, Shadow. That's so long. Oh, welcome in, man. Oh, wait, no, sorry. Let me rephrase that. Oh, Shadow, that's so long. No, thank you, man. That's very, very sweet. And welcome in. Why have 7 of you said hi with money today? What's in the water? But lovely to have you. 17 months is crazy. Silent are collab characters in the list. Let me see. Are collab characters in the list? I believe so. I'm pretty sure it's every operator in the game, but collabs might be excluded. Okay, no, it looks like collab characters are in the list. Yeah, and this is up to and including CN operators, so this should be everybody. Hello, bye. Welcome in Community Guidelines. Have a lovely day. Thanks for coming by. I appreciate it. Does KOB formed Kerberos count? I will be going off of what I know of the lore. When I'm up to an operator you like, absolutely, submit whatever argument you want. Whether that's a certain CG, a certain story moment, submit them. I think KOB is too KOB to farm aura, but still. Where's the frog? What do you mean, where's the frog? Okay, so neutral, that's characters who just don't really have any aura, like Savage, in my opinion. Doesn't really go one way or the other, or maybe they're farming some other kind of aura, like looking hot. I hate it, but Helga or Logos will probably win. They're definitely up there. Savage loves to cook. Yeah, no, like, that's the thing. Savage can look cool when she wants to, but that's not her goal. She's not actively aura farming. She would never actively aura farm. She fights when she needs to, but otherwise, she's basically Amiya's adopted mother and the Doctor's adopted wife. Saria's intimidating. Saria is, but she gets too emotionally invested. We'll get to that when we get to Saria. She's second. We can wait. Hi, Aura Heart Violence. Welcome in, joking. Lovely to have you. Robin should be peak for almost killing Mountain. Unfortunately not. Negative aura. These are characters who just do not have any aura at all. This isn't a case of neutral, you think they could be cool. This is a case of they just don't have aura. Where's Conviction in all of this? That's a good example. Conviction's an example of negative aura. Suzerain Warmy tier? Exactly. Suzerain and Warmy would be negative aura or negative badassery. I might actually get rid of that last one, there's too much overlap. So for characters like Suzerain, there is nothing they could do that could be aura farming. They have negative aura. Myrtle in peak. Myrtle is definitely not in peak. Podenko, there's an argument. Suzu's work in progress? No. Shamare and Popukar are work in progress. Suzerain doesn't look cool. She just looks really wholesome. How long until Texas? Well, we start with all of the launch 6 stars and then all of the launch 5 stars, so not too long. Alrighty. Let me actually skip a song. Oh, by the way, out of curiosity, do we want to do the normal playlist, which is what's playing now, or do we want to do Electro Swing? Because we could very well do either. Suzu doesn't need aura, she's our light. Exactly. Vulpus is aura farming on Suzerain's behalf. Sorry, I'll warm up as we go. My throat's a little bit fucked because I just woke up. Are you going to use the aura farming channel you made? I had a look through. But I don't remember all of them. When we get to a character you're trying to argue, you need to make your argument and let me know if there's a really cool CG that'll change my opinion. But I looked through and tried to remember which characters have really cool CGs, especially a couple that I wasn't expecting. Alrighty, let's get started. My voice will warm up as we go. When this playlist ends, if it does, we'll just go onto the Electro Swing. Hydrate? Yes, sir. And yeah, Hypnos, the aura farming channel was mainly to get people thinking about it, and so I could scroll through CGs. But then we also just had people putting NPCs. The majority of the aura farming tier list is aura farming channel is NPCs and fan art, and none of that counts. This is operators. Matoi Mario skin has good aura. Yeah, Matoi definitely has some. It's hard to say how much though. We'll get up to it. Hi, I forgot it was early. Welcome in, Ancient! Lovely to have you. You haven't missed anything yet. Though you would have if you were a few more seconds later. Bagpipe and Feeder best girl? No. It's clearly Priestess. Welcome in, Haishi. Skins are excluded? No, any in-game thing is included. I'm talking CGs, I'm talking event appearances, I'm talking skins. Anything you can argue is included. Welcome in, Dark Moon. Ulpianus has to be top tier. Ulpianus is either consistent badass or peak. He definitely actively aura farms. Don't worry, we will get to him. Null, the aura farmer and taker of wives, for real. Apollo's rigged. Yeah, I mean, when you look at that, it looks like it is currently Monster, then Priestess, then Priestess, then Priestess, then Priestess, then Priestess, then Priestess, then Teresa. That's about what I would expect, because Monster is kind of best girl. Welcome in, Dark Black White Wolf! Lovely to have you. Okay, yeah, that could be a fun warm-up. Where do you think I would place? Where do you think South would place on this tier list? Stalkers, where would you put me? What kind of aura would you give me? That's a good warm-up while I'm still hydrating, Dark Black. Also, how you been? It's been a while. I hope you're doing very well. Negative instantly, negative to neutral, neutral, consistent badass. Thank you, Shadow! Thank you, the one person whose vote counted, for voting me as consistent badass. We should add a tier for post or pre-amnesia doctor. If I ever do NPCs, I will. But as it stands, we're currently only doing operators because they're much easier to find the art for. Opie is the cringy version of me in junior high, so that's negative aura. No, he actively aura farms. Hi, Mr. Spy. How are you doing? Welcome in, Jawa! I'm a little tired because I was busy spying on people through the day. We recently found and stopped 17 terrorist attacks. It's busy work. Neutral at least? Oh, thank you, Happy Box. That's very sweet of you. Plus aura. Hell yeah, Cozzy. Half peak. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. You would get smashed, though, in a fight, right? Okay, let's get started. I found a new, very convenient website, which makes it much less of a pain in the ass to find all of the operators. So let's grab Original Hoshiguma. She's first on the list. And this includes all of her skins, but not her CGs. The Spy confessed, I'm not a spy. What are you talking about? Vermeil is peaked due to the art. If you like not safe for work of Vermeil, I have good news for you. I wouldn't call her peak aura farming, though. I love that site saved after Ace Ship blew up. It is pretty good. I don't need these sites, but it's a very convenient way to access all of their art without having to have a separate tab for every image like the other site does. So it's definitely much better. Now, peak for that first skin, I like Hoshiguma. I think Hoshiguma is cool. I do not think she's peak. Hear me out. Like, yes, Hoshiguma is really awesome, but then she also has whatever the hell this is. You cannot walk around in an under-boob wetsuit. Like, this is a wetsuit from how much it covers her arms, and she's cut it off halfway down her boobs. And she's wrapped a jacket, and she's wearing a fucking latex thong. Feet shoes. Yeah, exactly. Like, maybe before this skin came out, you could consider her to have high aura. I still wouldn't put her peak, but high. She's not a consistent farmer. Her fight with Chen is amazing. Her first skin is god. Yeah, she's not consistent, but she is really cool. I think Posy is not quite consistent badass because she has a lot of goofy moments, but I think she's relatively high. She's booba farming. No, this is booba farming. Like, I think she is at best consistently badass, but probably cooler than normal. I'll need to think about this more. I'm trying to remember her story feats. The main thing Hoshi has going for her is that she is relatively impassive to what's happening. She's always laid back and always ready to fight, and she also caught multiple tons of concrete and falling building with one hand. How can you run with that? It'll blind me. What do you mean run with? Sorry, I have no short-term memory. I actually think she might be an understated... I don't like doing this so early. I think she might be an understated, consistent badass before her second skin, but her second skin drags her down to cooler than normal. Didn't she protect some of her and Chen's man from a falling piano? Yes. She has a lot of badass story moments. It's just this skin. This is dragging it down so much. What is this? What is this woman? What do you mean you have molded to your toes shoes for the beach? She's less cool by proximity to Chen. No. There's a lot of great fan art of them. She's a 7-foot Amazonian goddess. Welcome in Zero. She actually isn't. Hoshiguma is only like 6 foot. That's the thing. I always thought Hoshiguma was ridiculously tall. She's supposed to be the tallest operator in the game. She's not even 6'6". She's just 6 foot. She's Japanese tall. It fucks me up. I am taller than Hoshiguma. What the hell do you mean I'm taller than Hoshiguma? Negative aura. Yeah, the summer vacation does detract from the aura. Because she is not looking cool in this motherfucker. This is incredibly cringe. What about her alter? Her alter counts as a second character. Any character who has alters, their alters count as the second character because they're on the list twice. Okay, so I think at this stage, she's definitely not peak. And I'm just trying to argue. Is her skin enough to take her down from consistent badass? Because the more I think about it, every time Hoshiguma shows up in the story, she's doing something cool and aura farming. Even in the swimsuit event, even in the summer events, whenever she's on screen, she's aura farming. She's looking cool, she's prepped for a fight. The problem is that her swimsuit outfit is just terrible. Taller than me? Yeah, well, I'm tall, I'm Aussie. Are you gonna put a tier below due to beach skin? Maybe. I'm genuinely thinking. I think I have to. It just looks so lame. She regularly has badass scenes, but this skin is just so fucking lame. If a character's so badass they make you question how much taller you are, I feel like they should have a pretty good rank. Yeah. I feel like, how about this? Let's handshake ignore Hoshiguma's awful swimsuit and just say maybe she was slutting it up that day. Let's handshake pretend this doesn't exist. If we do so, it's very, very clear that Hoshiguma is a consistent badass. She's not peak because she's not the protagonist. She's not the one who individually settle things. She's just always there to assist and take care of what needs taken care of. She's always consistently around looking cool. But she's not the protagonist, she's not individually handling everything. I wouldn't quite put a peak, but let's just handshake, ignore that swimsuit, and call her a consistent badass. She was off the clock. Yeah, but you're never off the clock when it comes to looking cool. You're never off the clock when looking cool. Sharp tier? No, Sharp is peak. Join Darcy on the boob. Welcome in, darling. Older sister. Oh, wait, you mean Blaze? Oh, yeah, no, that's a good way of describing Hoshi. Hoshi feels like a very competent older sister. She's not absolute peak tier. There are definitely operators cooler than her. But the only uncool thing about her is this swimsuit. Okay, not all of them will be this contentious, don't worry. Some of these will be a lot faster. For example, Saria. Saria is definitely less cool than Hoshiguma. I want to call her Nissan? Yeah, that's fair, I don't blame you. Hoshi's the powerhouse she is. Now, Saria is definitely cool. She has a lot of cool moments. But lady, you need to hit the gym. What are these chicken legs? What are these thin as hell arms? You do not have carbs. You have negative carbs. She got a nerf in the E2. She has slightly more thighs, so it's slightly better. And then her outfits, they're cool, they're fine. She has plenty of cool moments in the story. Her versus Jesselton. The problem is, her main cool moment is versus Jesselton. Like, actually think about that for a second. Stop and think for a second. Saria's main goal of being badass is her fight versus Jesselton. And yes, that was a really, really cool CG. If we go Arknights Saria CG, we can pull that bad boy up. It's really fucking badass. The way she's using her fists to deflect his blades. He also looks really cool here. But then we learn more about Jesselton, and he just constantly gets clowned on. And then also in Lone Trail, she cares way too much. With Ifrit and Jesselton, up until then, she was a real stoic badass. In Lone Trail, she gets a bit of a mopey mess who's way too invested. Oh, boo-hoo, my friend died. Whoop-de-doo, lady. Check DMs at Sure Shadow. What are you DMing me? That sounds threatening. Oh, let's take a look-see. Sorry, Aussie internet means images take fucking forever to load. Oh my god, it's just, I can't see. Shadow, that's too low res. No, that wasn't even my internet. That's too low res. I can't read that. But no, she absolutely becomes a bit of a sappy mess. This is her coolest moment, and it's against Jesselton. Straight to noodle arm tier with Skadi, pretty much. Her other cool moment is in the manga where she fights Kristen and walks away with her anger releasing Kristen is amazing. Her development's amazing. She's definitely still on the higher tier. Like, she's absolutely still in the cool aspect. I would just say... I would even say she's cooler than normal. I would say she's above average cool. Maybe 50% cool... Nah, she's not quite Crown Slayer. She's not quite Crown Slayer. This just feels too close to Hoshi. I feel like she's definitely in the lower tier cooler than normal. So she's like the benchmark. How about that? If you're not cooler than Saria, you cannot be cooler than normal. So she is the gatekeeper. She has a few incredibly badass moments and then a few things holding her back, but it's mostly badass. I'm pretty happy with that. Welcome in, Gigi Von. Yes, that tier was made for Crown Slayer. She's a stomach badass, Arknights Jotaro. No, she's not quite that cool. Her only badass moments are doing an unethical experiment on Ifrit, fighting her childhood friend who's not a fighter, and styling on Jesselton. But then, given the context of the April Fool's gambling event, who can't style on Jesselton? Now, next up we have Skadi. Now, I'm gonna be real. Do I like the Abyssal Hunters? Yes, obviously I like the Abyssal Hunters. Do I think Skadi has aura? That is debatable. I feel like Skadi might actually have negative aura. Crown Slayer's trash. The thing is, Crown Slayer constantly looks cool until something happens, whereupon she loses. So she looks cool unless there's a fight, whereupon she eats shit. Which means she is aura farming, she just has a terrible reputation. Okay, genuine ranking, genuinely thinking about it. Does Skadi have any cool moments in the story? I actually don't think so. Even in Stultifera Navis, in all of the Abyssal Hunter events, it was Spectre and Gladia looking cool, and Skadi was just kind of there. Skadi has aura versus pre-summonable Irene, who was negative aura. Yeah, but at the same time, Skadi is supposed to be the protagonist, but she feels like a backup henchman assisting Gladia and Spectre, if that makes sense. She almost killed Granny. Yeah, that was Granny's fault, though. In Crown Slayer's profile, she saves Red as she's having an episode. Yeah, but Crown Slayer is one W and hundreds of L's. Yeah, exactly. Even in that moment, Sweep catches her and she eats dirt. That's what I'm talking about. Hello? Welcome in, Silly Knight. Lovely to have you. Her debut event is a side character? Exactly. I feel like Skadi has very minor aura just because of her lore and her faction. She herself is not aware of this. It's aura through association. So she stands behind some cool-looking people. Okay, here's a good way to think of it. Patriot CG. Here's a good way to express my feelings. Oh, no, okay, no, that's a bad example. It's not there. So, Patriot's shield guards have the same kind of aura Skadi has. They are behind an absolute badass, so even if they're not doing anything directly, they still have a little bit of aura about them, even though it's not their fault and they're not the reason for it. Where's Crown Slayer Hibiscus option for best girl? What do you mean? It's very clearly Priestess. Why is Priestess split into two so she can beat Teresa twice? Hello, South Outgoes. Welcome in, Fractor. Lovely to have you. Negative aura? I'm going very well. How are you going? I wouldn't give Skadi negative aura because she still does look mysterious and is a walking catastrophe. She has some kind of mythos around her. It's just the more we learn about her, the more her aura decreases. The shield guards have more aura? Absolutely. I'm just using them as a more extreme example. Doesn't she casually break down forts? Yes, she is ridiculously strong. So she doesn't really have any standout moments. But I feel like she still has some aura. So I feel like she's a good summary of what this tier is for. Occasional cool moments, but nothing super standout. Now let's go for Schwartz. Ulpiana suggested in Path of Life she might actually conquer Ishamla. Yeah, that's why it's the good timeline. I don't really want to E2 Crown Slayer. Do not. She's absolutely terrible. I wouldn't consider her 50-50 because she shows up so much and does so little. The more we learn about her, the less cool she is. I could see the argument then. Now Schwartz. Schwartz absolutely aura farms with her face specifically. The problem is, and no offense, Schwartz, but you do not dress appropriately. This really detracts from your aura. Your face looks really cool. You look amazing from the shoulders up. You look like a badass ranger. But then you're constantly trying to seduce Salon with your very fit body. Salon drags Schwartz's aura farm down? Absolutely. Like, that's the thing. She's trying to look hot so that Salon asks her out. But because of that, it makes her look so goofy. She asking for it pretty much. I like Skadi's lore and she's cool, but I just wish we got more story moments. Yeah. It's just a case of all of the other Abyssal Hunters got the real highlights. Hey South, how's it going? Hello, Tavanan! I'm going very well. How are you? Now, let me just remind myself, does Schwartz have a CG? I think she might, but it's been a while. No, okay, she doesn't. So we only have to go off her story appearances. Gameplay-wise, Schwartz is incredibly cool. She has the coolest sound effect in the game. And her S3, even today, even against the highest defense enemies we have, will punch a hole in something. However, she's only cool from the shoulders up. And Salon massively drags her down. I feel like a good way of summarizing Schwartz is 50% cool, 50% Crown Slayer. I wasn't intending to put her in here, but I feel like she is a good fit with this category. She either looks cool or absolutely pathetic, and she just alternates between. Coolest effect is Godsinger S3. Agree to disagree. Agree to disagree. When ranking Hoshi, did you take into account her throwing Chen down the stairs? No, we can't count her abusing Chen as a power move. My brother said if I E2 Monster, she will summon, Crown Slayer, she will summon Monster. That could work. 50% Crown Slayer, don't you mean 50% peak? Yeah, 50% peak, 50% cringe, for real, for real. Why are we not checking Schwartz's last skin? You mean this one? This, again, isn't cool because she's wearing yoga pants that I know for a fact if she turned around would be hugging her ass. You can tell by the material that if she turns around, this is going to have a very visible ass. So, like, yeah, she looks vaguely cool. It is not tactical yoga. She's 50-50. Her R6S skin is one of the best IMO. It's okay. The pants just goof it up for me. And, look, I'm saying she's not looking cool in this skin. I would actually say default Schwartz from the neck up is the coolest she ever gets. The scarf is really cool. Her face is really cool. The sort of badass, punked out ears are really cool. Tactical yoga pants for distraction. Yeah, she lays down to take a shot with her crossbow. If anyone's behind her, they're too busy staring at her ass. Exactly, Heraith. Nikkei crossover win. Also, welcome in, Rex. Lovely to have you. So, no, I'm actually pretty happy with that. I would be happy putting Schwartz there. Now we have Helliger, our first contender for absolute peak. This isn't a guaranteed peak, but I'd definitely say he's a contender. Look, I'm just saying, you can't be peak if you are wearing yoga pants. There's no getting around that. I just finished watching the recent episode for Arknights. Ooh, I haven't watched that yet, but I'm looking forward to it. Now, I'm just trying to think, is Helliger peak? I would actually say yes. I would actually say yes. His gameplay is okay, but his gameplay is definitely still aura farming, even though he's not good. His animations are still really cool, he just does no damage. He is incredibly well respected. He holds himself incredibly well. His badass moments with Patriot, his badass moments in his skin. I do feel like even though he doesn't really have anything specific about him, you look at this man and you think he's cool by default. That is what I think makes him peak. He doesn't need to do anything. When he shows up, you think this guy is cool. Plus, he adopts all of the traumatized Russian girls, which is fatherly but in a badass way. So, like, legitimately, I can't think of anything specific Helliger did, but when you see him, you just think, this man is peak. Really, when I think about it. He invented aura. He kind of did. Look at the stance. Look at the fucking stance this man is busting out. Why is he so cool? It's unfair. Big sword energy equals big D energy. You got bonked by Twitch for that one. He farmed aura in his youth. He's too peaked to need it anymore. That is a good way of putting it. He used to farm aura and now he's just cool. He's the embodiment of aura. So he's actually really easy. One of these days I'll click on the right one. Now we've got Magellan. I feel like Magellan is just negative aura. I'm gonna be dead ass. Her gameplay is the only cool thing about her. I feel like Magellan is negative aura. I don't even think she's... I could see the argument for her being neutral. She definitely is not above that. Like, she's just such a dork. Yeah. Damn it, TG Font, get out of my head. Yeah, she's just constantly a dork. She's way too obsessed with science. She doesn't really give a shit what's going on. This does not look threatening at all. This is just generic scientist lady. She's a cutie? Yeah, but that's not cool. Have you read Black Forest Will's a Dream? She has the opposite of aura. I have not, but I've read a few bits of her operator file, and I would agree with that assessment. Like, her gameplay, her drones are really cool, but everything else about that, I feel like I can't even justify her being neutral, because nothing she does is cool. It's not even a case of she could be cool. I do not believe she could be cool. Pipe bomb core though? Yeah, I know. Her drones are really cool, but that's despite her, not because of her. She gets points for willingly exploring Sammy. Ancient, she needed help every day. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. She breaks asbestos in half and still doesn't look cool. I know nothing of the Ryan Labs penguin. She isn't in any events. Yeah, she really is not in much. She's certainly cool. Yeah, no, she's very cold. I know what you're talking about. Funny pun. So, Magellan, let's not linger on that. She's nice and easy. Mystima is definitely actively aura farming. I don't think she's peak. She's definitely not as Gigachad as Helga, but she is actively aura farming. My musty wife is peak at every angle. Ignore her S1 and damage. Yeah, if you're already making excuses for her, she's clearly not peak. Mystima is holding back. I'm not talking about ranking Mystima low, just to clarify. I would consider her about the same tier as Hoshiguma. Hoshiguma is more involved, but every time Mystima shows up, she's looking cool and implying she could be doing more. She doesn't yet. Mystima actively aura farms parentheses derogatory. That is exactly what I'm talking about, Anna. Mystima aura farms as well as acts gay with Lemon and Fear, peak character, so high tier. I do consider her high tier. She's definitely not Helga tier, but I would consider on par with Hoshiguma. Hoshiguma does more cool things, but Mystima always looks cooler. Hoshiguma's ready to brawl, Mystima is above the brawl. At Mod 3, she slows everyone globally, there's some time-bending shit. Her arts are very cool, I agree. I wish there's more Fallen Sancta in the future. I know, it would be really cool. I hope we get more Fallen Sancta in the future, but we've just had a Sancta event in CN, which is about to happen for us as well, so we probably won't get any Sancta for another 6 months or so, which is fair. Because much like the Seaborn, they try to space it out so that we don't just have the same faction every time. I have Mystima. If you're planning to use her, you need her module. She is utterly terrible without her module. Don't even try. The module that decreases her DP cost is the only reason she's usable, as much as I love her. What do you mean, not peak? The reason I don't think Mystima's peak is because what are her notable feats? Deadass. Explain to me what she has done. She looks like she's always ready to throw down, but she hasn't actually done anything yet. So she looks really cool, but outside of, yeah, teasing Fear meta. Blue tongue, welcome in Mimimi, based as hell. How long till Lancet 2? A fair while, but Lancet's gonna be quite easy to sort. She copes with it, no issue, and it'd be so fucking funny to watch Mystima melt. Yeah, actually, that's so true. If Exuzio fell, she wouldn't give a shit. She shot Anduane. Yeah, she did shoot Anduane. Here's a better way of putting it. Helga feels like a protagonist from a previous time. Mystima feels like an incredibly badass side character, same as Hoshiguma. They're not the protagonist. They're there to look cool, they can accomplish a lot, but they have not and never will be the protag. Welcome in, Nikki! She shot Anduane knowing she can fall. Yeah, but that's all she's done. That's all she's done. She is still really cool. She just can't be peak when the only thing she has done is shoot Anduane. Exactly. More people need to shoot at the Pope. Do we need more categories? If we need to, I'll add some more later. Mystima Altar. Unfortunately, I don't think that's happening. Okay, now, Blaze. Blaze has a lot of badass moments. Blaze Altar is not good. Blaze Altar has massively decreased her ability to aura farm. However, that is a different character according to this list. Blaze's introduction is her heli dropping out of outer space, basically, with no parachute. Yeah, she fucking jumped from a plane, she carries around a chainsaw, she attacks by setting her blood on fire and throwing it at you. She is absolutely peak. Blaze is a good example of why Mystima can't be peak. Blaze is Hoshiguma plus. She's everything Hoshiguma tries to be, but a lot more directly involved, if that's a good way of describing it. I could do that too. Could you survive it, though? Because Blaze does that and then participates in a fight rather than breaking her legs and dying. She's 3 edges away from being a Sonic OC. She absolutely is. OG heli drop. Yeah, for real, for real. She's too much of a goofer to be peak. Nah, she's a goofer in the really playful way, where she never takes anything too seriously, for the most part. She obviously gets invested with the fight for infected rights, but for the most part, she's always relaxed because she knows she can handle it. She is the Helldiver collab character, for real. I can take on Blaze in a fight, right? In a fight? You think we can't chicken nugget ourselves and fight you? We'll bite you? Yeah, I think I would win. But no, I don't think Blaze is as peak as Helga, but she's definitely a Hoshiguma plus, if that makes sense. Now we're up to the cringe tier. Now this one's gonna be hard, because I try to be objective and avoid letting my biases slip in. Welcome in, Tatnoob! Lovely to have you! Hello, welcome in, Serenity! Lovely to have you as well. Now, let's get started on Ak. I do not think Ak has much aura, but because he's such a trickster and evil scientist, he definitely has some. Furry tier? No, I'm not adding a furry tier. That's a cop-out. I feel like Ak is mild aura. I feel like I'm also being biased, though. I think he's sort of on par with... no, he's cooler than Scotty! Oh, I hate this! I hate this! He's definitely cooler than Scotty! Ak is peak because he kills your ranged units, unless they can tank it. Saria tier, I do think he's Saria tier. I hate it. I really hate it. I do think he's Saria tier. Ak is interesting because he's extremely accomplished as a doctor and executes people. I know, it's just inherently a cool design. Ak ain't cooler than Scotty. I would consider him cooler than Scotty. He has a lot more mystery about him. Yes, he acts very casual, but then he also, without hesitation, experiments mysterious cocktails on people. And he will also shoot his allies for shits and giggles. Ak shoots Wishadel, so South Heart Violence hates him. That's not how it works. He is too young to give aura. He is quite young. That is a good point. Please give me every excuse you can to drag Ak down a tier or two. Ak is cooler than Scotty because Scotty is a large rock, pretty much. Look, how about this? How about I move him down to Schwartz tier? No, he doesn't fit in with Schwartz. No, he's not that goofy. I really hate this. I really hate to do this. I think he's on par with Saria. I think he's on par with Saria. I hate to do this. Ak higher than Scotty is crazy. Scotty's cool because she has Abyssal Hunter strength, but outside of that, that's basically all she's ever done. In all of her events, she's kind of an NPC. Kind of a background character. Ak experiments on people, which is more cool. Scotty is cooler because Ak is a furry. I agree with you, but I'm trying to be objective here. Have you considered ugly? Yeah, but apparently some people find him a very breedable twink. Not me, but some people. Hello, what up, South? Welcome in, duckies! Lovely to have you. How have you been, man? It's lovely to see you again. Scotty's hurt because the Abyssal Hunter story is still ongoing. No, you've got to understand. The reason Scotty is hurt is every time she shows up in an event, she does nothing and everyone else looks cooler than her. So she just keeps going down the tier list. She was initially really cool, but now we've had 3 Abyssal Hunter events, and she hasn't done anything in any of them. Her biggest contribution was helping Gladia be a badass with Spectre. This is a funny thing to use. Ak is pretty funny. She is pretty goofy. He is pretty goofy. I hate to do it. I really do hate to do it, but I think he's Saria tier. Let's move on to Nyan. I don't want to have to linger on this for long. I really don't. I want to move on. Only cool thing about Skadi is the schmarm la, but that's someone else. Exactly, unfortunately. Nyan can make herself look cool in movies. Okay, here is my thoughts of Nyan. Nyan actively aura farms, but at the same time doesn't succeed. She tries to aura farm, she just fucks it up. She is constantly trying to look cool, to the point where it's embarrassing. Isn't Skadi an active container for one of the Seaborn Leviathans? Yes, but that's Skadi Alta. Skadi Alta is if the Seaborn Goddess breaks out, basically. Or God, rather. Skadi Alta is canonically trans, because that was a male god taking control of a female body. She's a dweeb? Yeah, pretty much. She's cool in Who Is Real, but I haven't read the rest. Yeah, like, that's the thing. She's cool until you get to know her, whereupon you realize she's just a poser. She's a massive cringelord. So I think she's neutral. I feel like, no. I actually feel like she's either minor or negative. She's one of the two. I think I'll give her minor. I think she's on par with Skadi, where she can look cool, but only until you get to know her and realize she's a massive poser who's trying to look cool. Second last is her family. What's she gonna do? Exactly. Canonically, the Doctor likes men. Interesting. I mean, given there are like 7 operators who flirt with the Doctor very explicitly, it's hard to say. I'd bump at least 50%. She has some actual neat moments. Yeah, that is actually... No. You're right. Nyan does actually legitimately have some neat moments. Let's see if there's any CGs. No, not really. That's tragic. Okay, she doesn't have any CGs, but she does have a few cool story moments. She aura farms too much that it cools down. I feel like that is a better fit for 50-50. 50% of the time, she's looking really badass, and you think she's really cool. And then the other 50% of the time, she's a massive dork and embarrassing herself. So I feel like she's a better fit with 50-50. For different reasons than Schwartz. Quick, what's a cheat for Ellie X8? Which event is that? I'm sorry, Spade. I don't remember all of the events. Lingering Echoes, right? Oh, you're having fun with Krita? Yeah, good luck. Oh, yeah, Lee, right, Lee. If I was the Doctor, I'd be gay to break Priestess's heart when she arrives. Yeah, ignore all of the gorgeous women flirting with you just to prank Priestess. You're a next level hater, Sten, for real, for real. What's WIP short for? Work in progress. So this is for characters who might someday get more aura, but currently don't have much. For example, Shamare or Skadi. Skadi could eventually be really cool again. As it stands, she has a little bit of aura, but isn't really cool. She might be in the future, but isn't yet. Okay, now let's move on to Chen. Nyan, we don't really need to see your skins. You're trying way too hard. South is Shamari. No, I'm not. Why are you slandering me? I didn't see the work in progress part of that tier. Skadi is okay, I agree. Yeah, she's both of them. Chen is aura farm, but her skin looks like Walmart. I personally love her stripper skin. I love how she has a stripper cop skin. And then her alternate, she has a different kind of stripper skin. I won't spoil while I dislike Priestess, but I'll say my favorite character is Kalzi. Oh no, I completely get it, Sten. Don't worry, I understand. I really liked Kalzi as well. I also really like Monster, but at the same time, I like Priestess. Chen is auraless. I wouldn't say auraless. Her constant anger makes her seem like an arrogant young master, though. It's kind of a problem. I think Chen's peak when she's getting domed by Hoshiguma, that is a completely different fetish, Shadow. That's called a fetish. That's not called aura. She gets carried by Hoshiguma. It is pretty peak. Oh, pretty lady. Look, that doesn't give her aura, though. Chen should be higher end of the list because she has so many memories in Arc 1 with her fight with Tallulah. She does have some really cool moments. It's just that most of the time she's not cool. She isn't Zhula. No, Zhula is not an arrogant young master. S3 is kind of badass. That's what I'm talking about. Chen does have a lot of really cool moments, and she even has a lot of those SCGs, so we should actually be able to find them. Like, moments like this is aura farming. This is looking dramatic just for the style. The problem with most of her moments is it really focuses on her ass or thighs. Like, they do this a lot, legitimately. I can't find the specific one, it doesn't look like it's popped up, but one of her most cool moments, it's just to zoom in on her ass. So, it's hard to rank her super highly when her quote-unquote aura farming is showing off her thighs or ass or tits. Because that is the focal point. That is what this pose is attracting your attention to. That's the problem when it comes to looking cool, yes. Chen is cool in Chapter 7 and then goes in the background. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel about it. She does genuinely have a lot of cool moments. I feel like she's cooler than normal. I think she's on par with Ak and Saria. I don't think she's 50-50. She's not that lame. She mainly just gets too emotionally invested and angry, but that kind of helps the aura because it looks like she's always ready for a scrap. Holy shit, I'm here. Welcome in, Shadow! Lovely to have you. You can be cool with a nice ass, not if you're posing to show off your ass. Aura farming and gooning material because the screaming, fair enough. 10th grade is going to be the worst. Nah, you got this, Shadow, you got this. I'd agree on par with Saria. Yeah, I feel like she's another bench setter. She has a lot of really cool moments, and then a few really air ones. I think she's even slightly above Saria. The tiers aren't in order within the tier. I do think she's above Saria. I feel like Saria's the benchmark and she clears Saria. Nah, Shadow, you'll get used to it. Don't worry. You will grow accustomed to this. You got this, man. Now, Kerobi. Do I even need to look? Is anyone gonna object to this? Is anyone gonna object to Kerobi being in the negative aura? Ak over Chen? Hell not. No, these are not in order. Otherwise, it would be like this. There, are you satisfied? No, I object. Okay, Hungry, what's your objection? How is Kerobi... Look, even when Kerobi turns into a Cerberus during the collab, she doesn't have aura. She's at least normal. No, because she's so cute. Even when she is actively murdering people, she doesn't look intimidating. That is what I mean by negative aura. KB does some fucked up cool things, but she doesn't look cool doing them because she's too goofy. Define aura. Aura is basically actively looking cool. KB, even when doing things, doesn't look cool. IS-1 is about her dying of drug overdoses from eating fungi. KB's so hungry she ate all her aura. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. KB is in doesn't know what aura is tier. Yeah, but she also doesn't aura farm. She smiles as she murders her enemies. Exactly. Even when she's being cool, she doesn't look cool because she enjoys it too much. Zero survival instinct on that face, for real. I have to agree, KB's a doofus. Yeah, like, I love KB. It's just, she is a doofus. Now, Chen? No, sorry, Bagpipe. Bagpipe is either negative aura or 50-50. Those are the only two options for Bagpipe, and I'm leaning towards negative aura. Doesn't she have, like, literal brain damage? Pretty much. KB is a... KB's a special child. Bagpipe isn't a full aura farmer. She's most that best friend to Chen and Horn. Yeah, like, that's the thing. She has a few really cool moments. I just don't think they outweigh everything else about her. Gotta go. No worries, Shadow! Sleep well. If you can, try to have a shower and try to stay rugged up. That'll help you feel a bit better. I'd say 50%. The problem with that is that Bagpipe only has 3 cool moments. Scottish people is 50-50, yeah. If you don't say 50-50, I will Bagpipe more to this tier. Look, think of it this way. Bagpipe has always had a few really cool moments. For example, in Bagpipe's recruitment lines, she lets you know that this is a gun lance and it is currently disarmed. Because when she quit the army, she couldn't bring the piercing rounds with her. So her S3 canonically would be about 10 times as strong because she would load explosives into her fucking lance. But then she also looks like this and has penetrating written directly over her crotch. Her coolest moment was when Horn yeeted her. That's what I'm talking about. She has a few cool moments. I just don't know if they outweigh everything else about her. She walked all the way to Lungman. Yeah. she just feels kind of more goofy. Even when she's being cool, she feels more goofy. Her farm girl skin is so peak. I didn't buy this one. It's not for me. I understand why people like it. But the farm girl skin is another point against her having aura. Okay, but that's not Bagpipe being cool, that's Horn being cool. Exactly! Bagpipe facilitates other people looking cool, and she is a competent combatant. But even when she's being cool, she's got a goofy smile on her face. She's not quite as bad as Kobe, but it's really hard to take her seriously. I'm penetrating that potato. Would you now, Anna? Would you? Her coolest moments are when other people are being cool around her and she's a crybaby. That's how I feel. Sitting on the bench to give Myrtle more starting DP for real. Neutral Len, I feel like she's negative aura, but high tier negative aura. Does she have any CGs? Yeah, let's check that. Because Bagpipe is really borderline. If she has a few more badass moments, like this is the moment people were talking about with Bagpipe crashing out and choking out Reed and looking cool. She does have a few cool moments. It's just she's usually so goofy. She had that big stand with Siege's group in Chapter 14. Absolutely. Oh, thank you for the sub, Fireflies. Lovely to have you. She's a good fighter and friend, not an aura farmer. Exactly. It's not that she doesn't look cool, it's that that is absolutely not her focus. This is her getting angry with a friend. This isn't her looking cool. No one who wants to look cool would dress like this. Are you only ranking 6 stars? No. Welcome in, Phoenix. Welcome in, Suki. Sorry, I'm doing everyone. It just starts with all of the launch 6 stars, then 5 stars, then 4 stars, and then goes by release date. So once we're through all of the launch characters, it goes by release date. And there is no shot I'm doing all of these today, I just realized. There's a CG with Saliage 2. Okay, let's take a look at that one. Let's see if we can find it. You mean these ones? Because that's more promotional material. 6 stars are very stacked, not all of them. This is going to take a while. This is definitely going to have to be a multi-part series. Absolutely. I don't know why I always do this. Every time I've done a tier list, I've massively underestimated how long it would take. Maybe we could start moving through some faster. I'm going to move Bagpipe up to 50-50. Credit where it's due, Bagpipe does have a few really cool moments. It's just every other moment is explicitly non-cool. Like, when Bagpipe is not looking cool, she has the most negative aura in the world. What was the Ack reason? He is actually menacing. I hate putting him up there, but as a evil scientist, he is actually menacing. He's competent at his craft. He doesn't hesitate to shoot teammates. It is kind of cool, as much as I hate him. This will be one stream. Okay, Queen of Extended Yapping. Why are you calling me out? Why do you have pattern recognition? Bagpipe needs to be negative. The problem is, Bagpipe has too much aura to be negative aura, and has too much negative aura to have aura. So I feel like she has to go 50-50. Because she is both of these at the same time. If I could clone her, I would put her in both. But I feel like that makes a good argument for her being a 50-50 case. It's been an hour and you've only done 20. Yeah, that's crazy. Don't worry, some of them will be easier. Are we ranking all future ops? Yes. All of the CN operators are here, though I don't think we'll reach them today. One Bagpipe E2 skin. Yeah, Bagpipe E2 skin is kind of cool. She is not 50-50. She does have a few cool moments. She's not a literal 50-50, but she has enough her badass moments are badass enough to make up for the lack of them. Okay, Phantom. Do we really even need to spend time on this? This man aura farms constantly. This man is peak. Every moment Phantom is on screen, he is aura farming. Like, he's not as cool as Ack and Blaze, but he is constantly looking cool. Theater Kid, maybe so. Phantom Alter is more of a theater kid and gets the debuff from that. OG Phantom just looks cool. He dresses up his clone as a badass plague doctor. He's a theater kid, but damn, he knows what he's doing. Exactly! He's a theater kid, but he succeeds at looking cool. He always looks cool. Every outfit, every moment, every CG, even as a boss, he looks incredibly badass. Everything about Phantom is absolutely top tier. Every time he shows up, he just looks cool. Okay, no, it looks like he doesn't really have any CGs. But, like, he is showing off his ass and still looks kind of cool and intimidating. He is actively posing to show off his ass at the moment. Like, that is what he's doing. And it still looks cool. He is making sure to turn to the camera and smolder while you stare at his ass. Look at the smolder on this face. He is absolutely peak. Utai, Utai, Utai! For real, for real. His ass is fine, but not Chen's. That's because he still looks cool despite his ass being out. Chen, this is basically what Chen CG looks like. This is what Chen looks like. You can only see the ass. With Phantom, he's also got a sexy badass smolder. My hair coupons! The middle never forgets. Look at his cat. Miss Christine is based. Miss Christine is now an operator. I'm really looking forward to it. So yeah, Phantom, nice and easy. Now, with W, would people be fine with me considering W from the second act onwards as Wishadel, and W from Act 1 as W? Because W is very hard to rank. Middle Tojo, for real, for real. I feel like that's, like, I don't believe from Act 2 onwards she's always Wishadel, but I feel like it is easier if we categorize Act 2 W as Wishadel because her character has changed so much. W in Act 1 is incredibly badass. Mainly because of the double agent thing, and her being an active villain through most of it. But up into Chapter 8, W is really cool. She confronts Tallulah, loses badly, and blows up an entire floor of a massive skyscraper, flinging herself out of it to escape with pre-prepared explosives. She's W until the very end of episode 14. Yeah, but Wishadel drags it down hard. I like W, but Wishadel drags it down hard. Even her first appearance as normal W, she is actively aura farming. She picks up the weapons and gear of a dead man, and trudges along with full-grown adults as a child, keeping up anyway through sheer grit and determination, and then when confronted says, yes, I'm joining your company, you're taking me, deal with it. Arknights Memoir to Chapter 8 is W, Chapter 9 onward is Wishadel. That is where I'm making the distinction, because I think up to Chapter 8, W is legitimately peak. I understand some people will disagree, but she comes across as genuinely menacing. As a boss, when we didn't have Chapter 8 yet, everybody fucking hated W, and she was the coolest boss. Outside of Patriot and Tallulah, W was by far the coolest boss. Nowadays, that's been kind of ruined. Nowadays, that's kind of goofy. I get it. Wishadel might be a bigger aura farmer, yeah, but she also has a lot of embarrassing moments. Isn't she cocky? Yes, she is very cocky, but she also backs it up. Her gameplay is also really, really cool. I don't hate W. Fair enough, fair enough. She was peak in Chapter 8. No, exactly. Up to and including Chapter 8, W is absolutely peak and is a badass. It starts getting a bit iffy after that, but up to Chapter 8, I would consider her peak. She has a lot of badass moments, even in the anime. There's a reason there's lots of cool gifs of W from the anime. In Arc 1, she is cool. Should we consider her chibi? Her chibi art is pretty cute, but I don't know a way to pull it up. W as a boss got wrecked by Siege? Yeah, but she was an early game boss, and you had a stacked roster by the time you fought her. Chapter 9 and on are not well written. That's how I feel as well. Hello? Welcome in, Shadow Keck! Lovely to have you. Oh god, we've got a 5th Shadow. Badass more like unhinged? Yeah, but unhinged in a badass way, where it makes her look cool. That's what I'm saying. Like, I consider W to be absolutely peak. I'm number 5. Fuck, no, don't worry about it. So yeah, that is where I would put W. With Wishadel, when we get to her, she will not be that high, because she has a lot of embarrassing moments, even though she actively aura farms. Like her outfit. But normal W, she's pretty peak. She got more depressed after she got her ass beat by Tallulah. I know, it was embarrassing. Who keeps deploying Phantom's Shadow? In the way it's Suki, that's hilarious. Every new person named Shadow who shows up is someone redeploying Phantom's clone. Just finished Chapter 8. Holy shit, W is so cool. Oh, you are the perfect person to back this up then. Up to and including Chapter 8, W is an incredible badass, and every time she's on screen, she is looking cool. She is absolutely peak. After then, it gets spicy. That's why I'm separating after that. I'm considering that Wishadel, and we can argue that later. Alright, boys, Battle Royale. See who's the last Shadow. For real, for real. Now, let's grab Weedy. Where is Weedy? Let's just search her up. She's the only character named Weedy. There we go. I think Weedy has negative Riz. A negative aura. I'm gonna be real. I like Weedy. I really do. But her being a massive neat freak and being a sea dragon with the male pregnancy copy pasta. She blows herself up just to get cabadoned by monster. It is really cool. Okay, so, like, I really like Weedy. Her gameplay's kind of really cool. She's a great character, but aura-wise, she is worse than Kobe. Weedy has as much aura as she has panties. Well, fair enough, Anna. Only thing I remember her is being a massive neat freak and popping up during Pale C. Yeah, but during Pale C, she acted like a massive brat the entire time. So it's not like she was cool in Pale C. Unexpecto imprego. No, you can't cast that on me. I'm immune to it. I like her skin. I do like Weedy. I love Weedy's character design. I love her kit. I just don't think she has any aura at all. Moving on to Rosa. This one's going to be hard. This one's going to be hard. I feel like Rosa does not have aura. Rosa is legitimately insane and needs a psychologist's help. I feel like for Rosa, any moment of her looking cool is not her looking cool, it's looking like she belongs in an insane asylum. Like, it is what it is. It is what it is. Mentally ill people can have aura. Yeah, but whenever Rosa does something cool, you think, this lady needs a psychiatrist. You don't think, man, that was badass. Insane people have aura? Yes, I ranked W peak. But W is the kind of insane where she still looks cool. Rosa looks like, okay, this I feel really bad for you. Joker level of aura? Yeah, but like the cringe Joker. Her face makes her have negative aura. She looks constipated. That's kind of how I feel as well. Children of Ursus? Children of Ursus is not her looking cool. It's her looking traumatized. She is trauma? Exactly. The only moments of her looking cool are because of the trauma. I consider her negative aura. She does not look cool. She looks traumatized. No, I wouldn't consider her 50-50. What feats does she have that would lift her up to 50-50? I'm open to arguments. What feats does she have where she actually does look cool, genuinely? Because I can't think of many. I only remember her being traumatized and panicking in Children of Ursus. Trauma farming? Oh my god, me? Yo, another one of us. I'm mentioning Children of Ursus because it's established she's very young and suicide. Yeah, exactly. Like, when you actually think about what she does, she's just traumatized. She's neutral. I could consider raising her to neutral. She's definitely above Magellan, KB, and Weedy. I do actually get what you're saying. I could consider her neutral. Because, to be fair, she does carry a piece of siege equipment, and she does know how to fight. So I feel like it's not yet decided if she has aura or not, and that will depend how she grows as an adult. That is the highest I can justify, though. I feel some people are going to get confused with aura with good character. Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, just to clarify, aura means the act of looking cool. I love KOB as a character, but KOB is the least cool character in the game. Because even when she's doing cool things, she looks goofy instead of cool. Just to clarify in case someone didn't know what aura was. Oh, thanks for the follow, Shadow. Lovely to have you. No wonder I couldn't find you. Hey, well, I appreciate it. KB literally eats mushrooms and dies. Exactly. Now, Suzerain, let's be real. Is there any argument for this? Is there any argument for Suzerain going into the negative aura? Suzerain trying to look cool would decrease how cool she looked. She's way too cute to be anything other than this. Let's just move on. Suzerain does not have aura. Vulpes Fire has aura, but not Suzerain. Unless you consider Wasteland art, no, she still doesn't look cool in that. I'm gonna do the opposite and do a silly, cute AK tier list and focus on your Discord. Oh, please do, Sten! I do like silly, cute. And then you should also have one for cute and funny, if you know what I'm saying. Don't put it in negative aura. Josh, this is not an indictment of her character. This is not an insult. This is saying how cool she looks. She does not look cool at all. I like Suzerain as a character, despite all of the cunny memes. But she doesn't look cool at all. Her mum has aura. Oh, that was the Lapland Altar event. I don't think it's out permanently yet. We'll get a rerun eventually. It was Lapland Altar event is the one we're talking about. What was that, South? Get the wood chipper out? No need to get the wood chipper out. And I would love to see your thoughts, Sten, so please do post that, and please ping me if you remember. Give her neutral so you won't get attacked? No. Suzerain is not neutral. She has negative aura. She absolutely has negative aura. Mysterian Badass deserved for real, for real. And welcome in, Pops. Lovely to have you. Look, if Suzerain tried to look intimidating and tried to do something evil, she would look cute while doing so. That is why she has negative aura. There is nothing Suzerain could do to look cool. Legitimately nothing she tried would succeed. Thorns, bit hard. I feel like Thorns... all of his feats are Thorns Altar. Thorns is hard to rank because basically everything we know about him is Thorns Altar. I feel like in terms of coolness, visually he looks cooler than Ak, but personality-wise, he is a discount version of Ak. He appeals to the same archetype of cool, but because he has fewer story moments, he's less involved, if that makes sense. They makes Herb a psycho. What does that mean? Sorry, I don't understand that one. Thorns aura farms? Sort of, yes. Thorns does kind of... I feel like Thorns mainly horny farms. Like, yes, this is aura farming, but he's also just trying to look hot. Okay, no, look. I feel like based off of appearance, his appearance makes up for his lack of feats enough for him to be on par with Ak. He appeals to the same archetype. Ak is more about feats. Thorns is more about appearance. His module story is, wonder what that janitor is doing. Yeah, exactly. All of Thorns' aura farming moments, it's not through feats, it's just through sheer appearance. His cool shit comes from IS3 lore, but Thorns Altar is where he becomes cool. Exactly. Thorns Altar will be much higher on this list. I would see an argument for Thorns Altar to be peak, or at least consistent badass, but Thorns doesn't do anything. The first time Thorns appeared in a story was with his Altar release. They gave him less lore than Surtur. As a Lawlet, we consider him same as W to Wish. Exactly. He is the same as W to Wishadel, just in the inverse way. Put him at 50-50? I wouldn't necessarily say that. Because it's not like he does anything really embarrassing that detracts from his aura. Universal female player husbando? Yeah. I don't blame anyone. He's really hot. He appears at the end of Salon's event. Yeah, but he doesn't do anything. He doesn't do jack shit. Does he do anything there? No. He shows up at the end of Salon event and basically does nothing. I can't justify any higher than cooler than normal, and that is solely through his appearance, because he is constantly stanced up. Anytime you catch this man out and about in public, he is looking cool. But his actual actions don't really support that. So while he looks cooler than normal, he's dripped out like crazy. In terms of actual feats, he doesn't have any. Okay, let's go. Eunecta's negative aura. Okay, no. Eunecta's is 50... This is hard. Eunecta's is very hard. I think she might have to be neutral. Eunecta's never tries to look cool. However, she has a robot mech. In terms of Eunectes herself, she has negative aura, but then she also has a robot mech. It's really hard to judge. I feel like the robot mech is not enough to make up for Eunectes' everything else. She aura farms with her mech, but the moment she's out of the mech, it's gone. Exactly, Nico. Yeah, exactly. Any of her aura is completely unintentional. I think she aura farms when she is in her mech. She absolutely does. I feel like she's in the 50-50, but she's so... she's 1 W and hundreds of Ls. The only cool thing about her is her mech, so I think she has to go negative aura. Eunectes' real name harms her? Yeah, her name is Zoo Mama. Get in the robot, Shinji. What's that from, by the way? Even her mech is barely functioning. Yeah, but it definitely... It looks cool. Like, it's a mediocre mech, but because of its rustic, beaten down aesthetic, it still looks really cool. Check her skin? Sure. We'll look at Eunectes. I take it you just want to see her looking hot in her massive thighs. Like, you've got to remember, Eunectes doesn't really shower. So, while she might look cool here, when you smell her, you can tell she's a mechanic, and you can absolutely smell her. You would be able to smell her the sec before you saw her. She doesn't really shower that often. She is a mechanic. She absolutely stinks. I feel like she's gotta be negative aura. She has aura. No, she doesn't. She looks vaguely cool until she opens her mouth or does anything, and then it's all gone. She's extremely competent in a bloodline of combat. She replaces closure. Yeah, she's incredibly competent as an engineer, but she never looks cool. She's currently posed up, and she only looks cool inside her mech. Outside of that, every single action she does, every single time she shows up, it's looking cringe and being goofy. She smells like oil. She absolutely does. It's just a case of every time Eunectes does anything, it makes her look... it's embarrassing. Everything she does is embarrassing and cringe. I like Eunectes, but it is not cool. Doesn't she have a CG with Gavial? Let's see. I could be swayed if she has a cool CG. She's way better than Closure. Yeah, she absolutely is. Okay, yep, so here's her CG with Gavial, and it's just focusing on both of their asses. Then she also has a Reclamation Algorithm CG, but that, again, she's just too stinky. She's way too stinky. Like, look at this. This is the same problem as Chen. Too much of her boob is visible, and too much of her thigh is focused. So I'm sorry, I've got to give Eunectes negative aura. Anytime she looks cool, it is accidental. And she does not look as cool as Thorns to make up for how much of a nerd she is and how stinky she is. Now, Surta. This might be a bit controversial. This may be a little bit controversial. Surta does not have many feats, but all of Surta's feats are cool. I feel like she's actually relatively high up there. She's just a minor character. She's Skadi tier. I wouldn't quite put her as low as... Okay, I do actually feel like Skadi's a relatively good one-to-one. The difference is, Surta's demon does everything for her, which means even in combat, she's actively aura farming, whereas Skadi needs to get directly involved. She's mega aura farming. Yeah, Skadi... Part of it is just Ask's art style. Ask even made Entelekia's goofy haircut look cool. Cooler than normal? I feel like that's where I'm leaning as well. I feel like she's not quite as peak as, for example... I feel like she's perfectly in line with all of the cooler than normals. Actually, now that I think about it, I feel like she's perfectly in line with these. Maybe even consistent badass if she had more feats, but she doesn't. The bits of the lore we have of her from IS-4 and 5 are not aura. But hear me out. She stands there looking cool while a giant fire demon fights for her. Like, genuinely think about that. She stands there looking cool while her stand fights. If that is not aura farming, what is? So yes, the little we know about her personality is kind of lame, but she hasn't had as many appearances as Skadi, so it's not as bad that she doesn't really have any cool feats. Surta has no aura farming lore. Yeah, but Surta has her stand. She casually told a Ferrenmut to fuck off when it tried to take her over. Exactly. Like, she's not absolute peak. I wouldn't put her in badass. I wouldn't put her higher than this. But I feel like she's roughly on par with Chen. She just has fewer feats. Similar to Saria, she's kind of passively cool. She's cooler than normal. I can see the argument for her being with Skadi, but I feel like I kind of did Skadi dirty, I'm not gonna lie. I feel like Skadi might also belong up there. It's just a case of Skadi. Skadi has had, like, 7 major events and hasn't done anything. Surta showed up in 1 vignette and told a Ferrenmut to go fuck itself. That's why I consider them different. Surta has had much less screen time, so it's less egregious that she hasn't really done anything. Skadi is where she belongs. Based. Once she licks that ice cream, her aura becomes negative. The community has massively over-memed the ice cream thing. No, that is not her entire personality. Surta, after going through a traumatizing event, asked once to have ice cream, just as a comfort food. This is like if you said, hey, we've had a busy day at work, I'ma go grab a Hawaiian pizza. And then for the next 7 years, people called you Pizza Boy. And you'd never ate pizza again. That is what happened to Surta. It was just a case of we knew so little about her personality that she ate ice cream once and the community never let her live it down. So, that is the same thing as eating pizza once and being called Pizza Boy. That's not her fault, that's the community. Her recruitment animation in Enfield is her eating ice cream. Yeah, because they leaned into the meme. That's why we got Kevin as a character and Redblade as CC12. They understood the community and just decided to play along. Scardy's a dumb orca, for real, for real. Now, okay, on to Siege. Dat noob, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Does anyone actually think Siege looks cool? I'm being deadass. I'm actually trying to think about it. Does Siege, not Vina Victoria, Siege, have any cool moments at all? I am genuinely asking, not Vina. Act 2 is Vina Victoria. No. I like Vina. Okay, so everyone is kind of in agreement with me. Yes? Okay, Sten, please. Sten. What is the thing Siege does that is cool? Please let us know, because we're not talking Vina. Act 2 is Vina Victoria. We're thinking specifically Act 1. I like Siege's boobs, but that's it. You and every other Siege fan. Siege was my first operator I found cool, but only because of her skin. Yeah, she kind of looks cool, but that's it. She does a flip. Yes, that does count. That does count. Also, welcome in. Stop stalking me. Her E2 art looks like she's mewing. Oh my god, it absolutely does. She's constantly mewing. To clarify, I'm not saying Siege is negative aura. I wouldn't go that far. But I feel like she is the definition of neutral. The only thing she has going for her is that she's got a cool outfit and does a front flip. And carries a hammer. I could see the argument for her being minor or work in progress, but it's definitely one of these two. One of my characters has a bit of Siege in them. What, so they got bred by Siege? That's kind of based. If she gets aura later, doesn't she belong in work in progress? Not necessarily. If she didn't have any aura now and gained aura later, that didn't mean she was working in progress. That means she fixed it, if that makes sense. So you don't need to be in a work in progress to later become a work in progress. I feel like because of her front flip, I would count her as work in progress, though. She does have some cool moments. It's just really minor, and the lollipop does not help. Work in progress because she becomes Vina. Y'all are attributing Vina's actions to Siege. That's the thing. Like, I'm actually... The only cool thing about Siege is her S2 front flip. That is genuinely the only thing she has going for her. She doesn't get aura until fucking chapter 14. I could see the argument for her being Scardy tier, so I'll leave her there for now. Okay, now, Blemishine. Are there any arguments? Do we need to look further? Do we need to discuss this? Like, let's be dead ass. Do we actually need to discuss this? Anyone who thinks Blemishine has any aura, look me in the eyes and tell me you read Maria Nerl. Look me in the eyes and tell me you read her event. Blamia's work in progress. No, she's not orange. Look, the only thing we know... This is a summary of Blemishine's story for people who don't know. She's a very talented blacksmith who wears Nerl's old armor to participate in a tournament and has excellent stamina because she's a horse girl. She gets absolutely bodied in every single fight she's in and forfeits her positions in the finals to Nerl. And she gets almost assassinated like 7 times, where other people have to step in and save her. The only cool thing she has going for her is her skin. That is legitimately it, and even then that is a Halloween outfit. I haven't read Nerl family events yet. When you do, you'll understand. She is a cute little sister. She is not cool. Minor skill issue? Exactly. She's just too dorky. No, Kiwi, the only justification for her having armor, her having aura, is that her armor looks cool. But she is canonically wearing Nerl's old armor. So, the only aura she has is literally someone else's. Think about that for a second. The only cool thing about her is Nerl, her older sister. She's incredibly cute. I love her as a character, but aura-wise, it does not exist. Maybe if we get Blemishine Alter in the future, but as it stands, all of her story appearances are embarrassing. That's kind of sad. It really is. That's why I can't justify her. Inherited aura is aura? No, it's not inherited, because she constantly loses. Like, yes, she's very dedicated, in the fight she's in. But look, she has some cool moments in her story, but it ends with her forfeiting her spot in the finals to her sister. So you can't even say she wins. She wins. She does have some cool moments in her fights. Her refusal to give up, her strategic thinking, but she gets ratioed too hard by every other character in the event. That's the biggest problem. All of her cool moments are undercut by other characters being cooler. Sal thinks W is peak Aura, so questionable taste. Okay, do you disagree that W in Chapter 1, in Arc 1 rather, looks cool? If so, I'd be curious to hear why. You're very welcome to disagree, you don't need to explain yourself. But W, I'm talking up to and including Chapter 8, and I'm separating everything past that into wcyd. The event is full of Aura Farmers, yes. She does get to Aura Farm slightly in her event, but everyone else looks so cool. Now, Rosmontis, I feel like Rosmontis does have some. Rosmontis is kind of cool. She's not quite as negative aura as Kyuubi because she is genuinely a threat. She also has a really cool CG. And she takes out the entirety of Patriot's army. Single-handedly, basically. To clarify for people who haven't read it in a while, the canonical fight versus Patriot is Rosmontis beating everyone but Patriot, and then everyone else and Rosmontis fighting Patriot. That is how the fight canonically goes down. She is genuinely kind of intimidating. Hi, welcome in, Shadow. Welcome back. Ultimately, at peak, Ros is super peak. She murders all of her enemies. Yeah, she attacks people with a multi-100-kilo block of cement that she controls telepathically. I don't necessarily... She might be peak. I'm not sure. I do actually think she's definitely at least consistent badass. I don't know if she's peak. She's one of these two. She's either consistent badass or absolutely peak. But Rosmontis is really cool. I think it's just her age holding her back. Because, for example, this looks goofy as hell. She is a very young girl. She's like 14. She's just a child for Rhodes Island. Yeah, but she is really cool. The anime scenes did her so much justice. I'm really looking forward to the anime specifically for Rosmontis. Doesn't she have moments in Lone Trail? I didn't read Lone Trail. What did she do in Lone Trail? I only got like the summary. I didn't have time to read it. I haven't read that one yet. Did she show up in Lone Trail? And if so, please let me know what she did. Can people vouch for that? Because Rosmontis, absolutely in Chapter 8, holy shit, she's so fucking cool. Didn't she cut multiple buildings into ash? Yeah, she demolished multiple buildings and basically individually styled on the entirety of Patriot's faction. We're lacking in Agenda Knights content. Yeah, so share your agenda. Did you watch her losing control and almost destroying half of the city? Yeah, she's definitely very cool. She almost killed the person that... Oh, right, I remember that! I remember that. She did almost kill the person who experimented. That's right, I do remember that. Rosmontis, when she crashes out, is so peak, especially when she destroyed the wall while storing the... Yeah, okay, I think I've got to put Rosmontis up to peak. The more I think about it... Also, welcome in, Remedy. The more I think about it, every single time Rosmontis is on screen, she is intimidating. Despite being 14, she is genuinely intimidating. I think she's peak. I've got to say, I'm gonna put her right up there with Hella Daddy. She killed an old man for singing Country Roads. Can she get above peak? Can we improve it? Can we give her another tier for Rosmontis? She got pulled out of it by Ifrit, met the guy who experimented on her, and she wanted to kill him instead, removed all of his info so she forgets him. Oh, that's kind of wholesome. Yeah, she does have massive memory issues. She does have amnesia. She has so much aura, she needs to be put in a mental hospital. Okay, this is a perfect example for what I was saying about Rosa earlier. You can be mentally ill and really cool. You absolutely can be. Rosmontis is an example of that. This is why I say Poker is mentally ill in the sense of please get help. Rosmontis is mentally ill and aura farming. That is the difference. That is what's different. Now, let's get on to Mudrock, and I'm going to be a bit controversial here. Mudrock, if you're talking before she became an operator, absolutely aura farmed like crazy. Mudrock, as an enemy, has immense aura. As an operator, though, I don't know, Chief. I don't know, Chief. I feel like Mudrock's kind of embarrassing as an operator. First off, once she takes off the armor, she never puts it back on. Second off, she doesn't shower in the armor, and she just constantly dresses pretty and sexy. Dr. Seals Rosmonta's cookies, that's minus aura. No, that's treating her like a kid and trying to give her a healthy childhood despite everything that happened. That's absolutely fair. Doesn't she talk to rocks as an operator? Yeah, she actually just talks to rocks. Like, most of Mudrock's moments after becoming an operator are her talking to rocks. She's just a cute girl out of the armor. I know, it's so embarrassing. They talk back. No one else knows that, though. She has convertible aura. I feel like she's got to be 50-50. Because before she was an operator, she was absolutely insanely badass and intimidating. But the moment we actually met Mudrock, holy shit, she lost all of the aura she had. So if she put the armor back on and went back to her reunion days, she would go straight back to being cool. However, like, it is either this or negative aura. I feel like, unlike Eunectes, she has enough cool moments to offset her complete lack of aura. Hot take, Mudrock is just white Surtur. No. She has a much softer personality. She still wears reunion colors. It's pretty awkward. Yeah, I didn't think about that, actually. You're right. She still dresses like she's in reunion. That's a bit embarrassing. So yeah, I feel like she's a very clear-cut case of 50-50. Let's go on to Manticore. Okay. Manticore's difficult. I really want to rank Manticore highly. And she does have a lot of cool moments, but she also has a few iffy ones. Her outfits, she does look kind of cool. Part of that is just a scorpion. Being a scorpion is already pretty badass. Have you read the RA story? Yes, I have, unfortunately. Also, Manticore's main story is the way she got recruited was she tried to assassinate a Rhodes Island member. She's kind of more tragic than cool. The more you get to know her, the less cool she is. But she has an invisibility passive, where no one can really see her. Which means she hides her lack of aura. I want people to push and slander their agenda about their favorite operators. Absolutely. When we get to your favorites, give me as much propaganda as you can. So I do like Manticore. I feel like she's pretty consistently badass because most people can't interact with her, so their only experience is her showing up and killing people. Oh, thanks for the follow, Onyx. It's lovely to have you. Manticore's mid. I could see the argument for her being Surtur tier. I think it's one of these two. She's a scorpion. Yeah, the scorpion helps so much. Oh, thanks for the follow, Saphiria. Lovely to have you too. Glad you're both having fun. Hello? Lovely to have you. How's your day going? I'd put her in cooler than normal. I don't think she's quite as badass as Mystima. Part of the problem, though... Hey, South. Welcome in, Runabites. How have you been? It's lovely to see you again. Hello? Hello, Onyx. How's your day going? Spade census. Oh, Spade summoned to the gang. Lovely to have you all. Not enough propaganda can make Errata badass. Yeah, no amount of propaganda. Oh, thanks for the follow, Juicer. That's lovely to... Thank you very much. Glad you're having fun. Ethan has more aura. No, Ethan's voice. With all the love. Well, it's lovely to have you both. I hope you're having fun. I feel like for us, the audience, Manticore is cooler than normal, but hear me out. In Terra, Manticore is a consistent badass. The overwhelming majority of people do not ever see Manticore. She is an Omega stealthy assassin that has the same kind of reputation as Ascalon. They aren't aware that she's kind of an insecure girl failure who escaped from a cult. We are, so for us, she's cooler than normal. But I would consider Manticore actually a consistent badass in terms of how everyone else would see her. For us, she would be lower than this, but in terms of in-universe, she's a bit cooler than that. The stream is great as White Noise. It's an honor to be on White Noise. There are other homies, some from the other server. Hey, gotcha. Some people forgot her. We only get a reminder of her existence in Chapter 12. Manticore doesn't show up much, because basically no one can see her, so she's very hard to integrate as a character. Is stealth like the opposite of aura? Sort of? No, I'm not bald. How dare you slander me. She's a 5-star Ascalon? Exactly. She's just discount Ascalon. However, she's still really cool. It's not really a case, Shadow. Usually stealth would be the opposite of aura, but people are aware of Manticore. Manticore shows up and kills everybody. It's just no one can see her. She's an incredibly stealthy assassin, so she's cool in that way. She's not as peak as Phantom or Ascalon, but I feel like she's still definitely cool. For us, though, she would be a tier lower, but in universe, because they know so little about her, I would put her higher. When she shows up on screen, in universe, she's being cool. It's just us that's different. Now, I really hate to do this. There is a reason I was lingering so much on Manticore. Welcome! Oh, wait, no, wait. Sorry, I misread. I thought... Don't worry about it. She feels kind of lonely. She does, but most people can't hear her talk, so no one knows that. Okay, so... I really don't like this. I really don't like this, but I'm being honest here. Am I wrong? Like, think about it. Am I wrong to put Mountain as a consistent badass? I hate this, but am I wrong? I wouldn't call him quite peak because he's a bit too sensitive. He's too emotionally invested in what's going on. But he is unironically really cool, to my chagrin. I don't like it, but Mountain's gotta be a consistent badass. One counterpoint to Jesselton? No. Mountain styles on Jesselton in that event. Like, not directly. He is the demon... Actually, wait, you're kind of right. Never mind. Jesselton being Mountain's villain definitely makes Mountain less of a badass. Wait, actually, you're so right. No, you're so right. Mountain loses to Jesselton. That is minus 10,000 aura. Wait, that's actually so right. He got stomped by Jesselton. I'd forgotten about that. Kind of low on aura because he almost got killed by Robin. To be fair, Robin trying to kill him was an aura farming moment for Mountain. It's more the case of him getting stomped by Jesselton. No, I'm not bald. How dare you? Mountain had limiters on? Yeah, but still, that's a skill issue. If you have limiters on, you should still be able to style on it. How dare you, Superior? How dare you call me bald? What's wrong with that? Can we look at his skin? What, you just want to be horny for Mountain? Sure, let's look at Mountain's skin. Yeah, I get it. Mountain looks good. Let me guess, you want this one? Big, tough and tumble Tony the Tiger? No, I feel like I've got to put him up to consistent badass. He is... I don't like it. His skins are peak, they are. I think his coolest one is his E2, though. Him tearing out of his shackles to punch people. Skip, I know, right, scene. What CGs does he have? Not many. He only showed up in that one event. Mountain is generally cool. I know, I don't like it. I really don't like it. I feel like Mountain's gotta go consistent badass. I really hate this. I'm trying to be objective here. He is generally pretty cool. Unfortunately. I like him as a character. I wish the fandom was normal about him. Exactly. That's how I feel. If the fandom wasn't such freaks about him, it would be much easier to rank him there. Okay, now Arknights. Arknights is another bit of a weird character. I feel like she's got very minor aura. Or maybe even neutral. I think she's more towards neutral. Can't wait for Texas since I have a good image for her. You've got the propaganda locked and ready to go. Yeah, I feel like Arknights is just neutral. I'd put him one down. You're right. Let's slander all of the furries. Welcome in, Zax. Let's slander the furries. I'm willing to take that argument. I agree. She's an idol in my heart. Yeah, but she's not cool. Arknights, at best, minor aura. She does not aura farm. She's constantly trying to shield beer for her monastery. Her IS module is aura. I agree with that, but that's not out on EN. She has aura? Not really. She's a nun with a gun? No, she's a nun with a crossbow. Her crossbow is really cool, though. It is pretty cool. I would be willing to put her at minor aura. I'd be willing to put her siege tier, where it's just she kind of generally looks cool, but doesn't really do anything. That is the highest I'd be willing to put her. I think she's more in line with neutral, because her personality. Like, she looks cool until she talks, and then she goes down to neutral. So yeah, I've got to be real. I like Arknights, but she's not even minor aura. She doesn't do anything. This is the only cool part about her. Every other piece of content is her being dead-ass neutral. Until she gets her IS module in a few months, where she becomes an actual deity, and has an extra 3 fucking tiles of range, and outranges Fartooth. I do feel like she has a tiny amount of aura, but not enough to be put on the same tier as even Siege and Skadi. Okay. Nightingale, I'ma be dead ass. Does anyone need clarification for why Nightingale has negative aura? No, it is not just because she's a cripple. But that definitely doesn't help. It's just a case of she doesn't do anything cool. The only cool thing she has is gameplay-wise. She is just a medic. She's very passive. She doesn't really actively do stuff. Shining has aura. Nightingale does not. Sad, tragic, exactly. She does have aura to her, but it is not cool aura. It is different. I know one cripple that'll be peak. You mean Lemoen? I wouldn't put her in peak, but she's definitely cool. Can we see Shining skin? Sure. While we discuss Shining, let me put the OG Guna skin on screen for you. Sure, take a gander. There you go. Guna skin. Shining has aura. Don't forget she's part of the bench CG. She absolutely does have aura. Skip? What do you mean skip scene? This is a live stream. You can't just skip. So, Shining... I don't know if she's peak. I wouldn't put her in peak. Doesn't Nightingale have a CG? I don't think so. Let's see. Nightingale. No, not that I'm aware of. Looks like no. Nice booba. Yeah, it's the OG Guna skin. 10 seconds fast forward. Oi! Oi, this is a live stream. How dare you? We want the Shining skin for real, for real. I'm not a Guna most of the time, and I built Shining for the skin, then I dropped it for Lumen, because Lumen skin is hotter. That's fair. Okay, now look, fine. We'll pull up the Shining CG. The park bench is really cool. Okay, Shining Mlinar. Maybe that'll pull it up. You need certain keywords. The problem with this is, yes, Shining has aura, but in this image... Mlinar is still mogging her. Absolutely mogging her. So I would put her as consistent badass, but she is not peak. Mlinar is an example of peak. Like, she's just sitting there looking ready to go and unhappy about things. Mlinar looks fucking miserable and is reading the newspaper. Even in this scene, she is getting absolutely ratioed by Mlinar. So while I think she's pretty cool, I don't think she's quite peak. I think she's high on the consistent badass tier. She looks homeless. She does look like a wandering vagrant in a Jansha novel. Her unsheathed sword is aura, but we very rarely see it. Shining does definitely have a lot of aura. She's either peak or second from peak. Being mogged by Mlinar is nothing to be ashamed of. He's Mlinar. But that's what I'm talking about. How can you say a character is peak when, by default, you expect them to lose to another character? She does not stand a chance against Mlinar. Yes, it's nothing to be ashamed of. But if you take a look at Helga, Helga could stand up to Mlinar. Rosmontus could stand up to Mlinar. Blaze could look as cool as Mlinar. Phantom could look as cool as Mlinar. But when you compare Shining to Mlinar, it is not even close. Back to the rock mines. Have fun, Shadow! Have fun farming 1-7. So, yeah, I think Shining is kind of cool. She's definitely up there. She's not quite as peak as other operators. Because she's too busy being a healer. If she pulls out her sword, if we ever get Shining Altar, that will be peak. Shining over Mlinar. I just disagree. Welcome in, Mlinar. Welcome in, Owari. Should I just call you Mlinar? Look, in this CG, Shining looks like... Ooh, I'm going to need to teach someone a lesson. You're really going to make me draw my sword? So she is invested in the moment. Mlinar's reading the news. Mofos be like 1-7 is hell, me farming red certs. I know, right? So yeah, I'm happy with that. I'm happy with her being the peak of consistent badass. Ifrit's hard. I feel like Ifrit is minor aura because she's a child. She's a work in progress. She could be really cool in a few years, but as she is now, it's too work in progress. She has the right attitude, but she's too young. I'm farming blue rocks. Oh, that's tragic. I'm also out of gel entirely. I have legitimately one gel. And I've been buying the green cert gel just to tide me over as best I can. Ifrit has aura in Lone Trail. I agree. Every time we've seen Ifrit, she's been building towards more aura, but I feel like she's too young and is still a work in progress. If we ever get adult Ifrit, I would expect her to be peak. Every time she shows up, she gets cooler. Ifrit needs more Rhine events. She could aura farm so well. Exactly. Like, every time she shows up, she's aura farmed more, but I think she's still a work in... Yeah, actually, I think that's fair, Zax. She's more a 50-50. She's held back by being a child. She's not like Rosmontus. She's still growing into it. But she does have some really cool moments. Does song request work here? Apologies, Xander. No, it doesn't. I couldn't figure out how to get it working. Lovely to have you, though. How's your day going, Xander? Lovely to have you. And no, sorry. My stream song request doesn't work here because I am incompetent at technology. There's a manga with Ifrit. Yeah. She also looks really cool with that. Ifrit as of now is like 19 as of chapter 15. She could be an adult. They need alters. I really do hope we get Ifrit and Rosamond as alter. I love seeing the trainee operators in their full potential. That was what I really loved about, for example, Cruce alter, Lava alter, Hibiscus alter. That was really cool. Tired? I'm sorry to hear that, man. Ifrit fought Saria. Yeah, she is leaning on Saria. I have no doubt Ifrit will eventually surpass Saria in terms of coolness. But she's not there yet. Waiting for Ifrit to say my wife? What, you mean Aya? I goofed up a projector. Oh, that's unfortunate. It'll be alright. Cruise Ultra is just great because she's hot. Yeah, she is very hot. One of the chibi commands, all of them are banned. A lot of operators could go and work in progress, so many have potential. Yeah, but we're going off of what we can see. Not Aya, but Nia. Okay, gotcha. Now Aya. Aya? It's a hard one. She's a university student who's a volcanologist. Combat-wise, she's very cool. But in lore, she has negative aura. She is blind, she is deaf, she doesn't know what's going on. And when we got Aya Alta before the event was properly translated, people thought she was having a fever dream as she died of erypathy. So, I'm sorry, Aya. I feel like you've got to go in negative aura. Gameplay-wise, if Aya is really cool, but plot-wise, she just simply is not. I don't know what to tell you. Where Palace were not up to a net yet. Truly negative aura. I'm glad people agree with me. I thought that one might be controversial because her S2 and S3 are genuinely cool, but plot-wise, she is just not cool. They named the event So Long Adele. I know, right? I'm glad it wasn't just me. Negative aura, even in So Long Adele, she really does. Now, Ixuzie. Ixuzie is too... Oh, damn. Suki, stop stealing my thoughts. Ixuzie is too energetic and hyperactive to be absolutely peak, or even consistently badass, but I would put her cooler than normal. She is basically a Black Ops explosive expert. She is a domestic terrorist for fun. Ixuzie definitely looks cool if she shuts her mouth. The problem is, every time she starts talking, all of the coolness goes straight out of the window. But outside of that, she looks pretty cool. She's just such a goober. So I actually feel like she's got to be a 50-50. Exu's amazing. I love her so much. I really love Eku. Up until I was forced to by the Subathon, Eku E2 was my loading screen character, my assistant character for years. Shouting apple pie isn't badass? No. Shouting apple pie or rock and roll is not badass. Check DMs? Sure. What's your propaganda here, Shadow? What are you... Why are you sending me porn? If she leans more into the religious, lunatic part of her personality, she'd be way cooler. Absolutely. She is so cool when she's being serious and saying, oh, Lord, I will be with you no matter what. A lot of her lines are really cool. She has... I feel like she's above 50-50. The more I think about it, Ixuzie is really cool, legitimately. Is she a tomboy? Sort of. She's more like incredibly energetic pixie pop. Lemuel, our beloved. Lemuel is really cool. I don't think I can justify her being a consistent badass because of her personality. However, in terms of feats, whenever Ixuzie shows up, she does something cool looking. So I would actually say she's cooler than not. It's from an, I think, official manga. Oh, I just assumed that was, Katao Kasan. Same with Eku Alta. I feel like Eku Alta might be consistent badass, but we're not getting up to her today. It's already 2 hours in. It's 2 hours in and we're not even up to Project Red. We are not completing this tier list today. Oh my god, I massively underestimated how long this would take. Official manga has porn? No, don't worry about it. It does not. I got it confused with something else. Source, please? No. You don't want to see it. You don't want to see it. Even if you find Eku attractive, you don't want to see Eku porn. It is a well-known meme in the community. Okay, now Angelina. I really like Angelina. Outside of her bloodline of combat, I don't think she has much aura. She is too much of a girl-next-door sweetheart. Angelina's a massive work in progress. Exactly. I feel like Angelina is the poster child for work in progress. This is the end result. The end result is incredibly badass. but she is not there yet. I thought it was going to be 6-star only. We could try to do all of the 6 stars today, but even then we wouldn't succeed. She is wife, not aura farming. Exactly. She is a work in progress. She could become really cool one day. As it stands, she is not yet. I love Bloodline outfits so much. I really do as well, because it shows them at their absolute peak. The ability to float is at least neutral. Oh, no, she's above neutral. She does really cool things. Even just the fact that she has gravity powers absolutely lifts her above neutral. It's just, while she's really cool in her bloodline of combat, she's not there yet. Everything else about her is more like wife-style, girlfriend-style, girly pop. So she is a work in progress for me. I want the belt BDM. Yes, she is a walking hot topic, BDSM. How many belts you got looking ass? Erasing collapsals from existence is pretty cool. Oh, is that what she does as Bloodline of Combat? If we ever get older Angelina where she's at full power, I think she will legitimately be peak. As she is now, though, she's work in progress. That's why I'm putting her in work in progress rather than neutral. We know what she ends up as, even if she's not there yet. She's W's girlfriend? Do you mean Inez? Lift up an entire town and drop it on her enemies. She could absolutely do so. Okay, now Silver Ash. Hear me out, hear me out. There is only one thing we need to see for Silver Ash to establish why he is absolutely peak. There is only one piece of information we need, even though Silver Ash gets absolutely mogged by every single person he has ever hired. That doesn't matter. Silver Ash is absolutely, without a doubt, peak. Look at this suave motherfucker. Calmly sitting in a burning building, knowing his badass bodyguard is going to save him, not a single doubt in his mind. He doesn't care if he burns to death, he is going to look cool while doing so. This guy aura farms like his life depends on it. Exactly. He aura farms so hard that even all of his employees are aura farming. Every single time, like, he is not necessarily cool himself, but he is absolutely aura farming at every stage. Every single CG, every single moment, every single story beat, Silver Ash is always trying to look cool, even if other people look cooler. He is constantly aura farming. Who is that on the right? This is an NPC named Ratatos. She is an NPC only. We might get her one day, but it's unlikely. Silver Ash is always aura farming. Exactly. Like, I've got to be dead ass. He is peak, and it is not really in contention. His aura passive allows for faster redeploy. Okay, exactly. Exactly. Even his passive in-game is aura farming so hard, other people show up faster. I'm not worrying, I got people for that for real. He hires Gnosis to worry for him. Dying is no excuse not to look cool. That is unironically his personality. His personality is, even if I'm dying, I'm looking cool while doing so. I don't give a shit. He is absolutely Giga Chad. He is the OG aura farmer. Every time he shows up, it's to look badass. That is all you need. More in the future, that would be hype. Okay, now Amiya. We're finally up to the 5 stars. We're finally... Oh my god. We're finally up to the 5 stars. I feel like Amiya is not quite a consistent badass because she's too young and too emotionally invested. But I feel like she's definitely cooler than average. She aura farms a lot, it's just she also cares way too much. Part of that is her empathy. 50-50. Yeah, I do actually feel like Amiya is a good example of 50-50. It's just the 50% cool is so ridiculously extremely high. The daughter has arrived. I do really like daughter. This feels too low. I almost feel like she needs her own tier. She is peak, but with a massive asterisk. Her standing up to Peja, it was cool, but every other moment wasn't. No, but she's constantly aura farming with how she looks. Her fighting Tallulah alongside Chen was also cool. I just feel like Amiya has massive protagonist energy, obviously, but it's just a case of everyone around her is also so badass. It's really hard. She aura farms so much. It's just the... There's also Amiya from IS-5. I know, like, that's the problem. Amiya IS-5 CG is so fucking badass as well. And she becomes an outright boss. She's so hard to rank, because she has such high highs. Oh, thanks for coming, Scene. Have a lovely rest of your day. We're talking all variants? Yes, we're talking all variants of Amiya, because I don't think this list segregates it. Medmia does aura farm. I feel like default Amiya would be probably above average, but everyone else is just absolutely peak. Also, welcome in, Chap Chap. IS5 Armia is a whole nother level. I know. Okay, I've got to do it. I've got to do it. I'm not super happy about this. She's definitely on the low end of peak because she has things holding her back. But she is really cool. Why does Boss Amir have that Philanore pose? Who's Philanore? I don't know that one. But yeah, Shadow, the way this list works, I believe Amir Medic and Amir Guard are counted as normal Amir. I don't think they separate between them, unfortunately. Dark Souls 3? Oh, sorry. I only played that once, not to completion. See You Soon had a aura farming scene where she blocked an entire army. Yeah, okay, I think she's got to go peak. She has too many cool moments. She has too many absolutely insane cool moments. It makes up for all of her minor negatives, like crying and caring. Could you check at least? Sure. Let's see. Oh wait, okay, no. There are different versions of Armia. Okay, that's good to know. Why did it start with Guard Armia? I would say Guard Armia is absolutely peak, as is Caster Armia. It's only default Armia who is not. That is where I would land on this. So let's actually rank the other versions of... I think normal Armia is a 50-50. Guard Armia and Medic Armia are absolutely peak. I think it's just normal Armia who brings them down. Hey, homie, I can stray it. Oh, hey, we've got another bot. Oh, thank you for the offer, but that's fine. I appreciate that, but don't worry about it. Okay, no, that's good to know. Thank you, Shadow. I wouldn't have thought to check. Let's see if we can find Medic Amia without too much scrolling. If we can, I'll radar now. Okay, there we go. I feel like Medic Amia and Guard Amia are both pretty peak. It's just default Amia that's not. Amia has too many moments. We need to separate them for real. She has so many moments. It's crazy. This isn't like 100%. I could see them going slightly down to consistent badass. But overall, we can all agree that Caster Armia, she is the least cool, and then she just gets cooler from there. Caster Mia's best moment is Purse Patriot. Yeah, but she has a lot of crying moments where she cares a lot. Otherwise, meh, exactly. Project Red. I'm very biased here. I think Project Red is a... No, actually... Okay, no. Because of Lapland Ultra event, Project Red is not a consistent badass. She got absolutely demolished by character development. Outside of that, she would be a consistent badass, but she did get brought down a little bit because of Lapland Ultra. Hello, South. Welcome in, OWAP! Lovely to have you. Project Red started off as a really cool, mysterious assassin, but as it stands now... Because of her event showcase, she got dragged down. It's tragic. She ended up losing to Crown Slayer, and she and Lunacub combined barely slowed down Vulpus. So, Red shits on Crown Slayer, she's good enough. No, but she also gets betrayed by Grandma and kind of has a breakdown and gets beaten by Crown Slayer. And her and Lunacub combined could not stand up to Vulpus. She did kind of get ratioed. Everyone clowned on Clown Slayer, but then they also clowned on Red. I hope she has more in the future. I could see her going up more in the future. She is still quite mentally young. But as it stands, I think she's cooler than normal, but just has a few failure moments. Cliffheart, I'm sorry, lady. You are the most neutral aura character I can think of. Her obsession with Fluffy Tail drops her from consistent badass. That's actually fair, Zax. That's pretty fair. Vulpus also fucked up Lapland. Yeah, Vulpus is a badass. And I'm sorry to the Cliffheart fans, but let's be real. I'm also a Cliffheart fan. None of us like Cliffheart because she's cool. The only cool thing she did was climb a mountain. We like her because she has nice thighs. Let's be honest here, everybody. This is an open space. Cliffheart is not embarrassing, she's not negative aura, but she does not do anything cool. She's higher if Silver Ash doesn't exist. No, I would not consider her higher, even if Silver Ash doesn't exist. She doesn't really do anything. She gets aura from having true damage. Yeah, but that doesn't really count as personality. That's a gameplay thing. Cliffheart climbs mountain. Yeah. She climbs mountain. She and Anthony start a family together. That's why they leave Rhodes Island. Silver Ash is that desperate to continue the bloodline. Whoa, voice wasn't as expected. Welcome in, Frequency 15. My name is Southard Violence. I'm a cringe assassin and bisexual's wet dream. No, absolutely. You wouldn't expect this voice from a female model, but lovely to have you. Thanks for checking me out. Sorry if it's not your cup of tea, but I appreciate it anyway. She gets work in progress from being related to Silver Ash. I don't quite know about that. Oh, thanks for the follow. Glad you're having fun. Cliffheart gets shafted, no character development. Yeah. I would consider Pramanix work in progress, but Cliffheart, she just doesn't accomplish anything. I like her hat. Her hat is nice. You let me get flashbanged? Yes, sir. I'm a walking flashbang. What can you do about it? Man, one of these days I need to start talking in my normal voice again on stream. I just get so excited because I enjoy streaming a lot. It is what it is. Okay, now Feet Eater. Gat moe desu. Sumimasen nihongo hanasanai. Okay, Feet Eater. I feel like she's just a better version of Nyan. She just looks cooler than Nyan. I'm gonna be honest. Fita is everything. In terms of appearance, she is just outright better than Nyan in every way. She looks way cooler than Nyan. Yes, Nyan is cooler and can do more. But her skins are kind of goofy. It's mainly her E0 where she looks cool. Cliff climbed a mountain in a deadly blizzard to help a village. Yeah, but at the same time, that's her only notable trait. I see Booba Iawuga. It is, I don't necessarily think... It's hard. I think she actually might be minor. It's just Kung Fu is kind of cool. She's a professional aura farmer because she's an actor. Yeah, but when you think about it, who do you think aura farms better? Phantom or Fita? Good morning, South. Welcome in, Hollow. I hope you slept well. Lovely to have you. Metal freaking fist. Yeah, it's hard to say. The gauntlets are really cool. It's just her other outfits are really goofy. But the gauntlets are really cool. I'm going to put her in above average because of the gauntlets. She's a Kung Fu fighter who attacks you with giant metal gauntlets. I will consider that above average. Her E2 is aura. Her face looks really weird in her E2 and I can never unsee it. And also her leg is in the wrong position. If her biology was correct and her leg was where it should be, she would be flashing the camera. So they moved her leg so that she's not flashing. But as it stands, her leg does not currently connect to her torso properly. Okay, I'll put Fita in cooler than normal. I do think she's above normal. But she does have a lot holding her back. Estina, nothing. Negative aura. Estima is Rosa, but not cool and is a book nerd. I'm sorry to the 0.5 Estina fans out there. Nothing about her is cool. She's just a nerd. Bye, Rest. I gotta run. Have fun, Dad Noob. Thanks for coming by. She throws cakes. Yeah, there is nothing cool about her. It's unfortunate. I like her design, but she is just an old school nerd. She looks like she could be your grandma with the way she dresses. Now, Pruvence. Pruvence is hard to rank. Lore-wise, Pruvence is kind of cool, but she has, similar to Hoshiguma, the weird feet. Lore-wise, Pruvence does have a lot of aura farming moments, but she's too busy helping people to properly try and look cool. She throws encyclopedias and food. Yeah, we are not debating Estina. She is very low there. Look at her skin. Yes, she does have Guna skins. I am aware. I am well aware that she has massive Guna skins. Don't you worry. But then she also has this one where she's back to looking cool. She's kind of neutral. I feel like she's slightly above neutral. Because when she shows up, she's more along the line of Skadi, Siege, and Angelina, where when she shows up, she does do cool things. She just doesn't really actively try to look cool. She looks cool by being competent rather than actively trying. Which Guna skin? Yeah, exactly, both of them. All of Pruvence's outfits are Guna, because, except for her E0, because she shows so much skin. Like, why does she remove everything covering her belly for no reason? No, I think I'm happy with that. I think I'm happy with her slightly above neutral. She's not quite as bad as Cliffheart. She does have badass moments. She's a survivor. She helps people in the wake of catastrophes. She's a messenger. Wait, Proven skin 1 second, please. Sure. She's hand-holding a crab. How lewd. It's for less air resistance. True. Why didn't I think of that? Why is the wolf in BDSM gear? Are you really asking that after seeing Angelina? Also, welcome in golf! My only opinion is her tail. Yeah, the tail stops her being any higher than slightly above neutral. Where are we? We are still very early on. Oh my god, this is gonna be like a 20-part series. It's been 2 hours, and I've sorted like 10% of the game's roster. Oh shit. I might need to start... Okay, do I try to go faster, or do I take my time and just make this a 20-part series? It is what it is. There are some upcoming that are relatively easy, though, so not all of these will take that long. We are definitely not getting through all of them today. Blue Poison does not have aura at all. I know. She has cool poison. She's incredibly insecure about her cooking, a bit of a weirdo, and her main known feat is the meme of her giving the doctor a blowjob under the desk. I see the regret in your eyes. No, I like this. It's just, man, I'm bad at time management. The lack of lore for Blue Poison is kind of sad. Yeah, everything we know about Blue Poison, she looks cool, but then you meet her, and all of that's gone. Firewatch is neutral. The only cool thing about Firewatch is that she summons nukes, but her whole gimmick is that some other people killed her entire squad and she feels sad about it. I thought it was Telopsis that gave head, yeah, but that adapted to become both of them later on. The good news is that 5 stars will mostly be pretty easy. Firewatch does not have any aura, but she's not missing aura. She's just kind of a tragic figure, just doing her own thing. Meteorite. Meteorite's actually going to be a little bit hard. Let's see, Meteorite. She's a depressed deer. Exactly, she's just too depressed to have aura. Depression is Firewatch's personality, for real. Now, the main thing... This skin, Meteorite, looks really cool. I do think she looks kind of cool here. I think she's in the Skadi tier. She's squared up with Frostnova even if she lost? Yeah. Meteorite is kind of generic mercenary NPC captain. So they do have some aura, but they're mainly used to set up more important threats. I feel like she's minor. She has a little bit of aura, but she's mainly used to set up other characters and other NPCs as badasses. The OG tactical nuke is neutral. Platypus, we're talking personality-wise. Welcome in, lovely to have you, but we're talking personality, we're not talking gameplay, otherwise Aya would not be in negative. Aya's gameplay is really cool, but in terms of what she does in lore, it is nothing. She's the aura setter. That's a good way to describe her. She's like Morb, that guy from Star Trek, right? The one who's supposed to be really cool but loses every fight. I don't know, I didn't watch Star Trek. I think his name is Morb. She has aura, but the artist lowers it. The artist did a great job with her outfits, it's just her face. Now, Platinum. This may come as a surprise to people. Platinum absolutely has aura. Most people know her as a weirdly flirty girl who's just kind of a sort of vapid bimbo stereotype personality. But no, Platinum absolutely has aura. Once again, you need to have read Maria Noel. The memes turn her into a funny girl, yeah, but her actual in-game personality is completely different from the memes. Platinum's main story feat is being an assassin and going, oh hey, Noel is causing us trouble. Why don't we take Blemishine and cut off all of her fingers and deliver them to Noel's doorstep? That'll stop her. And then she also fights Noel and Flametail in a 2v1 and gets out of there. So she is nowhere near as peak as someone like Mlinar, but everyone in Maria Noel is aura farming. To the point where Blemishine was kind of neutral. That's how badass everyone was. Super makes her a meme. A lot of people make her a meme. That's not just Super. But I actually do think Platinum, story-wise, is a consistent badass. Yes, she's kind of a vapid girl. She's definitely on the lower tier of consistent badass. But I would say every time she shows up, she's doing something cool. And the only detractions are her putting up the front of a sort of normal, flirtatious, slightly vapid girl to get under people's skin so that she can assassinate them better while they're distracted. That was not her idea. No, Kuro, that was her idea, unless I'm misremembering. From memory, she was the one who suggested we cut off her fingers and leave them at Nell's doorsteps. Her being an assassin wasn't her idea, but she absolutely got into the role. Unless I'm misremembering. Apologies if that is the case. It has been a few years since I've read this. From memory, she didn't really want to be an assassin, but she's good at it. She's very, very good at it. I feel like she's definitely at least cooler than normal. I'm going to put her in consistent badass for now. Maybe I'll revisit that later. Too bad she'll never be able to use the ab roller. Yeah, that was a funny meme. All of the memes drag Platinum down, but in terms of actual story beats, she is pretty impressive. Praminix, minor aura, work in progress. Slightly cooler than Cliffheart, but doesn't really accomplish anything. I don't really necessarily think we need to spend much time on Praminix. She has a few badass moments, mainly in service to Kajera, but by herself doesn't really do anything. Savage is neutral. Savage is too much of a mama. She can be badass when she wants to be, but she doesn't want to be. She is legitimately just your mother. She is the Doctor's adopted wife. Every time Savage shows up on screen, it's to act like a mother figure, which is really not what I expected when you saw her badass art. Like, art-wise, you would really expect Savage to be an aura farmer, or a Guna, given her amazing thighs in her E2. But then she got this skin, and this is just a better representation of her personality. She is not at all interested in aura farming. She does not care about looking cool, she is just your wholesome wife. So she is basically the definition of neutral. It's not that she's embarrassing, she just has other priorities. She makes good cookies, though. Ooh, wink wink nudge nudge. I always forget about Savage. Of course you do, she's terrible. She's power crept by Estelle, the 4-star. Maya. I like Maya. Maya has negative aura. I gotta be real. Maya has absolute negative aura. She forgets to shower, she forgets to eat, she forgets to sleep. She had to program her robots to remind her to do all of this. She's constantly stinky, and the only thing she cares about is engineering, much like Eunectus. So, while her Mibu drones are cool gameplay-wise because they blow up, she has zero aura. It is what it is. Likewise, Sora. I'm sorry, Sora, but you are unironically just an idol. Nothing you do looks cool. Skip Sora, she also has negative aura and she's an idol. Handshake emoji, Serenity handshake. You forgot her E2 when she's looking back at the explosion. Yeah, but cool guys don't look at explosions, so that's a skill issue. Red Star Server Paradise, for real. My bet Savage gonna get an Ultra in the 7th anniversary. That would be kind of hype. As a Maya enjoyer, I agree. Yeah, like, I am a Maya enjoyer. I'm a waifu. Welcome in, Arknights! Ooh, where would you be? Where would you be? Franca. Okay. Franca's 50-50. Hear me out. Franca's gotta be 50-50. Yes, Franca has some really cool moments, but then every other moment is her being a girl failure flirting with Liskarm. So, either Franca looks cool or is flirting with Liskarm. She alternates between the two. She may be mommy, but she has... Actually, yeah, I guess she's kind of more like Savage, where she's got more Ara energy. I feel like with her thermal blade and her sadistic personality, she does actually kind of look cool. She feels like 50-50 below minor, if that makes sense. She's hard to rank. She's either 50-50 or neutral. I would lean towards her being 50% cool, because her thermal blade as a concept is pretty impressive and dangerous. It's just she spends so much of her personality as her flirting with Liskarm. It's really hard to rank. Half of her fucking personality is just her flirting with someone who isn't interested. She just sexually harasses Liskarm 24/7. That's her entire personality. I'll leave her... I feel like she's halfway between minor and neutral, so I'll leave her... I'll just put her at neutral. She either has a minor amount of aura or is negative aura, so I feel like she's neutral. Welcome in, Kingsman. Decadenza has peak aura. I would agree with that. Need a gay rank? Yeah, I'm gonna be real. Wait, actually, hang on. Look, let me add a row above. This is their person. This feels better. What do we think? What are we thinking? Does this make sense to everybody? This is distinct from the above, but it is, like, it's kind of close, but it is distinct. They're too busy being into other people to care about their opinion. That just feels better to me. Let's change the color. Let's change it to a bright pink, obviously. I wonder why. I feel much happier about that, because yes, Schwartz is badass, but man, her personality ruins that. Truly a fitting tier, who knows who will be there soon? Probably not too many, because most of the characters aren't as defined by their sexual interest as this. Even if they're lesbian, for example, Scavenger is canonically lesbian. She's one of Pruvence's many stalkers. I feel kind of bad for her. Pruvence, that is. She has multiple stalkers. But Scavenger, I would not put in the Gage category, because she's more about looking cool. But Franca and Schwartz's personalities are just being gay. I already know where Gnosis is going. Yeah, absolutely peak, obviously. Gay tier unlocked. To clarify, this is not the only tier gay characters can go. It is just these two, their personality is being gay. Saria, no. Saria, it doesn't matter. Saria still looks cool. That's what I'm talking about. Being gay does not every gay person is in the gay tier. But everyone in the gay tier is gay. Like, this isn't derogatory at all. It's just impossible to rank them, because too much of their personality is flirting with other people. They are too gay to aura farm. Exactly. That's why it's gauge. It's not derogatory. Okay, Spectre. I'm biased here, but Spectre Alta, I would actually say, is not as cool as normal Spectre. But normal Spectre is absolutely peak. Her main gimmick is she's so insane, she refuses to die even as her bones break. She just rejects the concept of death. Normal Spectre is peak badass. Spectre Alta is a little bit lower, still badass, but her being sane is a massive detractor. Normal Spectre is an example of insanity being very attractive and very cool. Same as normal Lapland. Okay, look. Yes, you can tell I'm biased towards the insane. I'm just saying my truth. Spectre Alta has the Franca issue where she's flirting. Exactly. Spectre Alta is still cool, but she's just too busy flirting. Death fears Spectre. I know, right? It's crazy. Normal Lapland is badass and gauge. Yeah, that's the thing. She is not in the gay tier just because of her obsession with Texas. She still managed... Okay, I actually think Lapland is more of a... I feel like normal Lapland is more of a consistent badass than peak. She is too obsessed with Texas to be absolutely peak. I hard disagree, I fucking love... No, I love Spectre Altasten. It's just she's too busy flirting with Irene to look cool. She still does look cool, it just drags her down slightly. She's too busy just sexually harassing Irene. I feel like Lapland can't be quite peak. She's too obsessed with Spectre. No, too obsessed with Texas. She's too focused on flirting with Texas and looking cool for Texas. But she has a lot of really cool moments. I would say Lapland's weapon detracts from her aura. Yeah, the giant... the giant fucking handguards are kind of goofy. Lapland OG slammed a semi-truck... Okay, wait, actually you're right. Wait, you're right. Never mind. Never mind, I forgot. I forgot. Lapland rammed a semi-truck into a courthouse just because she felt like it. I had forgotten about that. You're absolutely right. Also, welcome in Lucerus! I feel like Lapland is halfway between peak and consistent badass, or halfway between peak and gay. South Base Lapland stalled against a beast lord for 3 days straight in the wilderness. Yeah, she is cool. She's just also goofy. Hi, buddy. Welcome in, Wishadel. Lovely to have you. How's your day going? Yeah, look, I was trying to fight my own bias, but I think Lapland is actually really cool. If anything, me liking a character should be an indicator that they're cool because I'm a massive edgelord. One of my favorite shows of all time is Eminence in Shadow, and I don't like it ironically. I like it because it's cool. I've been here a bit. Sorry, I just forgot to say hi to you. She's here. Sadly, we're not up to ranking Wishadel yet. But at least normal W is peak. Now, Indra. I'm so sorry to the Glasgow enjoyers. I like Indra. She should, in theory, be cool. However, all of them are such girl failures in the story. Every time they show up, they get completely demolished and accomplish nothing. By rights, Indra and Dagda should be cool, but they just aren't. Like, I love Indra, but she's just so non-cool. She looks intimidating. Yeah, I could sort of see her being a work in progress. She's just massively dragged down by her associates. Because credit where it's due, Indra does look really, really cool. It's just in terms of actual plot. Man, she doesn't succeed. Glasgow Gang is cool, but gets power clapped. Yeah, Glasgow Gang would be really cool in a different world. Indra's aura is no one even has her after playing for 3 years. Welcome in, Shangri-La. Absolutely fair. Indra in her dreams. Yeah, I feel like Indra does actively aura farm. She's just held back by her associates. The brass knuckles massively help. So I'll put her at some aura. She does have some. She sounds like she'd shiv you in a Liverpool alley. Yeah, she's British. To be fair, Eminence in Shadow is really well written. It is. Eminence in Shadow is very well written. It's written to be edgy trash, but it's very well written. She's trying to be cool, but her E2 has no aura. I would say her E2 still has some aura. She does look really cool in her E2. Cooler than her E1, because her E1 you can see how weird her shirt is. Her E2, she stands stuff and fighting. Her aura is personified by the tiger. That's fair, Kuroyuki. That is fair. Especially that... Actually, yeah, that's a really good way of summing it up. That tiger's so goofy. The highest I can justify her is minor aura. I'm gonna do it because I love her, but man. Okay, now default no. Keep in mind, this is not Nerl the Radiant Knight. This is default Nerl. I feel like default Nerl is slightly cool, work in progress. That's where I feel she fits. Everyone likes to call you Cockroach, that's sad. It is pretty funny that no one really calls him W or wcyd. It's Cockroach or Walter. That's the only thing people ever call her. But hey, look. wcyd is very, very attractive. I cannot wait for her maid skin. I'm so excited. She looks amazing. I've read the novel, it's really good. I agree. I read the light novel as well. Nerl gave her old armor some aura. Yeah, but default Nerl... Actually, wait, no. I forgot Chapter 0. Chapter 0 was written badly, but default Nerl had some cool moments there. I feel like she's cooler than normal. When she shows up, she's a force to be reckoned with. She's a very badass defender. She makes it work with heals. She's nowhere near as cool as Nerl the Radiant Knight, but she is still pretty cool. I had forgotten the very early chapters. It's been so long since I read like chapters 0 through 2, but Nerl does have some cool moments there. And yeah, she also does have one cool moment during chapter 7. So, never mind. I was confusing how many of her feats were Nerl the Radiant Knight. She is still really cool because of her fight versus Tallulah. Still waiting for the Idol W skin. I'm very content with the edgy maid. I'm very happy with it. She was kicking ass in earlier chapters. Exactly. It took me a second to remember. I do call her wcyd. I can't spell it. Oh, you spelled it correctly? It's just this. Unless you mean the special characters, in which case, no one can. Cool moments such as blocks an arrow from a teenage twink. No, she has other cool moments. Didn't she make the sun shine in chapter 7? She did. She summons blinding light. Either that or Nerl the Radiant. I forget which. I was just trying to remember which of her feats were normal Nerl and which were Nerl Alter. A lot of them were normal Nerl, so I would say she's cooler than normal. She's not a consistent badass. Is she, though? I definitely feel like when Nerl was new, everyone thought Shining was cooler than Nerl. Genuinely, from memory, when Nerl was new, everyone thought Shining was the more badass of the two, so I think she's not quite a consistent badass. NTR was introduced to Chapter 8. Yeah, it's hard to remember because it was ages ago. Was she? Yeah, Shining was always cooler. Look at Shining now. You can look up Shining porn yourself, sir. You can look that up yourself. I don't need to pull it up on screen. Okay, now list... Okay, no, it's really... Nerl is very hard. Nerl is very hard because she is incredibly badass as Nerl the Radiant Knight. And she does have some cool moments. I think I just rated Platinum too high. Platinum and Nerl are both hard to rate because they're cooler than everyone and cooler than normal, but less cool than any of the consistent badasses. They're very hard. But I'm not adding another tier just for these two. She's just bad in game. Yeah, Shining's very cool. She just sucks as a character. Lisgarm is normal for me. She might be gauge tier. I actually think Lisgarm is cooler than normal. Lisgarm is very competent and very serious, and that gives her a lot of aura. She's just absolutely to the point and does her job to a professional standard. Can you put Ceylon there or something in gay tier? I don't think Ceylon's personality is gauge tier. Bottom of consistent badass? Yeah, I think Nerl is just barely a consistent badass, but borderline. Nerl and Platinum are very borderline for me. Shining is so cool, they have to avoid releasing her altar. I know, right? Lisgarm is hard. Lisgarm is definitely cooler than Franca. We can all agree there. In terms of actual personality, Lisgarm is cooler. She's too professional to be badass. No, but like, she feels like, Actually, no, that's a good point. She's more in line with Meteor. You're right, now that I think about it, she looks cool so that other people can look cooler. She's a very professional, to-the-point mercenary captain style unit, but she's not drastically cool herself. Azure Lane Enterprise VA. Owarida becomes immortal. She's badass, but Franca keeps teasing her to keep her down. Exactly. Lisgarm is another hard one. Her aura is being in denial about having a girlfriend. The funniest part about that, Lisgarm never accepted Franca's advances, but she's still her girlfriend. Despite Lisgarm's best efforts, she is dating Franca now. Okay, Vulcan, I'm sorry, Vulcan, you are absolutely neutral. You're a blacksmith. Yes, you look cool, yes, you have a cool design, but you are incredibly anorexic, and the only thing you really do is make weapons. You're not really a fighter, you don't have any story moments. You don't look bad when you show up, but you aren't really involved. Same as Savage. Who exactly? It's like Indra. Very, very rare character. She makes everyone do cool shit by tanking shit. Yeah. Liscam is hard to rank. I do feel like she's cooler than Meteorite. I think she might actually be more 50-50. I haven't seen my Texas propaganda. That's because Texas is up. Oh, you've sent it. Gotcha, gotcha. Blacksmiths can aura farm, just Vulcan doesn't have the chance to. Vulcan does have an upcoming skin where she aura farms slightly, but it's not enough to get her out of that. Vulcan doesn't show up. Exactly. Vulcan shows up in like one KB story. Vulcan is neutral. She doesn't show up. She has good lore when she broke her body. Oh yeah, I would love to see a Bloodline of Combat Vulcan. Yeah, that is pretty cool. I do agree, Shadow. But Texas is plenty cool by herself. So, I'm gonna hit you with a bit of a hot take. I think default Texas is drastically cooler than Texas the Omelet Tosser. I said it. We're talking about actual plot, we're not talking about gameplay. Normal Texas is an absolute badass. That's from Texas before Lungman. Yeah, Texas pre-Lungman, pre-Lapland Ultra event is an absolute badass. She's a mafioso, she's stoic as hell, she has a full-on harem. Texas is badass not as much as Lapland. Exactly. I wouldn't put her at absolute peak, but OG Texas is really, really cool. How do you pronounce Texas the Omelet? Texas the Ometosa. It basically means vow of silence. It's based off of Omerta. I can't I can't pronounce Italian. I need to practice my Italian for Bloodstained Oath. I'll be able to do it better. Also, welcome in Resnir! How are you going? But no. It's the feminized version of Omerta, and a lot of people were pissed at that because you don't really need to feminize Omerta. Oh, thanks to the follow, Perp Cosmo. Hydrate, yes sir. So, it's hard to say. Texas is right on that borderline of peak. She could absolutely be considered peak, but it's hard to say. Never underestimate a blacksmith if they built the Buster Sword. Yeah, but Vulcan doesn't show up enough to be cool. She could be cool in the future, but she's not. Every time I see Texas, she's aura farming. I think that's a good way of putting it. Every time Texas shows up, she is aura farming. The more I think about it, the more I think she might actually be peak. Like, genuinely. Every single time default Texas shows up, she is actively trying to look cool. So I think I might actually have to give her peak. She is constantly aura farming, 24/7. That is her full-time job. Her being incredibly stoic definitely helps with that. But I would actually say she is aura farming. I don't think Omelet Tosser is peak, but I think default Texas is. This will take forever. I have absolutely given up on this being a one stream. The R should sound like the R from a... Yeah, it's Omertosa, right? Or something like that. Don't worry, I'll be practicing... I'm learning Bloodstained Oath, which is Vulpus's theme. I will be learning how to pronounce Italian for that. So I will work on that. The farmer... I don't think anyone in the game actively farms aura as much as Texas does. She doesn't do it on purpose, but every single scene she shows up, she is farming aura. Her two jobs are penguin logistics and being a stoic harem pro tag. For real, for real. So, yeah, I do think Texas has got to go peak. I don't think Texas Ultra will be peak, but normal Texas, she's absolutely peak. She's definitely one of the higher ones, too. Lapland is peak in a different way. Texas is just always looking cool. It's more a case of there is no situation where Texas doesn't look cool. What did you put I ended up putting Lapland peak because I remembered that basically every event during the Italy events in Siracusa were normal Lapland. They weren't Lapland Ultra. Like, her crashing a truck into a courthouse, that was normal Lapland. Her stalling out Zaro for multiple days, that was normal Lapland. So I remembered as much as she's goofy, she's gotta be peak. I do actually think both of them are peak. I know I'm slightly biased. Croissant, I'm sorry, Croissant, you have the least Riz of the entire Penguin Logistics. And that's considering Bison and Sora. That's kinda crazy. Texas, oh hi, they're already dead. Want a totally not cigarette? Yeah, by the time she shows up, everyone's already dead. And I appreciate the tip, chap. I will try to learn how to pronounce it. Omerta, right? Nah, shit. Look, I'll worry about that some other day. Sorry, Croix. Look, am I wrong? Her main gimmick is saying, hey, boss. She is the definition of a henchman, but she does not dress like a henchman. It is what it is. I could see her being neutral. I don't know if she has as... No, I would still say she's worse than... I would actually say Sora is more badass than Croissant. Deadass, I would say Sora aura farms more than Croissant. I'm sorry, Croissant, this isn't even my bias, you're just not there. I like Croissant for her dodge chance. Yeah, but that's because you like Penguin logistics, there are better dodges. Granny is dead on neutral. Granny is neutral for me, I would agree. Granny doesn't really do anything impressive. She only shows up in one minor event and is just basically a cop. You already sound great. Oh, do I? Oh, thank you. I'm decent at mimicking pronunciations, so hopefully I can get it. I'll still work on it, because I'm going to learn an Italian song. Granny gets like 1 big point, and it's even for a little bit squared up to Skadi. Yeah, but she's also just a cop. She's like discount, 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 discount Hoshiguma. She's just, at best, minor aura, but I would consider every single person in the minor aura tier to be cooler than Granny. Even Indra. I would genuinely say she is less cool than Indra, so I think she's got to be neutral. Because her cool moment is less about her being cool and more about her just being a cop doing her job. So I'm sorry, Granny. Swire... Swire is either negative aura or gay, and I can't decide which. Her personality is just entirely constantly being sassy. She shows in Golden Glow event 2, but it's still just a cop. Yeah, Granny is just a cop. There's nothing else for it. Is Aya too cute to aura farm, or is it because she's blind and deaf? It's because she's blind and deaf. Gameplay-wise, Aya has a lot of aura, but personality-wise, lore-wise, she does not. Gay for sure. Yeah, this depends entirely if you think Swire is flirting with Chen or hates her. She's a whiny rich cat, that's it. Exactly. Gauge, negative aura. Yeah, it's one of the two. She theoretically has some cool moments, but her personality rules that. So this is entirely based off of if you think she's flirting with Chen or not. Either her entire personality is flirting with Chen, or she's just a brat. Oh, no worries, Shadow. Have a good eat, man. Thanks for coming by. Being sass is gay. Look, I personally don't ship Chen and Swire. I don't think they're romantically interested. So for me, she goes in negative aura. I'm just saying, if you do think she's flirting with Chen, she's absolutely gauged here. Because her entire personality is that interaction. So for me, she's negative aura. Make a new tier, I'm rich? No. Definitely Swire is gauge. She's either gauge or negative aura. She's absolutely one of the two. South got some aura debuff with those cat ears on. I can remove them if you want. I can also swap to my assassination outfit. The reason this maid outfit has tears is because I stole it off of some lady I shanked in an alley. Infinite Money does have aura. Yeah, but the fact that her aura moment is her buying things, that doesn't really count. -1 Shadow, how many we got left? Only one at the moment. Glaucus, negative aura. I'm sorry, Glaucus. Does anybody even remember she exists? Glaucus has a giant fucking mech suit because she can't walk without it and still manages to not look cool. It is really unfortunate. Glaucus is absolute negative aura. There is nothing she could do that would make her look cool. Glaucus who? Exactly. Cool design, no memory of her. Yeah, she does absolutely nothing to stand out. I use her in IS sometimes. Yeah, she's a slight buff to Orchid. I totally forgot about her. That's the thing. She is so forgettable. That's how you know she is negative aura. She is one of the most forgettable characters in the entire game. No one remembers her. Ceylon is gay, no questions asked. I would actually kind of say Ceylon is more of 50-50. Being gay is less of Ceylon's personality. She does have some cool moments just by sort of being a politician. It's hard to rank. Ceylon's hard. Ceylon is definitely one of the ones that needs a little bit of consideration. Let's actually pull her up. She does look really attractive and has some No. It's really hard to rank. It's very, very hard to rank. I actually think she's more of a minor. Minor aura. She has a little bit from her political connections, and the fact that she has a badass bodyguard like Schwartz. RA meta stun? What, Glaucus? Really? Good personality for real. Only good when wet is gauge. Okay. But that's gameplay. I do agree with you, Shangri-La. The fact that she is unironically only usable when wet is a pretty hilarious thing that is meta, and is legitimate. You need constant dampness for so long to be usable. And even then, she's not the best, but she's usable. Negative aura. No. She does have a cool bodyguard. Ew, politician makes her gayer. No, we're not using gay as a derogatory here. This is not, being gay does not automatically put you in the gay tier. This is because their entire personality, both of these characters would be really cool if their entire personality wasn't being down bad for someone. That is what this tier is for. It is not just being homosexual puts you in this tier. It is a distinct vibe. Change it to all the homo... No. Because it's not all of the homo characters. This is not an insult. This is their personality. It's not a debuff. Exactly. It's a descriptive tag. So I think Salon has a little bit of aura because she has a badass hot bodyguard, and she does look cool. It's just not much. We don't know much about her. She could be cool later on. She's a work in progress. Also, welcome in, Sloth. Lovely to have you. Okay, who's up next? Aesthesia. Does anybody remember Aesthesia? Deadass. Badass bodyguard gives some aura. Exactly. It's nowhere near as much as Silver Ash. But still. Badass bodyguard with Schwartz's aura? Yes, because Schwartz is actually a threat. It's just her personality. If Schwartz's personality wasn't entirely being down bad for Salon, she would be borderline peak. And if she didn't dress in basically no clothing. What stopped Lapland from being Gage and peak? Lapland's personality is more about being cool and looking cool. Like, Schwartz would be cool if her personality wasn't constantly thirsting for Salon. Lapland is more about looking cool, and then a secondary trait of her personality is that she's down bad for Texas, if that makes sense. So that is the distinction. Like, again, being gay doesn't automatically put you in the gay tier. It is just their personality is primarily them being gay. Aesthesia has a beautiful E2. Yeah, but she's not cool. Like, she's not bad or anything. It's just, she doesn't really aura farm at all. Her E2's okay. I have some questions about Siege. She does have some moments in the main story. All of her moments are her as Vina Victoria. No, I don't blame you for being confused. Vina Victoria is really cool. Arc 2 Siege is really cool. The way we're doing it with alters who are based around the arcs, same as W and wcyd, is Arc 1 is their normal version and Arc 2 is their alter. Vina Victoria will absolutely have some aura. Siege herself, the only cool thing about her is that she does a backflip. Hydrate? Yes, sir. Being gay for aura farmer Texas is cooler than Schwartz. Yeah, okay, look. Lapland is interested in Texas in a way more interesting and less cringe way than Schwartz is interested in Salon. Lapland is interested in Texas and is still competent. Schwartz stops being competent because she's too busy trying to flirt with Salon. From what point of the story would we counter as Vina? Start of Chapter 9. That's how I'm breaking it up. Same as W. Up to and including Chapter 8, they are their default versions. Chapter 9 onwards, they are their alternates. Because they're so heavily tied into the story. So Chapter 9 onwards is wcyd and Vina Victoria. They will have very different rankings. Normal Siege is not really cool. She just does a backflip. Okay, so shit. Who are we up to? We were up to Aesthesia. I don't think... I could see Aesthesia being neutral. It's just she's an astronomer. Actually think about it. I haven't seen her not do it. Consider this. She is an astronomer. That is her job. She stares at the stars for a living. That is not cool. I guess she is more neutral. No, that's fair. I'll move her up to neutral. She's not as bad as everyone else in the lack of aura. Okay, damn. That was actually the entire playlist. I feel like that started earlier. Okay, let me put on the new BGM. 1 second. Sorry, I won't be able to read chat for a second while I put on this BGM, and then I'll be back to normal. Just gotta find it. Nope, that is a massive copyright playlist. That is also... Oh, I forgot about that idea. Hey, would people be interested in me doing a stream where I watch an entire show, but it's only the last time on segments? Because I think that would be a very funny way of doing a React Andy thing. Only watching last time on and trying to piece together what the fuck is happening. She'll say Mercury retrograde. That's astrology. That's not astronomy. Okay, let's see. Where is the BGM? I update these a lot, so it's hard to find. Oh, this bad boy. There we go. Last time on Dragon Ball Z. How did you know? That's... Shit, Sten, how did you know that was what I had specifically? I have a last time on Dragon Ball Z playlist. I've never watched Dragon Ball Z, and that is the show I was thinking of. It would have to be Twitch only, but that could be a very, very fun stream. Shit, I feel called out. I feel incredibly called out. Because I never watched Dragon Ball, but that is exactly what it was. Okay, Flamebringer absolutely aura farms to a solid degree. The only thing he's good at is aura farming. Hello, sir. May I please see the top tier? Welcome in, Kai. Lovely to have you. Of course, sir. Flamebringer's a fraud. Oh, absolutely. Flamebringer is not as much of a fraud as Crownslayer. So he's cooler than normal, but he's all about aura farming and not about delivering results. Consistent Badass is... Okay, Consistent Badass are basic... I could see it for Flamebringer. I feel like he just doesn't have enough feats. Every time he gets into a fight, he loses. He doesn't lose as badly as Crownslayer. That's why I'm not considering him for the Crownslayer tier. I feel like he's still cooler than he is a failure. But he's absolutely a little bit of a failure. Well, either way, Stan, you predicted it. He's in your walls. No, he's not. But look, this man is constantly stanced up. It's just when it comes to a fight, he doesn't do so hot. Okay, Flamebringer. There we go. Like, look at this man. He is actively aura farming. He looks like the protag... Actually, no, he might be a consistent badass. He looks like the protag from Solo Leveling, which is an anime entirely about aura farm. If he wasn't a failure consistent badass, that's how I feel. It's just a case of he kind of loses. He constantly loses fights, but he looks so cool. How is Serta not in peak? Because some of her personality feats hold it back. Serta, I could see the argument for peak. I just personally wouldn't put her there, but she's definitely a contender. That's because he knows what he can do, and only specifically that. That's you know what? You've actually sold me. Deadass. Deadass. Flamebringer 100% knows his limits. The only thing he's capable of doing is aura farming, and he is 100% all in. He looks incredibly cool every single moment he can. Like, genuinely. He looks as cool as is humanly possible for him to look. The more I think about it, yes, he fails, but he doesn't care. He manages to look good failing. Even when he's getting his teeth kicked in, he's aura farming. That is actual impressive dedication. So the more I think about it, I do actually think he's pretty peak. I don't think Flamebringer could look cooler in any way. So that is why I'm saying he's peak. There is nothing about his personality that could change for him to look cooler. Okay, Executor. Executor is the easiest 50-50 outside of Crownslayer. Actually, no. I would even say consistent badass. Default Executor is a consistent badass. It's just as soon as he opens his mouth, that starts going down. And people start getting weirded out by him. Because, and I do not mean this in an insulting way at all, he is incredibly autistic. He is ridiculously autistic and does not understand people at all, and is just an absolute stickler for the rules. Are you including CN? Yes. If they're an alter in a CN, we won't be hitting CN today, but yes, we are including CN characters. Thanks for coming, Jolie. Sleep well, man. Executor is peak, but that's his alter. Yeah. I would consider Executor alter slightly more cool than normal Executor. Oh, shit. Okay, we're now in sub-only mode for 5 minutes. I had realized a while ago no one had redeemed that, but I thought you'd all have forgotten. Welcome in, Vientud. It's lovely to have you. Executor alter is peak autism. I'm actually not sure if I would say Executor or Executor alter are peak. One of them is peak, the other is a consistent badass. I can't tell which. When we get to Executor alter, I'll reconsider it. We'll think about it more. Sub-only mode wasn't claimed at the start? No, everyone forgot. Man got the nickname FedEx. I know, it's kind of crazy. But no, FedEx is really cool, and so is X-Alter. He doesn't have much going for him, but he is a perfect example of what Liskarm tries to be. He will handle whatever you throw at him, and he is always hyper-focused on doing his job and looking badass, because he's just so competent. He's aura farming through competence. That is what makes him cool. The peak moment is when he was judge, jury, executioner. For real, for real. Okay, Breeze. Breeze is just dead-ass neutral. She doesn't really have negative aura. She doesn't look bad or anything, but she does not have any cool moments at all. You think that'll stop me from aura farming this being paid content? Only for a few minutes. And please do remind me. I will probably forget. So yeah, Breeze is just dead-ass average. Waifu, I would also consider dead-ass average. Maybe minor. Waifu is a bodyguard assassin, right? Am I misremembering, or is Waifu a bodyguard / assassin? From memory, she's... Like, I can't remember if she's just a martial artist or a bodyguard assassin style character. No, she's a university student who just does martial arts. No, okay, she's just a less cool version of Fido. She's neutral. Waifu neutral? Yeah. I was just struggling to remember what her lore was. I couldn't remember if she was explicitly a bodyguard, which would give her some aura, or if she was just a university student, but she's just a university student. She also gets a few moments in Shongwa. Yeah, she's either minor or neutral, one of the two. She does have daddy issues. That weighs it back a little bit. I feel like she's more of a work in progress. She could become cool one day, but she is not cool yet. I do think she's above neutral, though. She's aura farming behind your waifu, even if you don't want to be a furry. Unfortunately so. Okay. Now, Zima. Zima, in my opinion, is by far the coolest of the gang. She is absolutely the coolest Glasgow girl. I would even lean... I don't think she's quite a consistent badass, because she's still too young and doesn't want to be. When push comes to shove, she absolutely locks the hell in. She's either consistent badass or cooler than normal. Glasgow? Sorry, I misspoke. Of the bear gang. Of the bear gang, not the Glasgow gang. She's definitely cooler than Glasgow gang. I'm just torn. She's either a consistent badass or cooler than normal. I feel like the split personality leans me towards cooler than normal, because that means in normal situations she will act normal, and then just locks in and can become really, really cool. I don't think she's consistently cool enough to be a consistent badass. She's the leader of the survivor student and kept everyone alive. Yeah, she did. That's the thing. She had a lot of peak moments, but I wouldn't consider her peak overall. She stopped being peak as soon as she could. I think she's cooler than normal with the potential to move up. That's how I feel as well. If Zima shows up again and is still acting as she did during the Children of Ursus, she would probably move up to consistent badass or even peak. But it's implied that she, along with all of the other Ursus girls, have kind of just relaxed and are now borderline adoptive daughters to Heliga. So they're no longer badasses, even though they could be, if that makes sense. For her age, that's dedication and heroism. Yeah, but Rosmontis is younger, and I think it is undebatable that Rosmontis is cooler than Zima. Cooler than normal, because she went through that when she was a kid. Yeah, okay. I feel like I'll put her in consistent badass, but on the lower end. Same as Platinum and Nerl, she's right in that middle ground. Everything we've seen of Zima so far is her being a badass, but she could easily move up or down. She could very, very easily move up or down. She's a very softly ranked character because we just don't have enough. Like, for all we know, as soon as Children of Ursus was over, and she was basically adopted by Heliga, she just went back to being a normal student, normal female student, who was kind of schizophrenic. But she did go through a lot and kept everybody alive, so I'll rank her a little bit higher. Can she beat Gummy with aura farming? Absolutely. Bison has negative aura. The only thing people know about Bison is that he's a breedable twink. Is anyone gonna fight me on Bison having negative aura? Dead ass. Let's actually think about it. Is anybody going to fight me over this? Is this even an argument? He does not have aura. My guy is not aura farming at all. He is way too much of a twink to look cool. Looking at his daddy as potential? Yeah, but his dad looks like, the protagonist of an eroge. The only aura thing about him is his drip and Aya. He does look cool in there. Oh, thanks to the follow, Parasol. Glad you're having fun. His skin does not make him look cool, Spade. Bison's skin does not make him look cool, Spade. You are having a ridiculous amount of... Okay, never mind. I was confusing it with something else. I was confusing it with one of his event arts. Okay. I think this list lifts him to work in progress. I'ma be dead ass. You have a point. Next main story arc is in Ursus, Revenge of Children of Ursus Cope. That would be very hype if that happened. Okay, deadass, Spade, you actually do have a point. I was not familiar with this game. I wasn't either. I was thinking of some of his in-game art. He's a work in progress. He could get there eventually. He's actually shaping up to be cooler than his dad. You've actually sold me on it. I'll put him here. That was genuinely a really good argument. Massive good argument. Okay, now on to Reed. Reed has a really cool CG and some cool chapter moments. But I think that was his Reed the Flame Shadow. I believe it's his Reed the Flame Shadow, I'm not sure. This isn't the CG I'm thinking of. But basically she shows up wearing a cloak. If we go by the same rules as Siege and W, where we separate Arc 2 Reed as Reed the Flame Shadow, because that's her ultimate. I feel like that's the only fair way to do it. So Arc 2 Reed, where most of her events happen, are Reed Flame Shadow. I would still say Reed has potential. She generally looks pretty cool. Normal Reed doesn't really do much, though. Both Reeds are Arc 2. Yeah, it's really hard for Reed, because she doesn't exist until Arc 2. Her ulti takes more of the spotlight. Yeah. She has one cool moment when she's normal Reed, but then she's just Reed ulti. Reed OG is Chapter 9. Yeah, but it's really hard to say. Because Reed doesn't also do much. She shows up in Chapter 9 and then also doesn't really do much. Reed is... I haven't read Arc 2 yet. I know of the events. I have the summary of the events, but I haven't read all of the specifics. So it is very hard for me to rank characters who are exclusive to Arc 2. She does genuinely have some really cool moments, but I feel like most of her cool moments happen once she's Reed the Flame Shadow and fighting her sister. She shows up, gets injured, then joins Rhodes Island. Exactly, like she has a few cool CGs, but to my understanding of her story, she has potential, but she's not there until she becomes her ulti. So feel free to argue, feel free to disagree. I'll put her here for now, and I will try to look into Reed the Flame Shadow more for when I do the next set of this. So let's take a look. 5 stars are definitely going... Okay, Broker. She gets her event and see you soon, and Reed Alter gets great scenes. Yeah, but all of her great scenes that I've seen are Reed Alter, unless I'm just misremembering. Broker is cooler than normal. I don't think he's a consistent badass. He looks really cool, but that's all he has going for him. He doesn't have anything other than his looks going for him. He does have a giant-ass drill as his weapon, though, so he is kind of hard to rank. Like, his weapon is so cool. His outfit is so cool. Broker's really hard, because he has the downside of being in the ABC gang, where all of them are boy failures. But he is by far the coolest of them. Look at this man. He does look absolutely impressive. It's just... He doesn't have any feats. Silent aura farmer type, smart enough to not yap. That is actually a good point. Aura doesn't ruin his personality, and Aura... Broker doesn't ruin his aura by talking. He knows he only looks cool with his mouth shut. I think I might actually put him up to consistent badass. He knows his limits. He's not as badass as a guy like Flamebringer, who is actively aura farming 24/7, but he knows where he stands. He is the perfect henchman. I'll put him consistent badass, because he doesn't really have any detractions. He never really breaks character unless someone cooks chocolate spaghetti. Chocolate pizza, rather, which is fair. Bro is a goon? Absolutely. Broker is the OG definition of a goon. He's out there henchmaning like his life depends on it. Okay, who have we got next? Greythroat. I love Greythroat. She's slightly above average, but that's all. She mainly facilitates to be flirted with by Blaze. She mainly exists to look cool in some early events, but even her bloodline of combat is not that cool. Greythroat's not the worst. I really love Greythroat. I kind of want to rank her higher, but... She's just kind of... She's more of a generic character. She doesn't have too many cool moments. I love Greythroat as well. Yeah, you have good taste, Joshua. She's also autistic. Not nearly as bad as Frederica. Not nearly as bad as Frederick. She's probably my type. She is really cool. It's just she doesn't really accomplish anything. She existed in Chapter 5 and 6, then disappeared into the Blaze shipping sunset. Yeah. But I can't really justify her being higher than someone like Skadi. She could become cool later on if she shows up again. But as it stands, she had a few decently cool fights, but wasn't really too noteworthy. She doesn't get screen time? Exactly. She has the potential to be really cool, but we don't know enough about her. So I'll put her at work in progress. Snowsand, negative aura. Hung, also negative aura. Is anybody gonna fight me on either of these two? I really want to E2 Greyfoot for Thrun. She did get directly powercraft by Arkedo, which is a shame. But her E2 art is kind of good. It's just her face is a bit goofy. Lazy. Lazy, there's at least an argument. Lazy has some aura. I would argue Hung and Snowsand do not. Hung is a chill bodyguard? No. His appearance absolutely ruins it. Hung does not look cool. The fact that he has the dog face, even putting aside the furry, it just massively detracts from his ability to look cool. I'd argue normal minor aura. I can sort of see the argument. But for me, the face just... Like, this should look cool, but it doesn't because of his face. Save the Twitch bros. Welcome in, Torthio. Lovely to have you. Why are you trying to save Twitch chat? He's just a dog? Exactly. Even when he's trying to look cool, his dog face just holds it back. The face kind of ruins it for me. Yeah, if you have a different opinion because of his face, that's fair. For me, he is absolute bottom tier because his face ruins it. Even if he looks cool, he will look goofy because the dog face. Tony the Tiger has no aura. No, as much as I hate it, Mountain does actually kind of have aura. I hate it, but Mountain does have aura, unfortunately. A dog that's the same as Spot? Yeah, pretty much. I would also put Spot in negative aura. Oh no, Spot does kind of have more aura, a little bit. His one aura point is him ruining all of our first limited banner. Yeah. His best aura point was being on Nyan banner and pissing everybody off. So true, so true. Lazy... I might be misremembering Lazy's story. She has minor aura. From memory, Lazy is an explicit spy who joined us after leaving Reunion. So she has some coolness to her, but we still don't really know much about Lazy. We learn more about her because she's getting an altar soon, and I've no doubt her altar will have a lot of aura, but default Lazy, she's sort of a hidden dragon type where we can't assess how much of a dragon she is. She's minor? Yeah, she's very, very minor. Later on, I've no doubt she'll get cooler. She's not Reunion, she's Iani's official. Oh, right, I might be... Wait, I'm confusing her with someone else then. I thought she was undercover in Reunion as Iani's official. I know she is a spy, though. I forget... there are a couple characters who are undercover. I'm probably confusing her with one of them. Yo, what we doing? Welcome in, Adelon! We're ranking how cool characters are. She was big in the Yo event, half flirting with Blaze. That's pretty based. I would still consider that Lazy Alter, though. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like in the Yarnies event, she's more like Lazy Alter. In Yo event, we see pretty much of her. I didn't read Yo event. What did she do? Did she accomplish anything? Because the summary I got of Yo event was kind of just that Lazy was there. Like, she didn't really directly do anything. She has potential, but to my knowledge, until she got her altar, she didn't really have any feats at all. That is my understanding of it. I could very much be wrong. And please do correct me if I am. Bibik, I'm sorry, girl, you have negative aura. You are a dressmaker. Yes, you have knives, but you do not look cool. If flirting with Blaze, that means hag maxing? No. Look, flirting with default Blaze, absolutely peak. Blaze Alter, slightly less peak. She's one of the red robes. Yeah, she's one of the red robes, but there's also that absolute Giga Chad red robe unit who is legitimately built like a refrigerator. You know the one I'm talking about? So Lazy gets absolutely mogged in the red robes because there's one guy whose bicep is thicker than her entire torso. It's kind of fucked up. Sesa is discount Flamebringer. He really tries to look cool. I feel like he's a 50-50. Sesa is actively attempting to aura farm, but he fucks it up sometimes. Unlike Flamebringer, who attempts to aura farm and succeeds, Sesa is trying to learn to aura farm. Lays after flirting, so... She was investigating stuff? Yeah, like, she didn't really do much, to my understanding, until she got the altar. Nah, Zax, that's in-game. For the same reason Aya has no aura, in-game Aya would be much higher. Aya's animations are really cool, and what she can do in-game is really cool, but we're talking personality. It's the same way Golden Glow will also have negative aura. Golden Glow does not have aura. In-game, she's badass, but personality-wise, she's a very sweet hairdresser named Susie, who just makes things explode sometimes by mistake. So when we get to Golden Glow, she's going in negative aura unless someone has a very good argument. Shamare, despite her clothing, Shamare is minor aura, work in progress. Oh shit, welcome in, Marshu! If you haven't already, by the way, please do give Marshu a follow. He started streaming. He's great, he's great. How are you going, Marshu? Lovely to have you. You haven't showered since last year. Yeah, well, you should get on that, Marshu. You should really shower one of these days. How are you going, man? Lovely to have you. I was worried for a second that I clicked raid Marshu. I've raided people back who raided me instead of shouting them out sometimes. I was playing Eyes 4. Hey, let's go. Did you beat Ending 4 just to mog me? Why would you do that during the aura farming tier list day? GG E2 has some aura? No, because she's terrified of what's going on. She is not in control at all. And yeah, Shamare, I would say Shamare has minor aura. It is kind of ruined by her outfit, but look at her face and look at her creepy-ass doll.
Gow.
She could very well become badass later on. I'm still on D12. Oh, I see. Oh, Unseen. Gotcha.
Gow.
For real, Suki. I know. I feel like Shamari, she could become cool later on. And her outfit does drag her down a bit, but we need to see more of her. One day I'll get to D15 ending 4, then I'll mock you. I'll re-VIP you. Telopsis says anti-aura maxing. She doesn't try. She just has the power under the table. Telopsis, I don't think she has negative aura. I think she's neutral. The memes would drag her down to negative aura, but she doesn't really do anything cool other than having incredible will. And her robotic voice does kind of stop her negative aura from showing because she seems relatively stable. Shamari looks like she's trying to burn you alive with her mind. Exactly. Despite the fact that she has heart eyes, Shamari looks like she's trying to kill you. Shamari's skin has some aura. It absolutely does. I feel like Shamari could become a badass later on. Absolutely. Shamari definitely has aura, but it's a work in progress. We need to see more of her. I hope we get an older version of Shamari. Some kind of Shamari alter at some stage. I like Shamari's character design. It's really cool. Just she doesn't really have any feats. She's also getting another new skin soon. Ooh, I'm looking forward to it. Lazy got -1 aura because he got burned by Amir at the minute. Welcome in, Blue. Look, Lazy Alter absolutely has aura. Default Lazy does not. Default Lazy doesn't really do anything. She tries to look impressive, but she kind of fails. It is what it is. Sidoraka has negative aura. People just look at her boobs and her thighs. Sidoraka dresses in too tight clothing for her stern personality to matter. Hydrate, yes sir. Look, if Sidoraka was taller, she could absolutely still pull things off aura-wise. But in case anyone's forgotten Sidoraka, she looks like she's 4'2". She looks like she's a fucking Duran. And she dresses in incredibly form-fitting clothing. Even though she has the giant-ass sword, she does not look impressive at all. Which is crazy, because she's canonically very, very strong and very fit. So personally, I would argue Sidoraka does not have any aura whatsoever. Elysium. Is anyone going to debate this? She looks like she's part of a boy band. Unironically true. Elysium is either a 50-50 or Gage. And it depends entirely on if you think he's actively flirting with Thorns or not. She's the whole milk factory. Fair enough. I thought Sidoraka's default outfit was white. Yeah, no one pays attention to Sidoraka. It is in fact blue. You might also be colorblind like I am. Gay, true, no 50-50. Like, it's hard to rank Elysium. He's one of these two. We can all agree he's one of these two. Elysium is either 50% cool, 50% cringe, or in the Gage tier. It's hard to say. He likes Mantra, no? People ship him with everybody. He's gay, I don't care. Yeah, like, that's the thing. Part of this is just the fandom, though. I feel like in story, he's more 50-50, so I'll give him 50-50. But if you personally put him in the Gage tier, I could absolutely see that. Elysium, no homo, flirting, but goes as far as he possibly can. For real. Okay, I feel like Midnight, though. Let's just get him out of the way if I can find him real quick. Where's Midnight? Midnight goes in the Gage tier. We all agree this, right? Midnight is 100% straight, but he is still in the Gage tier. His entire personality is based around flirting with people. Like, does anyone disagree with that assessment? Because Elysium is he does actually have cool moments. Elysium has a 100% fail rate. No. He succeeds sometimes. It's just he then fucks it up later. Every time he succeeds, it eventually becomes an L, but he does succeed. He's so straight it loops back around. I know, right? It's crazy. Okay, but why though? Okay, let me, this is slightly out of order, but that's fine. Let me show off Midnight's skin. Look me in the eyes and tell me this man is straight. It doesn't matter that he's actually straight. His entire personality is based around looking hot. And flirting with people very badly. I do like Midnight as a character. Elysium's very smart, see Ideal City. Yeah, Elysium has enough screen time of him doing notable things that I feel like he's a 50-50. Like, look, I understand if people would rank him differently, but for me, even though Midnight is 100% straight, he goes in the Gage tier. I laughed my ass off when he flirts with Orchid. Midnight is hilarious. I love Midnight. I really do love Midnight, but he 100% belongs there with Schwartz and Franca. His entire personality is based around trying to look attractive and flirt with someone. He looks like he would have a police girl sidekick. No, he's nowhere near as cool as Alucard. Okay, Asbestos. Asbestos has negative aura. She is stinky as hell. The only thing people like about Asbestos is that she has a blue tongue. She is ridiculously anorexic level thin. She has nothing really cool about her. The only thing people like is the blue tongue. Would anyone debate the negative aura? I could see neutral. Actually, no, I don't think she's negative. I think she's neutral, same as Telopsis. She doesn't really have anything cool going for her, but she's not lame. That is my personal take. I think she's just absolutely middle of the road. Tsukunogi, on the other hand, negative aura. I saw her and thought she was a zombie girl character. I don't blame you. She does look like a zombie girl. But hey, she is a salamander, which is really... I do like that they made her a salamander. If you've ever heard in a medieval text, or like a fantasy story, characters talking about salamander fur, that is asbestos. We renamed it recently. But people used to make outfits out of asbestos and wear them because it's a fire retardant. It's like how the ancient Egyptians would make makeup out of mercury and lead. and then rub it all over their faces. It's just one of those things we've learned through the years. It is what it is. Okay, now, do I need to explain myself with Tsukunogi being negative aura? Seriously, do I actually need to explain this? Does anybody need me to explain why Tsukunogi, who constantly dresses like a stripper, has negative aura? Some things you need to learn the hard way. I don't think they learned. It's like which poisons are... Which berries are poisonous? Other people learned on your behalf. Explain yourself now? Okay, okay. You should explain yourself now. So, let's grab Tsukunogi. This lady does not look cool at all, Marshu. There is nothing this lady could do that would make her look cool. Sidorok is 5'4". Yeah, she's absolutely tiny. I know people like this outfit, but for me, it just makes me think she's a stripper. JoJo characters dress like strippers too, but they got some aura. Yeah. You can still look cool while dressing like a stripper. Case in point, every JoJo character. But she does not look cool. She looks like your aunt. Now, let's see. Who's up next? Absinthe. I think Absinthe has a little bit of aura. Not nearly as much as Zima. I do think Absinthe looks cool. It's mainly through appearance. It's mainly through her stoic face. This kind of drags it down because she looks happy, but she is not cool at all. But in her E0, E2, she looks absolutely dead inside, but she's going to fight anyway. So deadass, I do actually think Absinthe has a little bit of aura. Which surprises me. I feel like she and Leto are the only ones other than Zima who managed to look cool. And that's despite being an AZ Ling art. AZ Ling does faces a little bit weird, which usually detracts from aura. But the dead eyes work so perfectly with Absinthe. In Asling art I trust, for real. She has a stand? No, she doesn't have a stand. She doesn't have a stand. That's just what they do in E2 art. Agreed. Yeah, I'm glad this makes sense to people. At least you can see my point of view. Literally minor aura? Yeah. Actually, I feel like that is a better fit. Absinthe has more minor aura. She's a tragic, suffering heroine, but she's not the protagonist heroine. She's kind of a background. It's hard to say. She's definitely one of the cooler ones of the Children of Versus. Asling faces got better. They absolutely have. Iascarp. Iascarp does... Oh, Leonhardt rather. Leonhardt does not have any aura at all. This guy looks so fucking punchable. At best, he's a twink and you're attracted to him. At worst, he is just incredibly punchable. This guy does not have any aura whatsoever. Not even close. This guy could save the world and you wouldn't call him cool. So let's just get him out of the way. We don't need to linger. Oh, wrong tab. Iascarp. He has... No. Actually, wait. That's a valid point. Wait, actually, that's a valid point. Leonhardt might be in the Gauge tier. He's either Gauge or negative aura. That is actually a valid point. That is... Because he looks more like a twink. He doesn't have any aura whatsoever, unlike the others in this tier, but his entire personality is based around his appearance and appealing to people. Iascarp, I wouldn't put in the Gauge tier. Iascarp still looks really cool. Leonhardt character isn't simping Iascarp, though. True. Okay, let's grab Ias. Ioscarp does look cool. He kind of does. I feel like he's definitely more on the minor end, though. He doesn't really have any feats. He's more on the minor end, but he does look cool. It's part of it's the outfit, part of it's his face, part of it's how he stands. I wouldn't put them both in gate. Okay, look. Leonhardt doesn't have anything going for him other than his appearance, so I'm going to drag him down to negative. Ioscarp Leon is a peak ship, though. I do know a lot of people ship that. He is kind of edgy. It does lift him up. I don't think it lifts Ioscarp up enough to be 50% or even cooler than... I could see him in cooler than normal. Him and Absinthe I'm not really happy with down in minor. I think they might actually need to go... Yeah, I think they're more on par with Fita, where they're very low in this tier, but I do think they both fit in that tier. Oh, thanks to the follow, Bear. Lovely to have you. Have you seen Leonhardt in that one ambient Synthesia? They leaned so hard into him being a twink. I have seen it, yes. They really did lean into him being a twink. It's crazy. But I feel like Absinthe and Ioscarp, it's mainly through appearance, but they do look cooler than normal. They just don't really have any feats to back it up. So they're more along the line with Fita. They're definitely on the lower half of this, but I feel like they're edgy enough to make up for their lack of feats. Folinik... She's either neutral or negative. It's hard to say. I'm going to lean towards neutral, because the main reason I'd want to put her in negative is because she constantly shows off her feet. I feel like she's more neutral, though. She's just kind of... She is the OG Harmacist, so she does get a slight bit more leeway. Folinik is what gave us the Harmacist class, so I'll cut her some slack. But she definitely doesn't massively aura farm. Beeswax, nothing. The only cool thing about Beeswax is that she summons a pillar, but unlike Carnelian, she looks too demure. She does not look badass, unfortunately, despite the pillar. She's way too curled in on herself. Where is Beeswax? Let's pull her up. She just looks slightly too insecure. Even in this, she looks kind of goofy. This doesn't make her look cool. None of her skins look cool. She just looks like the young girl she is. So it's hard to think of her looking badass. This is the closest she gets. I still feel like, at best, this puts her up to normal, though. And everything else takes her down from there. It's just the way she stands. She looks very insecure. She's a cutie. Oh, absolutely. It's just, this is a coolness tier list, and I would disagree with her being cool. Kiave. The ABC gang is very hard to rate because on the one hand, they look cool. On the other hand, they're personalities. Beeswax has the Aya and Suzerain, probably too cutesy to aura farm. She's not quite as bad, but I would agree. The others are definitely more cutesy than her, but she's still definitely cutesy. Okay, let's actually look at Kiave before I rank him. Kiave chills with the robots. Yeah, but he's so fucking... I feel like from appearance alone, he goes up to neutral. But that is the highest I can justify this man. He looks like an Italian mobster, but then he opens his mouth. Kiave's 50-50. No, like, he doesn't have any feats, he just has his appearance. I understand that, but for me, like, all of the other 50-50s, they have some kind of feat to back it up. Kiave just looks like he's badass until he opens his mouth. The second you hear Kiave talk, you are 100% confident for the rest of your life that he is not a Giga Chad. Up until then, it's kind of based. U-tier Drip Master? No, because then we'd need to move a lot of them. So many characters with cool until they start yapping. Yeah, but the problem is, Kiave has absolutely nothing to back up the cool until he starts yapping. Some of the others, they still accomplish something. Kiave doesn't. He's just a mechanic. Okay, Silence... Silence... I think Silence does have a little bit of aura. Just a little. Not much. The glasses actually help her. She absolutely just looks like mum energy. But at the same time, she does accomplish some story feats as default Silence. And she does look cool as a medic, which is hard to do. Yeah, the E2 art massively helps. This art massively hinders. She's above average. Yeah, I would consider her above average. But not by that much, because you've got to take into account her personality. Basically, all of her story beats are her caring for Ifrit. Which, while that is wholesome, that's not cool. Also, welcome in Highfire! She's a bird, she is a bird, but the bird parts look so goofy. It looks so stupid having feathers coming out of your fucking hair like that. The E2 art massively helps, but I'm just trying to remember, does she actually do anything other than care for Ifrit story-wise? If she does, I think I can justify her being cooler than normal. But from memory, she mainly just gets angry with Saria and is kind of worried about things. So while she looks cool, she doesn't really have any feats to back it up. I'll leave her in there for now, but if someone has an argument, I would love to hear it, because I would like to put her higher. Ryan Lab manga, pretty crazy. Yeah, but isn't that Silence Altar for the most part? Her feats are mostly in Lone Trail, which is Silence Altar. Yeah, that was my understanding as well. Scene, negative aura. She's just wholesome, younger girl who doesn't move much. She's a sloth. She does a lot in Lone Trail. Yeah, Silence Altar will absolutely be above average, at very minimum. But OG Silence, she doesn't really do much. What do you mean, not cool? She goes against all of Ryan for Ifrit? Yeah, but like, in a mama bear without the bear energy. Also, Silence, from memory, would have died if Saria had not saved her when she went against Ryan Labs. Manga is still a default Silence. I haven't read the manga, I could be wrong. That could absolutely sway it. You called? Welcome in, Mr. Sloth. Yeah, we're talking about Scene and her complete lack of aura. She looks kind of cool until you realize she moves at sloth speed, which is unfortunate. It is what it is. Andriana kind of looks cool. I just don't remember, like, Andriana doesn't have any story at all. Andriana never shows up. Lowlight has some aura. That's the last time we've seen Andriana. Seen as cute, she is, but she's not cool. She's not badass. Genuinely, please, does anyone know anything that Andriana does in the entire story at all? The only reason people remember her is the Lowlight cosplay. So yes, she kind of looks cool, but she doesn't do anything. Maybe one day she will be cool. She definitely is stanced up and ready to go in all of her arts. But man, she has not done anything at all.
Andrina went to a comic
Welcome in Hungary. Oh my god, I forgot to disable sub-only mode. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I forgot to disable sub-only mode. That was like an hour ago. Oh shit, okay, you're all free now. Oh, was that why you were saying free Twitch chat earlier? I am so sorry to whoever said that. I did not put it together. I'd forgotten that it was still in sub-only mode. Okay, welcome in non-subs. Thank you, Hungry, for reminding me. I was wondering why you'd said that with text-to-speech. That makes so much more sense now. I am so sorry. Change to Twitch, then welcome back, Nguyen. I'm so sorry. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I can yap. Yeah, I was wondering, where did Suki go? You also used TTS, and I didn't put it together. I'm sorry, just a wonder passing by. Yep, make fun of me. Throw your tomatoes for a moment. I deserve it. Let me go fill up my water bottle while I die of shame. Oh god, why would you do that to me? Why did you wait until such a late moment? How could you do me this dirty? What's wrong? Why? I was gone, came back and waited for 20 minutes. I'm so sorry. Bro, forgot. I usually do. It is what it is. Put the poor people in jail for hours. It is what it is. Look, you were in jail, you're out of jail now. Okay. Oh, that's embarrassing. How's the tier list looking? It's coming together. It's sped up significantly. The first 2 hours, we got maybe 20 done. But lower rarities are a bit easy. Tamimi, despite the fact that... Okay, the only redeeming thing Tamimi has is that she shoots a helicopter down with a rocket launcher. Texas Altar isn't peak. We haven't got up to Texas Altar. It's basically in order of when they came out. Hello, Telos. Lovely to have you. I feel like Tamimi... I feel like she's negative aura. She's just too short. Free content, by the way, it is free content. I just forgot. No one reminded me. You could have just typed with text-to-speech, please free us, and I would have remembered. I thought you were done with 6 stars? Oh, no, it's not in order. It's in order of release rather than in order of rarity. Tamimi's a minor? No, actually. Tamimi is an adult. She is childhood friends of Gaviel and Eunectas. She's just really short. I didn't have channel points, I'm so sorry. Tamimi E2, no, I'm not pulling up Tamimi E2. Is that not enough of a successful aura farm? It makes me want to put her out of this. It's just everything outside of her shooting down the helicopter with a rocket launcher is massive girl failure energy. I could see her having maybe minor because the rocket launcher. I'll put her at 50-50. She's either cool with the rocket launcher or incredibly uncool every other instance. Actually, you know what? I'll put her in the Gage tier. Her only cool moment is her being a yandere for Gaviel, and outside of that, she spends the rest of time being a yandere for Gaviel. Oh, thanks for the follow, Wanderer passing by. Lovely to have you. My channel doesn't allow for channel point gambling. Like, oh, that's unfortunate. Yeah, plenty of countries ban that. It is what it is. I feel like, much like Midnight, her entire personality is built around another person, and she doesn't really do much outside of that, so I'll pop her there. Let's see. Flint. I'm sorry, Flint. You at best, you're just like normal woman. Oh no, I can justify minor aura for Flint. Flint at least looks cool, even though she's just generic boxer. She looks fine. Maybe cooler than normal. It's just, does she do anything? Genuinely, does Flint accomplish anything? Have we had any content with Flint in it? Oh, that's a very cute Mizuki, tell us. That's very, very cute. I was considering subbing to tell you to turn off sub mode, but I went with option 2, crying in the Discord. I'm so sorry for that. She fights Blaze, but doesn't she get absolutely stomped? She fights with Blaze? Yeah, but didn't she get absolutely demolished by Blaze, or am I misremembering? You're saying she's cool when being a yandere, and she's a yandere all the time? No, I'm saying her being a yandere led to one cool moment where she pulled out a rocket launcher and shot down a helicopter. Outside of that, she's just too busy being yandere. If Flint gave her own against Blaze, I can consider putting her in cooler than normal. Flint just loves fighting? Yeah, she is kind of fight sexual. I could see her being cooler than normal. I'll justify it for now, because she does at least look the part. Even in this relatively girly dress, she still looks badass because of her face and her intense eyes and the fact that she's ready to throw hands. So I'll be nice to Flint because she has 0 story feats. I'll be kind, I'll be kind. Now, this is incredibly easy. Pith is incredibly peak. Sharp, oh wait, no, sorry. Pith is consistent badass. Sharp is peak. Touch is consistent badass. And Storm Eye is a bit of a poser, so he's cooler than normal. Half Open Eye gotta be my favorite gender. For real. It is really badass. So, does anyone disagree with those rankings? Do I need to explain all of those, or are we all on the same page here? Because I can explain. I can absolutely explain. They're so badass, they absolutely are. The only reason Storm Eye gets dragged down a bit is his poor performance combat-wise. He looks really cool. Oh, actually, no, that's gameplay. Lore-wise, he's on par with Pith. I'll move him up one. So, Sharp shows up in multiple events and is an absolute Giga Chad badass who goes 1v1 versus Dagenbrecher. His first feat is when he shows up in the Silver Ash event, Courier demands the entirety of the city guard form up in formations, despite it being just one guy versus all of them. And then the next scene is him saying to the doctor, yeah, don't worry, I went easy on them, so they're not hospitalized too bad. Sharp is insanely peak. Sharp is also the only one who's shown up in any events. Storm Eye shows up in Reclamation Algorithm's story and Manticore's story, but I believe it's just Sharp and Storm Eye who show up in that. But Touch, Pith, Storm Eye, and Sharp, IS-only operators are all absolute gigachads. And the reason I put Touch higher is because Touch manages to look this cool despite being a medic. I would say Touch looks cooler than Pith and Storm Eye, and she's a medic, so that is absolute peak. Doctor is peak, he doesn't even have anything, you just see his aura, even W is scared. Doctor is absolutely peak. So would Ace be if he was an operator. But yeah, so a summary is, Sharp is the most Giga Chad character of all time in the event he shows up. Storm Eye's also in Originium Dust with Ranger. I read Originium Dust recently, I don't remember seeing Storm Eye, but he might have shown up. I could be misremembering. I don't remember him showing up. I thought that was Liskarm, Franca, and Ranger. Sharp even has a protege who's cool. He really does. But no, they look really cool. They are built to aura farm. Mint, you're way too cute. You have negative aura. So does April. I like April, but both of them are way too goofy or cute to do anything of value. Even when April looks cool, she doesn't look cool to me. I'm curious where the R6 guys will go. They will go pretty high. Most of them will probably go towards peak because they are perfect examples of tactical. Pith has several mentions in the files of various casters. They all sound pretty cool. Yes. All of them are absolute gigachads who everyone respects. It's just Pith and Storm Eye's designs are slightly weaker than Touch and Sharp's. And Sharp shows up in an event and kicks ass. Isn't the R6 non-canon? No, they made them canon. They went needlessly hard. Or at least they made a story reason that would make it canon, even if it's not. Warfarin. I feel like Warfarin is 50-50. I feel like she's 50-50. I gotta get sleep. Thanks for coming, Dark Moon. Don't worry, you'll only miss half an hour to an hour of the tier list. I will absolutely need to do this in multiple parts. I'm not even a third of the way done. But thanks for coming. Sleep well, man. It was lovely to have you. We're 3 hours in and we haven't finished year 1 ops. Seems like there'll be a few more parts. Yeah, there will be. So let's move through a couple a little bit faster. Some of the easier ones. Aosta, you are right there with Kiave. Warfarin's probably lower. She's kind of goofy. She's goofy, but she doesn't have to be. She has had a few cool moments. She does act really goofy, though, most of the time. She's either super important or a menace. Exactly. She's usually goofy, but she can be a menace when she wants to. Aosta is peak with Yoast. No, Aosta is in the shape of an A. Aosta's art is in the shape of an A. Look at that shit. His body is A-shaped. He is not cool. The best I can justify for him and Kiave are neutral because of their fucking personality. Bro is A-posing for real. Look, the only reason Broker can carry his personality to peak is because he looks cool and shuts up. Aosta and Kiave don't stop talking. He's A-poser, he really is. Whislash is hard. Whislash used to be really important and badass. I feel like she's just potential though. She's sort of like a generic competition knight. Tag maxing, yeah, she's mainly focused on looking attractive. I could even see the justification for her being in the gauge tier, but for now I'll put her in aura. Minor aura, because her being in the gauge tier implies incest, and we should avoid that if possible. Jessica's probably a special case of work in progress. I would say both Jessicas are work in progress. Don't you remember when Yostar made the translation about the description of Aosta and they only wrote Aosta? It was very funny. Also, why do we have a gauge tier? Because all 4 of these characters, their entire personality is about them flirting with someone. Schwartz could be really cool if she wasn't down bad for Salon. Same with Franca. Midnight, if he wasn't flirting with every single woman in existence, and Tamimi is cool except for the fact that her entire personality is about Gabrielle. So that is why we added a gauge tier. They didn't flirt with me, you're not their targets. You're not Gravel. Okay. Whisperain, she's neutral. She's just adult woman. She's very attractive, but in terms of actual aura farming, the closest she gets to aura farming is her god tier D&D skin. But let's be real. This isn't looking cool. This is showing off that she has a nice arse and back. Elysium should be in the gauge tier. There are a couple characters who I could see being in the gauge tier, Elysium being one of them. I personally didn't. Elysium and Squire could both easily go in the gauge tier, but they just aren't for me. Midnight is a simp in general, negative aura. No, he looks hot enough that he pulls it off. She's peak Cthulhu Mythos. Yeah, but does she really do anything? That's the thing. Like, she just kind of looks dead inside, and is a very demure, passive woman who doesn't fight and only heals. That's why she's hard to rank. She is very peak Cthulhu Mythos woman, and she is very hot, but all of her outfits are about showing off her ass. Like, look at this. Look at her E2 showing off her ass. Her first skin showing off her thighs, showing off she's not wearing panties, and showing off her tits. Her second skin, hey, look at my ass. It's just hard to take her seriously. Looks submissive? Exactly. Whisperain does not look like she could be a threat. I could see her maybe going up to minor aura or work in progress, because she's very edgy. But I feel like the rest of her personality detracts from that. The second skin shows the men? Yeah, I've made that joke many times. Look, Whisperain, the main thing going for her is that she's very, very pretty. She's intimidating. I'm shaking in the chair for my pelvis. Yeah, one part of you is shaking right now. I get you. I get you. Okay, Kafka. Kafka is a gremlin. She has negative aura. Even if Kafka was stabbing you in the chest and you were dying from Kafka, you would not think she has any aura because she'd be laughing while doing it. Let's be real. Same as Robin. Robin tries to assassinate Mountain and fails and is just kind of a girl failure the entire time, and her entire plot is about her being in debt and trying to fix that. Neither of them have any aura. Even though I like them as characters. Myrtle is more intimidating than Kafka. Yeah, unironically, Myrtle is more intimidating than Kafka, which says all you need to know. Iris, I would also say Iris has no real aura. I don't think it's negative. I think she's neutral. She's just too much of generic child. She has some degree of mysticism, but we really don't know much about her. Like, am I misremembering her skins? This one looks kind of cool, but I don't know if this is enough aura. 1% battery aura? For real, for real. Look at her stabbing me, how adorable. Exactly. Her skin, Iris' skin is kind of cool. I could see her being a work in progress, based off of the skin. Her default would not be though, but we counted it for Bison. Like, she's hitting us she's hitting us with the meme. She's hitting us with the rock meme eyebrows. And then she shows you where if you were 1 degree further to the left, you'd be looking at her panties right now. But then her skin does actually look really cool. And her hair has completely changed color. I'll put her in potential for her skin. Tuye. Tuye is an example of Whisperane where the only thing she is going for her is her hot skin, but unlike Whisperane, has some sadistic energy, so I would say she has potential. She's got the story and personality. I say Tuye has potential, personally. I like Whisperane more than Tuye, but I would say Tuye has potential. She looks like she could be cool one day if she put more effort into it. If we somehow got more Tuye, we could see her being cool. She looks like a sweet girl. Bro, she looks like she's going to stab you. Tuye looks like she is about to stab you at every single instance we see her. Even her E0, I am going to stab you, sir. But no, I think she has potential. She could be cool. Bit of wasted opportunity, though. Nightmare. Nightmare, it doesn't matter that you've got a psycho... Wait, actually, hang on. I need to see Nightmare again. It depends entirely on how intimidating she looks with her alternate personality. She doesn't at all. Okay, yep, Nightmare has negative. I'm gonna be honest. Nightmare does not have any kind of aura at all. Let's be real here. She could become attractive if she was crazy enough, but she wouldn't be scary. Gloria has negative, exactly. Nightmare has some aura, but Gloria does not. So I'm going to rank her in negative, because they are two separate. She's another case of split personality. Let's see. Who have we got next? Skyfire. You cannot look cool if you burn your own clothing off. If you literally burn yourself naked, you do not look cool. You look like you're in a porn game. You see all of these orange sparks? Let me zoom in a lot so you can see them. These orange spots on her tights are her arts burning them off. That is why you can see the skin in the background of the other ones. She is legitimately burning herself naked while she's fighting. That is the most negative aura you could possibly have. Rope, you are named after a rope bunny. Your entire personality and existence is based off of a BDSM joke. And your only other personality is being a kleptomaniac. Sure, I'm sorry, sure. Even if you were stabbing me with the fire axe, you would not look intimidating. Sure, there is nothing you could do to look intimidating. Too horny to aura farm? Yeah, rope is way too damn bad to aura farm. Shore is top tier? No, Shore is not top tier. Shore is like 3 foot nothing. Burning enemies while naked, burning herself is metal? No, because she just looks like she's the protagonist of a porn game. Skyfire Delta burn elemental damage module win. The funny thing is she would still be bad. Sure, remember Path of Pain? Path of Pain was really fun. Sure just yaps too much? Yeah. Shirayuki has potential. I could see Shirayuki being cool because she is an assassin and bodyguard. But at the same time, she's kind of goofy. She's a bit too small to put higher than that. She does look kind of cool, but we'd need to know much more about her to see if she's actually cool. Shore's a rap god. Yeah, shout out Eminem. Can't believe they did a collab. And then again, by adding the Emperor to the game. Yeah, Shirayuki could be cool. We need to see more of her. Meteor just gives off mommy energy, as in, like, literally she would be your mother. I don't know how better to describe it. Even if Meteor looks cool, she looks more like your mother than anything. Maybe I could see potential. I'm back. Welcome back, Frequency! Hask Mask makes anything look cool. There's also the fact that she is explicitly an assassin and bodyguard. Eminem, but minus his aura for real. Okay, Meteor's E2 is doing a lot of carrying. Kita-san, black, and then Dag does Manhattan Cafe for real. Myrtle's a Giga Chad making all that DP inflation. Nah, that's gameplay-wise. Aunt? Yeah, even in this, she just looks more like your aunt. She looks like your mother scolding you. She doesn't really look threatening. Nvidia bricked my PC for an hour. I'm so sorry to hear that. How do you know what my mother looks like? Oh, well, me and your mother have a very special relationship. Yeah, look, I like Meteor. I don't think her E2 does enough carrying. I think she's just normal-ass woman. She looks too much like an aunt. Now, normal Jessica is girl failure. Normal Jessica is not even a work in progress. Maybe Jessica Alta. Maybe. When we get to Jessica Alta, I would be willing to hear it. Nvidia fixed it after I updated the drivers. Hey, I'm glad that it's been fixed at least. Money aura? No, she does not have money aura. She has no aura whatsoever. Now, deep color is a little bit of an oddball. Most people have never E2'd deep color, so they aren't aware of this. Deep color's E2 is actually very intimidating. I would say she's even above average. Because we know she's some weird Seaborn cultist, it's like Adriana but implied to be a villain, and that inherently gives her a little bit more aura. Nvidia fixed it after Nvidia broke it. I mean, hey, can you really complain about that? Jessica's Mafia? No, she's not. Jessica's not part of the Mafia. I did as well. She's pretty good. But because of her E2, I actually think this looks intimidating enough. This implies story. We don't know for a fact the story exists, but it implies enough story that unless they ruin it later on, I would say by default, I would expect her to be cool the next time she shows up. I would put her in cooler than normal. That could easily go down. But for now, based mainly off of the E2, I think she's pretty cool. Part of it's the tentacles, but also it's her eyes. The fact that her eyes visibly change color, it is very, very rare. Her eyes are usually amber, but in her E2, they're glowing green, and she's clearly got something funky going on. Are you for real? What, with her being cooler than normal? I am for real. I do think there's enough implied story here that she is by default intimidating. We would expect her next appearance to be intimidating, but that could easily be fucked up. Just looking at this, I would expect her next appearance to be as a villain. Intimidating for demonetization. What, because tentacle hentai? What if Jessica shows up with a Juggernaut skin? No, even in her Juggernaut skin, Jessica does not have any aura. Bro, even as this, she looks insecure. How do you manage to look insecure while wearing an entire hazmat suit? Is it just me or did Baron legally change his name? He did. Baron changed to Sayo Hana Ryu. I'll have to ask Baron next time I see him what he wants to be called. He also changed his Discord name. Do we have any proof that she's Seaborn related? Yes, the tentacles. As far as I understand, that is what makes us sure she's Seaborn related. But no, the fact that Jessica doesn't look even slightly cool while wearing a hazmat suit tells it all. Okay, who's after that? Who's after that? Who have we got next? Earth Spirit. I feel like Earth Spirit is just a normal-ass woman. Like, am I crazy? Earth Spirit is just a woman with a slight resting bitch face. That's all she has going for her. She's just eager? Yeah, but the eager are related to them. Somewhat. Earth Spirit, where are you? Why can't I see you? There we go. She's just a normal angry German woman. Yeah, like, she just looks dead on normal for me. Like, does she accomplish anything? To my knowledge, no. So yeah, I'll just class her as normal and move on. Earth Spirit doesn't exist based. Doberman, okay. Doberman is 50-50. And that is based entirely off of one thing. If Doberman's eyebrows were normal, she would be cool. Did I hear angry German? Männer, wir lautet unsere Mission. Absolut Ausrattung. There you go, platypus. Deep color has aura because you can draw you pregnant. For real. Especially with reality warping ink. So congratulations, you're now pregnant. But no, if Doberman did not have her goofy eyebrows, she would be cool. So she is 50-50. I don't know where she would rank without the eyebrows, because you can't really ignore it. But what the fuck are those eyebrows? Her eyebrows are normal for a Doberman? Yeah, but that doesn't make it look good. Her Bolivar suit made her look cooler than normal. I agree, but also plot-wise, she's implied to be very intimidating. I think without the eyebrows, she'd probably be minor aura or at best cooler than normal. But because of the eyebrows, it's just so goofy that I'm just ranking her as here because where you rank her depends entirely on if you can ignore the eyebrows or not. That is my personal opinion. That's why she's in the 50-50. Estelle, Estelle's hard to rank. Theoretically, is it Estelle or Matoimaru who's treated as a war goddess? It's Matoimaru, right? I think I might be getting their stories confused. Because if so, Estelle is just normal. Cute Croc, she's too cute to be threatening. She is also threatening because she just punches you to death. But at the same time, I think she's just normal. She's just an average woman. Her E2 is just look at my ass. Exactly. Her E1 is much more intimidating than her E2. She just has negative. I wouldn't quite go negative. Because she still does beat you to death with her fists. She is still a threat. Despite her attempts, she's a girl failure. I can kind of see that. I just don't think she's as much of a girl failure as, like, anyone else here. Like, if you compare her to April, Estelle is cooler than April. And April is by far one of the cooler people in the negative aura tier. Friend-shaped Croc? I don't know if she's friend-shaped. I'm still intimidated by her, knowing that she will punch you to death. I'm still lightly intimidated by Estelle, but that might just be me. She's definitely nowhere near as cool as Gabrielle. We can all agree on that. I just don't think she's quite bad enough to be negative aura. Bee Hunter, though, that is some negative aura. Estelle is lovely, she is. Also, welcome in, Peter. Lovely to have you. She can't fit through a doorway properly. It is very goofy. Okay, now Bee Hunter, I would let her friend me to death. Why is everybody horny posting? Bee Hunter. I feel like Bee Hunter is trying to aura farm, but this is just negative aura. Let's be real. This is just negative aura. The fact that she dresses up in a bear onesie and walks around in it completely ruins any minute amount of aura that she gathered from her E2 and E1. Reminds me of the Estelle gif. Which one? They are psychopathic. Do not look up Estelle gifs. They are psychopathic. She eats nearby enemies. Wasn't that her lore? That's her gameplay. I don't know if she actually eats them. There's a reason I never bought the skin. I like the skin. It's just very goofy. Her E0 is her coolest, in my opinion. With that level of confidence, actually, you know what? You're right. I feel like Bee Hunter is still normal because she's confident enough to pull it off. Like, she manages to make it work, which is impressive. Looking up Estelle gifts, you do not want to do that. Okay, 1 second. Let me actually show this real quick. Let me show this real quick. I want you all to see this. Let's see if I can find them before I show them properly. No, why would you default to Stell? Oh no, okay, apparently I can't find them. I might be thinking of a different character. She has a gun, but she's... Oh, yeah, okay, there we go. So, this is Estelle gifts. People just decided to become legitimately insane. Like, they even made a version of Flappy Bird where it's all Estelle. This is why we're saying don't look up Estelle gifs. Estelle fans are legitimately insane. They have lost their last McFucking marbles. Okay, let's get back to it. Courier. I'm personally of the opinion that Courier is default. He is the lowest Silver Ash gang. The only reason... I could see him being minor aura if he didn't get absolutely demolished by Sharp. The fact that he was so terrified of Sharp defaults him. I wouldn't quite say negative because he's still kind of cool. I could see the argument. Let me remind myself what he looks like. Because his guitar skin is negative aura. Like, his E2, he looks kind of cool. His guitar skin, he looks like he's in a boy band. He's pure beta male. That is fair. Gauge, I could also see him in the Gauge if it was just this skin. While only being available through accrued dustbins. I know, right? Borderline Gauge, that's how I feel as well. I don't actually think he's Gauge. I think he's borderline Gauge. I think that's the perfect way to describe him. I think he's just normal. I think he's default. He has potential, but he also loses some potential because he gets absolutely demolished by Sharp. But he looks kind of... Courier did solo a bunch of people in lore. You are correct, but he got absolutely demolished by Sharp. Like, if he hadn't been used to set up Sharp, I could see him having some minor aura or work in progress. But he got so ratioed by Sharp that I can't even respect him anymore. Also, welcome in, Smartoverse. Lovely to have you. Who didn't get demolished by Sharp? Degenbrecker. Put him in Gauge. I could see him in Gauge, but I personally wouldn't put him there. I think he's borderline Gauge. Much like Swire and Elysium, I could see the argument. I'm glad the Ada Ada was a male voice. Of course it was. It's mine. It's Sharp. He's on Degen's level. He gets defeated by Sharp, but... Okay, look. When Sharp loses to Degenbecker, he still looks cool. When Courier loses to Sharp, he gets absolutely demolished and embarrasses himself. He summons an entire army, gets them into attack formation, and then gets fucking demolished. I was worried it wouldn't be. No, that's fair, that's fair. Well, I'm a human flashbang. He didn't die to Sharp. He lost a 100v1 versus Sharp, and Sharp said he was holding back so he didn't hurt them too badly. If Sharp had been going to kill him, he would have died to Sharp. I get it, he's very loyal to Silver Ash, but I feel like he just got absolutely demolished by Sharp so much that he lost a tier. Mouse, you are way too cute to look cool despite your claws. Mouse's face takes away from her otherwise intimidating claws. Let me just pull her up to make sure, but from memory. Wait, does she not have the claws? Am I thinking of someone else? Oh yeah, there we go, there we go. 1 Sharp versus 100 humans, for real, for real. Oh yeah, but look, Mouse is too cute. Even with her giant, intimidating claws, it doesn't matter. She's adorable. You could not be scared. Even if she was a serial killer, it is what it is. Negative aura. Frostleaf does actually have aura, she just has absolutely nothing else going for her. If Frostleaf was as cool as she looked, she would be a good character. Frostleaf passive makes her a girl failure. No, that's gameplay-wise. That's not her fault. She does look kind of cool. She's trying her best. She's not doing a very good job, to clarify. I'm only giving her minor aura. She has a tiny amount of aura by being a very young and skilled mercenary. She's just generic mercenary girl number 7. Generic child soldier number 63. But she absolutely has a little bit of aura because she dual wields axes. Think about it. Check this shit out. She's wielding 2 fucking halberds at once. A halberd and an axe. She is actually kind of cool. It's just her gameplay is atrocious and they did her so dirty. Matoi Maru, she is a war goddess. 50% cool, 50% crown slayer. If only she wasn't shit, I know, right? They tried to gas her up? Yeah, they really did. Not work in progress? Nah, because they tried to gas her up and then they just completely failed. Matoi's skin is so good. Yeah, Matoi is 50-50. It's another case of the second she opens her mouth, all of her aura is gone. But before then, she looks very cool. Matoi Maru looks incredibly cool. Right until she starts talking and you realize how much of a goofball she is. I could see the argument for being cooler than normal. I think she's goofy enough to offset that. That's the distinction with this tier. She is cooler than normal, but she's goofy enough that it's a 50-50. Because she also, much like Estelle, just kind of breaks doors because she's not paying attention. Quora, negative aura. Gummy, also negative aura. Cicero, Myrtle, Vermeil, maybe. May. Does anyone Pure Stream? Let's just go through some very easy ones. Does anyone disagree with Myrtle, May, Conviction, Pure Stream, Cicero, Gummy, Quora, or even Click having negative aura? She's cool till she starts speaking. That's sexist. No, that happens to a lot of men as well. It's both genders. I disagree with Conviction. Why? Even if Conviction was stabbing you in the chest and sacrificing you to a cult, how is Conviction intimidating in any way? This is negative aura. They are an April Fool's character. Conviction is peak, yes, but not peak in terms of looking cool. Conviction doesn't look cool at all. Look at this shit. So yeah, that's a lot of them out of the way. If anyone has an argument for any of these, let me know. I think Quora is the closest to being cool, but she's like 13. Oh no, that's Bubble. Quora is like 16. She's kind of dumb, doesn't have many memories, and is just really tanky and hits you in the face with a baseball bat. She is the closest of them to being cool. But even then, she's just absolute negative aura. Oh, I missed one. Gray. Not Gray Alter, Default Gray. Gray Alter has some coolness to him. Default Gray looks like a child. Okay, now let's get to Matterhorn. But I feel like all of them, those are nice and easy. Matterhorn, I feel like, has some aura, but his cowboy aesthetic kind of ruins it. Because he's not the cool kind of cowboy aesthetic, he's the real-life kind of cowboy aesthetic, where they look like they're a pop star from the 80s. Or maybe the 70s, because they've got these flared pants. He is very muscular, though. It's almost 6 a.m. Oh, please do sleep then, Frequency. It was lovely to have you, but please sleep. Work in progress? I agree. I feel like Matterhorn is a work in progress. He's not doing so hot, but he could become much cooler. I don't think he will, but he could become much cooler. I could also see him being in the gauge. I'm vibing. Hey, let's go. Matterhorn pretty normal, even with bonus points for efforts. I just feel like because he has resting bitch face, it ups him to potential. He constantly looks serious, and that helps. Like, this should look goofy as hell. Is aura vanished behind the kitchen? I do agree. But the way he's holding this here, he does look intimidating at least. Earring gauge. Okay, yeah, but that's a relatively normal earring. That's fine, that's fine. I'm gonna put him... He looks like discount Emiya from Fate. Just the sort of hair he's got. Or maybe Kukulane. But I'm gonna put him in minor. That is the highest I can possibly put him. Unless he was going on to Gauge for being down bad for Silver Ash, which is fair. Now, Durna, despite being absolutely dog shit, is actually kind of cool. This is an example of how you can have a busty character who isn't defined by her tits. Even though her skin, let's be real, this is just Shamare. This is just adult Shamare. What the hell? Why is her skin just adult Shamare? This is not what I was talking about when I said I wanted Shamare Alta. But, like, let's ignore her skin for now, because this is just Shamare. Like, am I crazy? Is it just me? This looks like Shamare Alta. This does not really look like Durnar. Part of just the aesthetic they went for. It's very goofy. But default Durnar, I would say she absolutely has potential. She's not super high potential, but she has potential. So for Shamare, you want another lolly? No. I don't like lolly characters. I want adult Shamare. When I said Shamare Alta, I prefaced it with adult Shamare Alta. But no, I feel like she has potential. Durnar could be cool one day. In the same way Scavenger. As much as I like Scavenger, I've got to be real. Let's pull her up. Scavenger looks really badass in her E2 art specifically, but everything else is really goofy. What in the BDSM is this? But at the same time, she's carrying an axe, so it makes up for it. I would actually say Scavenger is still cooler than normal. Just slightly. Just barely. But I would put her in cooler than normal. No, just because she's lesbian doesn't make her Gauge. She is professional. As a mercenary, she has aura. Exactly. In her E2, in her skin, when she's getting serious, she has aura. No, she is not defined by her love for Pruvence. Yes, she's one of Pruvence's many stalkers, but she has other personality. Matoy's new skin is good. I personally didn't buy it, but it is a good skin. Okay? No. She has personality other than being gay. She looks cool. Just, like, her entire character is not focused on being gay. She's professional. Professional lesbian? What are you talking about? Could I ruin the skin even more? What are you going to point out? Her goofy-ass hip window, her goofy-ass gauntlet. There's a lot to hate about this. You're very welcome to ruin it, yes. Pruvence has more than one stalker? Yes, Project Red. Project Red stalks all of the Lupos because they're tails, and Pruvence has the best tail, so she gets doubly stalked. And then there's Texas with her 6-person harem. It is what it is. But no, absolutely feel free to ruin it. Oh, sorry, wrong tab. But no, I feel like Scavenger is slightly cooler than normal, but it's barely. It's very, very barely. Her gauntlet looks like cleaning gloves. They do, because she's an assassin. That one makes sense. Now, I think Vermeil is one of the only lollies, or underage characters rather, who manages to look cool, and it is heavily because of her prosthetic. Oh, apparently the skin won't load. That's fine. Vermeil does manage to look cool. I would even go so far as to say Vermeil is cooler than normal. Look, we're not talking about the Vermeil artist. Do not look up fan art of Vermeil, especially when done by the official artist. Do not do it. They are still going, by the way. But part of it's the metal arm, part of it's her scrappy spirit like this. She does look genuinely really, really cool. She only gets really lollified in her quote-unquote official fan art. It's not even fan art, yeah, it's official fan art. Based. Kental cooks too much. Look, the worst thing is, Kental has gotten way better at shading. I would love to see a Kental skin of Vermeil, but they are never going to hire him. Because right after she released, he started drawing shit tons of porn of her that really emphasized the fact that she was underage. He's drawn like 100 pornographic fan arts of Vermeil. The damage is absolutely done, which is a shame because Kental's art has gotten a lot better. It was always good, but the shading is so cool now. Alrighty. So moving on from unfortunate Vermeil. I would say Ethan, unfortunately, does have a little bit of aura. I don't like it, but this guy does actually cook. He looks kind of cool. His skin looks absolutely terrible, but his default and his E2 look kind of cool. They're still going, so you're checking regularly? No, I made a follow-up video for Vermeil. We'll never get a skin because she got a skin. And in doing so, I looked up more just to check, and yep, they are still going consistently every couple months. Ethan 50-50, yeah, I feel like that's it. If you hear Ethan talk, all of his badass effect is gone. Just because of his nasally voice. Which, by the way, I saw someone roast Super in the funniest way by saying Super sounds like a slightly deeper voiced Ethan. And I'm gonna be honest, I can hear it. No offense, Super. I'm so sorry you have to put up with this. Super's voice does actually have a very similar tone to Ethan. It is much nicer than Ethan's, but it has a lot of similarities. He should be let in, but with a gun pointed at him. Exactly, exactly. Kental, we are watching you very closely. But I would like to have Kental back because their art is good, but at the same time, I understand why that is not going to happen. Now, Ambriel. The only thing I know about Ambriel is the tax avoidance meme. From memory, she is not very cool. Is she the one who has a fake gun because she didn't actually have her gun license, or is that one of the others? Super sending an Italian pipe bomb to your location? It is what it is. Now, is it Andriana or Ambriel where their gun is fake? Oh, she does look okay. I feel like she has potential. But then she kind of loses it in her skin. How about we just call Ambriel a neutral? In her E1 and E2, she has potential. In her skin, she loses that. That's Andre. Ah, gotcha, gotcha. So yeah, let's call her neutral. Let's call her neutral. She could have potential if it wasn't for this skin. I think her skin is better. Yeah, but her skin does not have any aura at all. She's dropping an entire ice cream. That shit is gone. It's Andriana. Yeah, I knew it was one of them. I thought it was Andriana, but I wasn't sure. She's the embodiment of laziness, but surprisingly capable. Yeah, but at the same time... look at the frilly swimsuit she's wearing, and she's dropping ice cream. If she didn't have a skin, I would say she has potential or is even cool. This is really cool art. This is not. I approached the girl I like and told her I was here, the love of her life. Now everyone laughs at me in class. I'm sorry to hear that, Capitan. For what it's worth, don't let it get to you too much. It might feel like it really matters now, but in 5 years, you won't care. You'll look back on this and it'll be a funny story to you. So stick with it. You've absolutely got this, okay? It'll be a bit awkward now. Don't let it bother you. Just laugh it off. Eventually, you'll find it very funny and you won't care. So act like you do now and try to move there. I'm sorry you had to go through that, though. You've got this. Fuck bitches get money. I wouldn't necessarily go that hard. Now, Utage. So, Utage has an interesting problem. Imagine looking down on a girl. No, that's not. I'm not looking down on her, Gigi. I'm saying she doesn't look cool because of the frilly swimsuit. I'm not looking down on her. I'm saying it reduces her coolness factor. I'm a very tactical kind of guy. Now, so Utage, I think we all know what I'm talking about when I say Utage's problem. Do I need to explain myself as to why she's 50-50? Do I actually... Does anyone need any explanation for why Utage is both cool and not at all cool and is going into 50-50 tier? She deserves a G tier. What? Were you taking a guess? Her aura is doubly overshadowed. Tits. Yeah, exactly. Top heavy. For real, for real. Like, Utage's E2 is kind of cool. Her E1's a bit goofy. Her E2's kind of cool. Her second skin is showing off her ass and, like, 1 centimeter away from showing her panties. And then she has her swimsuit skin. So, through no fault of Utage's, she is a 50-50. It is what it is. That's that, and this is this. Now, Cutter. Would I consider Cutter peak? Cutter is definitely the highest 4-star. Unless I'm misremembering someone. When rerun? Well, we still haven't fucking gotten Nightmare's skin to rerun, so I don't know. Can they please give me Nightmare's skin already? I want it so badly. Cutter E2 is peak. I do think it is. And also her skin is really badass. I think she's at the very least consistent badass. I don't think she's quite cool enough to be peak. Does anyone remember what Cutter has done in story? She's definitely one of the two. She's remarkably high and remarkably badass for a 4-star. She even makes the trash haircut look good. You know, the tie off the tip to look like a trash bag? Nightmare got a new skin before her OG skin got a rerun. It's been fucking 6 years. She's been in the story? No. She cuts things. She is a Cutter for real, for real. The twin blades are really cool. I just don't think we know enough about Cutter to decide. She's a failure? Nah, she's not. Also, why does she have a bayonet on her sword covering part of her sword? Look at this. In what situation are you hitting them with the bayonet? If you removed the bayonet, her sword would have the same cutting power. And it's not like you can use it to stab anything. She's one of my few 4-stars built. Yeah, she's absolute Giga Chad. I wouldn't call her a failure. I think Cutter is really, really cool. I don't think she's quite peak. She doesn't have enough feats to back it up. But she is really cool. Giant-ass swords, so many knives, and absolutely competent. She is what Frostleaf wishes she could be. That is its sheath. That is kind of Giga Chad. Okay, now Podenko. This one might be a surprise to people. Despite what you see when you see Podenko, I'm still saying she is a work in progress. You might be thinking, oh, South, surely she is negative aura. What do you mean she's not negative aura? Stalkers, hear me out. It is mainly leaned into by memes and fan art. However, Podenko attacks by throwing nightmarish poisonous spores that get into your lungs and melt you from the inside. Podenko absolutely has potential to be heavily Gap Moe, where she acts really sweet and is a nightmarish, traumatizing fighter. They haven't leaned into it, but despite how cute she looks, I could see a world where she becomes cool, especially because she wears a gas mask to protect from her spores. So absolutely, she is one of the rare cases where despite being super cute, she has a specific type of war crime. Podenko's a cat? I thought Podenko was a dog. Isn't a Podenko a breed of dog, or am I misremembering? But no, I actually do think Podenko has potential. As crazy as that might sound. Isn't the Gap Moe like Rose Salt? Rose Salt is another example, but I don't think Rose Salt is intimidating. Rose Salt is just an angry Spaniard. Now, Vigna. Vigna has a little bit of potential. Vigna is not lacking in aura. She's nowhere near Cutter's level, but she's not completely lacking. Podenko is a cat and Gigi is a dog. Oh, gotcha. There's no war crimes if there's no survivors. Podenko. Didn't realize you were in the chat. Oh no. I feel like Vigna is competent and confident enough that she has potential, but I don't think she's super high up there. I think she's a work in progress. I could see a world where Vigna Alta was an absolute badass, but currently she's not there yet. She's work in yeah, exactly. That's how I feel as well. She's one of the higher work in progresses. I could very easily see her going up the ranks if we got an Alta for her. Talos, that is not why I'm talking it. It's because they're young fighters. Rosmontus is not a work in progress. Rosmontus is already there. These are just characters with potential to become cooler. She very confidently says SBI open up for real, for real. Now, Jay, I don't like to do this. I really don't like to do this. Jay is actually a consistent badass. He is not necessarily aware of this fact, but he is. He's minor? No. You've got to understand something. Jay is not aware of this reputation. But as far as everybody else is concerned, Jay is a hitman for the mob. And he is unaware that they think of this, but the way he acts backs it up. Every time someone in-universe meets Jay, they believe he is a hitman for the mob because he is also protected from the mob. And he looks intimidating enough that it backs it up. He is constantly carrying a knife. He is very skilled with the knife. This skin kind of takes it down a peg, But I would say in terms of in-universe appearances, he consistently looks intimidating. Jay is one of the cases of does not know what aura farming is and unintentionally aura farms. Eventually, Jay will fall out of this. But as he stands now, from the perspective of everyone else, he is a terrifying badass. He is absolutely aura farming unknowingly, which makes it kind of badass. Like, he will eventually go down, 100%. In the future, when we get more Jay content, he will drop down. As he is now, we know so little about him. Every time he appears, people think he's a hitman for the mob. Okay, now, no, not Iascarp. Shit, what's her name? Acid Drop. Right. Acid Drop is a bit of a weird one. The skater aesthetic is just not cool. But she's not full-on skater aesthetic. She's kinda cool. The new skin, though, the new skin doesn't load for me. They haven't added the new skin to this wiki. Let me look it up in another tab. Let me take a look-see. Oh, sorry, I opened the wrong window. Acid Drop skin. Keep in mind we have actual Mafia Hitwoman, Texas, and Vulpus. Yeah, but like, the thing is... they think of him as badass as those two, and he acts like that's the case, even though it's not true. James an overworked minimum wage kitchen worker that is 3 bad days from becoming a mass murderer. Yeah, pretty much so.
Enforcement organization.
Okay, I think Acid Drop is just normal. I don't even really think she has potential. She has a distinct style, and it looks like she's a combat operator almost against her will. I think she's just deadass normal. Like, maybe in the future she could go up the tiers, but she looks pretty entrenched. She's happy being who she is. I want Vulpus and Texas to have a hit on me? Why? You wouldn't see them, you'd just die. Cool little sis? Exactly. She doesn't have aura, but she's cool. Like, not cool in an aura way. Irene is hard. Irene is such a twink. Let's take a lookie at this guy. I feel like he's just gotta go to the gauge tier. Am I crazy? Am I crazy? No, Irene, not Irene. His only aura is his creepy looking factor. Yeah. But like, I don't even know his sexuality. I feel like he is just gay. I feel like he's gotta be in the gauge tier, just because look at how much of a twink this man looks like, especially how he dresses. Even though he's kind of creepy, it just looks like he just doesn't belong anywhere else. Same voice as Kirito, that's pretty funny. Irene sexual, for real, for real. So yeah, I'm glad you all agree, because it's very hard to... Even, like, he would fit in every other category, but Gage is where he belongs. Okay, Bubble has negative aura. She is unironically like 10. I don't know his sexualities, no worries, you'll discover it for me. Hey, cheers, I appreciate that. Okay, while we're doing another few easy ones, let's also get a few out of the way. Bubble is negative aura. Myrrh is negative aura. Cardigan is negative aura. Catapult is negative aura. Beagle is also negative aura. Does anyone disagree with this new wave of 5 absolute negative auras? Have we reached Rainbow 6? No, but we will. We should have time to reach Rainbow 6, because a lot of these will be fast. Pinecone is peak. We're not doing Pinecone. I'm just very quickly getting 5 negative auras out of the way. But yeah, don't worry, Dwight. We should get up to the first wave of Rainbow 6 today, which is good. But no. The only cool thing about Beagle is she carries Ace's shield. Catapult is just a whiny brat. Cardigan is very wholesome, but her name is Mary, and she's just way too wholesome. Myrrh acts like a child and looks like a child, and Bubble is literally a child. Jackie, I feel like she's just a normal woman. She's a bit of a boxer. I could see a world in which she's slightly intimidating. She's not, like, as passive as everyone else. I feel like Jackie's just normal. She doesn't really have any potential. She doesn't really have anything cool about her. She doesn't have anything not cool about her. She's just dead on neutral. I realize why is Blenny so far down. Because it's mostly in order, but not entirely. Jackie Chan's skin, it is pretty awesome. But no, Jackie, you could see a world where if she attacked you, she could beat you up, but there's also nothing really cool about her and nothing really lame about her. She's just dead on the middle. Jackie should be a VTuber for real, for real. All 3 stars, most of 4 stars have a minor or no. Yeah, it will be relatively easy. That's why I'm confident we can get to Rainbow 6, even though we have like 30 characters left. Pinecone. I just feel like Pinecone isn't intimidating. Jackie is just normal Colombian. Yeah, exactly. It's like Granny. I gotta be real, I feel like Pinecone is negative aura. There is nothing about... She's just too short. She's just not at all intimidating. No, like, I know she's a threat. She will absolutely nail you to the wall. It's just... I cannot be intimidated by this woman. Look how unsure of herself she looks. Maybe in the future she'll become cooler. But she just has no aura. She just looks too cutesy. It's hard to say. She is very, very... I feel like she's just too cute to aura farm. Just give her neutral... Nah, it's just... Even neutral feels a bit high for her because of her face. She has such an expressive face where even if she was a serial killer, she wouldn't have aura. That's why I'm saying neutral. The only time she has any degree of aura is her E0, and that's just because she looks dead inside. When she's back to being happy, come back in a few years, exactly. Maybe in a few years she'll be different. As it is now, she has no aura. I'm gonna be real. Beanstalk also has no aura, but for different reasons. Beanstalk does not have any aura whatsoever. At best, Beanstalk could go in the gauge tier. But I'ma put her in the negative aura tier. Not breed her. No. She is a professional breeder. Do not breed her. She breeds crabs. Winky face. Loving Sister Beanstalk. Exactly. This does not look like aura. Beanstalk doesn't have aura, but the crabs do. Yeah, I can kind of see that. Okay, who is up next? Gavial. Now, this is not Gavial Alta. However, normal Gavial, still kind of badass. Yes, she looks pretty goofy, but she is still a badass who canonically beats people up and puts the fear of God in them. Gavial's default skin is also pretty cool. You can definitely see that she was going to be cool. That's why everyone was so hyped for Gavial Alta. I think she's still a consistent badass, even as normal Gavial. And then I think Gavial Alta is peak. I could also see the argument for her just being cooler than normal, though. Blaze is scared of her. Exactly. Like, even default Gavial, even badasses like Blaze are scared of her. So even though she looks a little bit goofy, she still passively aura farms just with how she acts. And the skin makes up for her otherwise weak visual design. Podenko, negative aura. Podenko is just too passive. Gravel, maybe. Ooh, let's see. Okay. Melantha is a work in progress. Melantha Alta could be cool one day. As it stands now, no. Popukar has minor aura. She could grow up to be more than that. Because of her alternate form where she goes crazy and tries to kill everybody, despite the fact that she's like 9. Wish they stayed closer to her base. I do agree. Gavial has such a unique approach to anesthesia. I'm gonna hurt you so badly you're gonna stop complaining about that injury you have. It's kind of based. It's pretty good. Gravel is Gage? I don't know. Let's do this in order. Does Hayes have any aura at all? I'm pretty sure she's just normal woman. Like, she tries to be a hardened criminal, but it just doesn't work. I feel like Hayes is just deadass neutral. Like, she tries to aura farm, but kind of fails, but at the same time, I could see her succeeding one of these days. Especially the manacles. She's just neutral. She kisses the female doctor. Yeah, she kisses everybody. Normal or weird? I don't even think she's work in progress. I would need to see more of her. Jutano, I feel like, is also a normal woman. Let's take a look-see. Let's look at all of her skins to be sure. Yeah, this is just normal woman. Legend says she's still finding Kotatsu for real. Jutano's another just dead-ass normal woman, just completely neutral. Mummy, yeah, massive mummy energy. Same as Meteor. You could see them being intimidating, they're just currently not. Now, let's take a look at Gravel. I need to remember what is canon about Gravel and what is not. Because there's a lot of fanon about Gravel, given that she makes out with you and she was a launch operator. So, canon Gravel is an assassin. And bodyguard. I think Gravel is cooler than normal. I don't even think she's work in progress. I straight up think she's cooler than normal. Every time she shows up, yes, she acts a bit vapid, but she is very to business when she needs to be. Slightly above average? Yeah, I think she's slightly above normal. She's relatively low in the cooler than normal tier list, but I think she would be there. She can stand up to Plat, and that is very impressive, given Plat 1v2's Nerl and Flametail. Gravel fighting Platinum is a core memory of the Doctor in Chapter 14. Of course it is. Gravel's a fucking beast. Gravel acts goofy, but when she locks in, she locks in. She's a slave and competition knight. She's a former slave. That's why she's got the barcode. Those legs are crazy, though. Yeah. Well, okay, no. What's really crazy... Wait, let me actually see if I can find this. Let me see if I can find this for you. They did Gravel so dirty. You don't understand. Bro! Look at how amazing her legs are in the promotional art of this skin. They gave her such a massive nerf. What the hell is this? Look at how much hotter she looks in the promotional art than the actual skin. Why did she get such a massive nerf? Bro, what the hell? Seems like a reliable person. She's incredibly, incredibly reliable. That is why I would rank her as cooler than normal. I would even, actually maybe, because she can 1v1 platinum, I would even consider her to be a consistent badass. Because even in the moments where she's being flirty and vapid, she's still very direct and to business, and every time anything goes down, she's insanely reliable. Plot-wise, I do actually legitimately think she's a consistent badass, because nothing contradicts that. Even her moments of not being a badass, she still has an undercurrent of danger to her. She's still always ready to get in a fight. She's a very good bodyguard who can keep you relaxed. So I would actually consider her a consistent badass. I could see the argument of her being lower. I don't think she's peak, but she's definitely up there. She's just so reliable. I'd forgotten how many story feats she has. Now let's take a look at Orchid. I just need to see her skin. Yeah, I don't think I can see a world where Orchid is going to be intimidating. I think she's just neutral. I wanted to check to be sure. I'm pretty sure she's just neutral. I'm also going to put Spot in neutral. Spot is definitely more intimidating than Hung, but that's a very low bar. This guy is just kind of a loudmouth to make up for the fact that he looks goofy. I could even see him having potential, but his face just looks really goofy. Spot skin, surely? No, the skin is drastically worse than his E0 because of, in the skin, they made his face much more flat. In his default, he has a lot more texture to his face, and it's much higher res. The skin is actually a massive downgrade when it comes to his face, and I was really surprised by that. Look at how much lower res and lower detail his face is in his skin versus his default art. So, in a weird way, like, his default art is much more intimidating than his skin. I would actually even put him as work in progress. Based off of his default, he has the potential to look intimidating. Unlike Hung, he looks more like a wolf who will actually hunt you down, rather than a goofy golden retriever. It looks cartoony, I like it though. It definitely looks cartoony. I prefer the normal one. Man has a brow piercing, and it massively helps. He looks much more intimidating for that brow piercing. Let's see, who's up next? Reserve Ops. Let's be real, all of them have minor aura. Both of the Reserve Ops, they are just minor aura the entire way. They're supposed to look a little bit cool, but not too cool. I could even see the argument for them being cooler than normal. Actually, now that I think about it, now that I look at the rest of this list, part of that is that their entire face is covered. I think they're both cooler than normal. I gotta be dead ass. I think they're actually cooler than normal. Yes, they're generic schmucks, but they are just absolute perfect generic schmucks. All of the minor aura people have something holding them back. These guys do not. The only thing you know about them, they are just perfect goons. They are absolute perfection as henchmen. So call me crazy, I actually gotta put them there. They're not nearly as consistently badass as their seniors, but when they show up, they are ready to do the job, and they will perform to the level you've expected them. Halfway yet? Not even close. So realistically, I'm probably going to do the Rainbow Six Siege operators and then call it for the day. Funny, bro. Nah, it's fair if you disagree. This is my tier list, though. I have the power here. Now, let's take a look at Fang. Normal Fang, 0 aura. Negative aura. They had to retcon Fang dying. Have you seen Reserve Supporter? No, I have not. But yeah, so normal Fang's story is that at some point later on, she betrayed Rhodes Island, leaked company secrets, and then got hunted down and murdered by Sweep. And then they retconned that because they wanted to make Fang alter. Which is a massive disappointment. Because it was a very cool implication that Fang had got hunted down and killed. But also, her name is Fang, and she is a herbivore. She's a horse. She has no aura. She's negative at worst. No. Bro, she looks like she's in a pregnancy dress. She does not have neutral aura. So look, I could see the argument for neutral, but even then I think that's pushing that. Fang Alter, definitely much higher, but default Fang, this is just so goofy. Because this would be neutral, I would say, but even then the overalls are so goofy. I can't unsee that now. I know, right? It's very hard to unsee. Reserve Op Medic, I would say that is just neutral. They look too young. They look too much like a child, so it's neutral. Same as Reserve Op Caster. Which is unfortunate. Because the Reserve Ops can look cool, but they just made these two too diminutive. I believe the other female Reserve Op, if there is one, will look cooler. But these two have always just looked way too tiny. They made the Reserve Op Caster a Duran, so it makes sense, but still. Isn't the Caster a Duran? Yeah, but that massively impacts how intimidating they can look. I could see Caster having minor aura. Reserve Op Medic does not, though. I could see Caster going up a tier. Vanilla... Man. The 3 stars, she's definitely better than Fang. But I do not think she's a work in progress. Ooh. Okay. Hang on. I forgot how goated her skin is. Reserve Up Specialist has some aura? I would agree with that, 100%. Isn't the card a Corstas? And could be. Sorry, I've never really paid attention to that. I sent you Reserve Up on Discord. Thank you very much. Skin was in the event. I think... Yeah, the skin was free. I do think she has potential. Based off of that skin, she could eventually become cool. She's just not yet. Lower than Frost Leaf? Yeah, she's definitely lower than Frost Leaf. Vanilla towers over the other Blacksteel. She is very cool. If it wasn't for the skin, I think she'd be neutral, but the skin shows she has some potential. Hi, welcome in Legendary M! Lovely to have you. How's your day going? Okay, now Plume also has potential, but is not that badass. Plume definitely has potential. Her skin kind of detracts from that a little bit. Makes her more just like fitness influencer at the gym. But she has potential. She's a competent guard. I would not say she is as cool as the Reserve Up Sniper in guard. She's not as cool as the Reserve Ops. She doesn't look that serious, but she definitely has potential. She doesn't really have anything dragging her down. I just don't think she's necessarily cooler than normal. Plume skin looks cool. It does. It's just a workout getup. We need Plume Alter. I'm excited. I hope they keep making 3-star alters. I really do want Plume Alter. I'll be very, very happy when that day comes. CC skin is attractive? Yeah. The skin is attractive, but not cool. The default is cool, but not necessarily attractive. I think she has potential. We just need to see more of her. Hibiscus? Nothing. Hibiscus has negative aura. She is way too wholesome. I would even go so far as to say Lava also has negative aura. Lava Alter, that's a different story. But Lava, no. Le Pluma is basically Plume. They have the same name. Yeah, much like we have Schwartz and Norcorn and Midnight and a bunch of other characters named Black. Ansel has Gauge. Yeah, Ansel. Let's be real. Through no fault of Ansel's own, he just looks too much like a femboy. Hibiscus skin was Halloween. Does Hibiscus skin really change it, though? No, not at all. Yeah, Hibiscus just looks too wholesome. Lava skin, I forgot. I think even Lava skin. Yeah, these are just way too goofy. They just look like young children. Ansel is peak male build, he really is. Hibiscus has the largest aura upgrade with her name alone. I know, right? I'm still so fucking furious that they changed her name from Purgatory to Lava the Purgatory. Purgatory was such a badass name. Please change it back, devs. I'm begging you. Okay. Steward. I think Steward is neutral. Let me remind myself what he looks like with all of his skins. I don't even think he has potential. Ooh, maybe. Nah, I think he just looks like a normal dude. This guy doesn't look intimidating. Maybe his alter will look intimidating. Adnakiel looks cool because the coat, but Steward does not. How is Blue Poison negative aura? Her entire personality is her being insecure that people won't eat her food. That is why Blue Poison is negative aura. Unfortunately, because combat-wise, Blue Poison is intimidating, but then once you meet her, her aura is so low in person because her entire personality is based off of being insecure, which is understandable, but it's still unfortunate. He looks like he's trying to aura farm and failing. The problem is just Adnakiel in the background. Adnakiel just succeeds to the point where all of his aura is gone because Adnakiel is cool. Cruz has no aura at all. Default Cruz does not have any aura, even in her skins. There is nothing about this that is aura. She's not even a work in progress. Alternate Cruz, that's a different story. I'd eat that? Yeah, we would. We absolutely would. Steward and Adnakiel gay? I wouldn't necessarily say so. Yes, they get shipped together, and yes, they might be gay, but in terms of being the gauge tier, not necessarily. Adnakiel would be so much cooler if he had a better haircut and didn't need glasses. Goddess Cruz will haunt you down? No, she's too busy sleeping. I feel like Adnakiel is the definition of work in progress. This guy could be so incredibly cool, but he just needs to change his hairdo. Change your hairdo, change your style of glasses, and you will look like a professional hitman, and you will be an absolute beast. I am looking forward to Adnakiel Alter, but for now he's work in progress. Blue Poison's placement makes me sad, but is understandable. Yeah. I could see people placing her higher because she's a bit of a menace in combat. It's just a case of so much of her personality is based on insecurity. Okay, now Yato. Call me crazy, I think Yato and Noir Corn do actually have aura. I actually think she's even cooler than normal. Yato's pretty cool. The mask helps so much. Kirito does not have aura like Yato does. I actually think Yato is cooler. Legitimately. Like, deadass. The mask does so much heavy lifting. She just looks so competent and ready for this. I know it's lore-wise to keep her face from burning, but still. Glasses either have whole aura reserve around them or destroy any existing. Exactly. He just needs different style of glasses and a better hairdo, and maybe some body armor. The amount of abuse she's taken, Yato deserves a good ranking. Look, she is really cool. I'm not even being biased. I would also say the same as for Noir Corn, but he's slightly lower. I would put Noir Corn in the 50-50 because of how goofy he is. Noir Corn looks just as badass as Yato, but then he just has such dad energy. Not even like DILF energy, dad energy. He's constantly telling dad jokes. So he is 50-50. He is really cool right until he starts talking. And then he just plummets down. Duran. Does Duran have any redeeming characters to make her look cool? No. The fact that she's wearing such an oversized shirt, she's just neutral. The Durans are gonna struggle. It is what it is. It's rather unfortunate. Duran is neutral. 12F. I would say 12F has minor aura. 12F only has aura. Rangers, rather. Rangers has aura if you're talking to him, and only if you're talking to him. He has a lot of legacy built up around him, but he's not actively a badass anymore. He used to be up there, but he has not aged as gracefully as Helga. I could even see him going... Actually, no. I'll put him cooler than normal. He used to be consistent badass. He's dropped out due to age. It is what it is. Duran sleeps. That's her personality. Exactly. I wouldn't even necessarily say negative because she is a very competent caster. She's just very lazy. She just looks like a normal-ass woman. I could see a situation where she could become intimidating. That's why I'm not necessarily putting her negative. All of the people in neutral could easily become intimidating and farm aura. In my opinion. But Duran's definitely one of the lower ones. I could see it either way. Rangers, 12F. 12F doesn't look good or intimidating at all. He just looks like a freak. I'm sorry, 12F. I'm sorry, dude. Your face is so fucked up. The 4-foot debuff? Yeah, Duran's debuff is mainly being short. If she's surrounded by other Durans, she would look much cooler. I'm sorry, 12F. Just... You're just goofy, man. I'm sorry. I can't rank you higher than normal. Maybe if we get an alter. Now for negative aura. Okay. Every single one of the robots has minor aura. You might be thinking, hey, South, why? They are like 2 meters tall. They are fucking gargantuan. All of these robots are taller than a significant chunk of the non-Duran cast. How is Scavenger not in the purple tier? In the gauge tier? Oh, because she does have other things about her. She looks very competent and good at her job. She's not just gay. It's the same reason for Elysium. Elysium, Swire, and Scavenger, I could see arguments to put her in Gauge. Personally, I wouldn't. Because I think Scavenger does actually look cool and is competent despite that. Unlike characters like Schwartz and Franca, where they would look cool if they weren't too busy flirting. Scavenger flirts when she's off duty. When she's on duty, she's locked in. We need Duran Alter who's stronger than Walter. That would be hilarious. Thermex is clearly above the others. I would actually kind of agree. Actually, legit, I would agree. Thermex is way more intimidating with his explosives. He looks much more modern than the others as well. There's nothing that even suggests Elysium and Swire are gay. No, we're not talking about sexuality. This is not an insult. This is not a sexuality comment. It is just a case of how much of their personality is them flirting with other people. Elysium is constantly being a kind of piece of shit dickhead, but like in a charming way. It's just he's also good at his job. If Elysium didn't have so many instances of showing up in the story and being competent, he would be in the Gage tier. Because much like... A good example is Midnight. All Midnight does is flirt with people. He is 100% straight. That is not what this is about, and it is not an insult, just to clarify. Okay, Dusk. Dusk is yet another case of this character would be really cool if they didn't open their mouth. Dusk looks very intimidating. Her skin, less so. Default Dusk is pretty menacing, especially her sword. But man, when she opens her fucking mouth... Dusk can draw you pregnant in a more dangerous way than Deep Color while actively aura farming. Nah, look, Deep Color can also do that. Neat tier. Yeah, she's definitely neat tier. I feel like Dusk is actually cooler than average. Especially since when you interact with Dusk in lore, she's going to be aura farming on you. She's not quite a consistent badass, because anyone who knows her know this isn't the case. And people do know her, unlike Jay. I don't think she's quite a consistent badass, but she does at least appear very intimidating to most people who interact with her. Her personality removes aura, exactly. But her personality is still menacing when she has goddess-like powers, which she usually does. Saga has negative aura. Saga is a case of a personality taking aura and setting it on fire. There is no aura left. The few times Saga appears in the story she doesn't intend to, I still think she's cool. No, she's still cool, but just as you're saying, not at all in a way that counts as aura. She has zero aura. Okay, shit. Sorry, I want to get through the Rainbow Six, and I need to end soon so I get... Oh, God. Okay, it's already too late for me to go get dinner. That's fine. I'll just eat some nuts or something for dinner and go shopping this morning. I lost track of time. Saga's voice deafens everyone. It is kind of funny. Now, Purgatory. Let's go Purgatory. First off, incredibly cool name. Second off, yes, she's an edgelord, but it doesn't matter. She definitely is cooler than normal. Actually, no, she looks homeless. She has potential. Okay, Purgatory has potential, but I'm gonna be real. If I'm not huffing copium... her outfits are too goofy to be higher than normal. She has crazy aura, her skin is crazy. No, it's not. She does have the potential to have crazy aura, but she doesn't. I really want to like her, but the massive holes over her stomach exposing her panties are just weird. This is a movie outfit? Yeah, it is. She's trying too hard to aura farm to the point where it starts looping around to being kind of cringe and removing some of the aura. Not all, she still has potential. She absolutely has potential. But there's just only so much you can do. Exactly, she looks homeless. It's kind of tragic. It is what it is. Mr. Nothing. This guy does aura farm. I'm gonna be dead ass. Yeah, I'm sorry, Legendary. I love Purgatory. I think she's really cool, but she's not cool in a way that's impressive or intimidating. Now, if you ever get into a fight with Mr. Nothing, he loses aura very quickly. However, he is pretty cool. I would say he's definitely at least cooler than average. Mr. Nothing's whole shtick is aura farming? Yeah. You know, I'd actually put him in consistent badass. He's not as dedicated. Is he as dedicated as Flamebringer? Let's actually think about it. I actually think he might have as much aura as Flamebringer. Deadass. Because much like Flamebringer, even when he loses, he just commits and manages to look cool while losing. It's for a completely different reason to someone like Sharp, but I do actually think he still manages to be peak. 50-50 is more accurate. I wouldn't even necessarily say it's 50-50. Because his peaks are absolute peak, and his losses he takes with good grace. Like, that's the difference. With 50-50, it's more there is something massive holding them back. Mr. Nothing lacks capability, but that doesn't stop him looking impressive. To be funny, Mr. Nothing should be in negative aura because he's nothing. Nah, that would be goofy. That's funny. That would be very, very funny, but I'm not going to do that to him. Okay, now we're up to the Rainbow Six Siege squad. Now we gotta go. Let's take a look-see at Ash. I need to remember what... Oh my god, there's so many characters named Ash. Right, I forgot. I forgot how many Ashes there are. There we go. Would be neutral, right? Zero is neither positive nor negative. Yeah, if he had nothing, he would be neutral. Exactly. Now we're up to the Rainbow Six Siege squad. I'm gonna be real. I think Ash is peak. maybe just consistent badass because the cat ears do take away from it a bit, especially because they're fake. If it was her E0, E2, if she didn't have her skin, yeah, okay, I think Ashe specifically is a consistent badass. I don't think she's quite peak, because she, even in this E2, she looks a little bit plain, a little bit goofy. But she looks really cool. She looks coolest when she's wearing the sunglasses. That's badass. Her E0 is where she peaks. Frost, I believe, will be a little bit lower. But let's check and get ready for a lot of characters named Frost. There we go. All R6 ops are above normal. Oh, absolutely. They're all above normal, without a doubt. I think Frost is slightly less cool than Ashe. Part of it's the beanie. The beanie detracts. The cap and sunglasses are way cooler. She's still absolutely above average. She's cooler than normal. I don't think she's a consistent badass. She's slightly worse than Ashe. Ella's skin is goofy. I agree, but there is no shot we're going to get to Ella today. There is no shot we make it to Ella. Are we even out of year 1 operators yet? I think we're in year 2, right? Piss Ginger was year 2. Yeah, Scotty was year 2. Okay, so we're in year 2 operators. Thank goodness. Apologize to the Battle Beanie. Look, it is what it is. Okay, now, everybody get it out of your system. Show me your best Blitz emoji. You've got the hair. Despite all of the memes, I do actually think Blitz is cool. I think he's pretty peak. The shield massively helps. Especially considering, like, yes, he can be handsome, but if he locks on with the visor... Oh, no, okay, no, I don't think he's quite peak. His personality is too goofy. I think he's a consistent badass. I don't quite think he's peak. He's definitely up there with Ashe, though. Yep, that's... No, keep it going, keep it going. I want to see a wall of Blitz emojis. There's still a few more messages. Did the newer R6 ops get nicer art? I believe so, yes. Generally, overall, I would say so. But no, I think Blitz is a consistent badass. I don't think he's quite peak. I don't think either of them are quite peak. Because when you compare them to operators like Touch and Sharp both look cooler. Okay, now let's take a look at... Tachanka is the only one who stands a chance. Blitz is male Liscam. Yeah, Blitz is male Liscam, but looks more stoic and cool. Liscam dresses goofier. Blitz wears actual armor, which makes him look cooler. I cannot see Blitz with his normal face. I know, right? Now, I'm pretty sure Tachanka is peak. The skin is a little bit goofy, but he manages to look cool despite that. I'm pretty sure we gotta give it to the Lord. Let's just get it out of the way. We gotta give it to the Lord. He's peak. He's so cool. Like, look at how stanced up this motherfucker is. Holding a grenade launcher with one hand, an LMG with the other. This guy is badass. It's a shame he's so bad. Blitz is half Liscam, half Elysium, and somehow he manages to be cooler than both of them. Put him before Helliger. Look, they're not tiered in order. How about this? How about this? There you go. We'll put him right at the front. They're not tiered in order, otherwise Sharp would be up here, because Sharp... Unironically, I think Sharp might have the most aura of anyone in the game. I thought he's really good at bursting some bosses. Nah. You need so many buffs to make it work. It's just better to use other characters. But I'll stick these two together, because Team Unite. Alrighty. There is absolutely no shot I'm finishing this today. It looks like I actually got close to halfway. Call me crazy. I think I got close to half. I might be able to do the remainder in one more stream. Potentially 2. Let's actually see if we can get some very easy ones out of the way, so that theoretically this can be a 2-parter. Chilchuk has negative aura. So does Senshi. These two do not have aura. They are freaks. Senshi looks like a serial killer, but he is not cool in any way. Not even slightly. Let's just scroll through and do some very easy ones. Like Chestnut, that is negative aura. Let's just filter out so that next time we don't need to distract ourselves with negative auras. Karaserum, he goes in the gauge. This guy, much like Areen, is just too sassy. Minimalist, I could see an argument for having potential despite being short. I could see the argument. Friston is just neutral. He's not as cool as Thermex. Serial killer and cannibal, I know, right? Lyos is negative aura, he is. Where is Lyos? Where is Lyos? Shit, where is this guy? I can't find him because I moved too many people. Where is Lyos? He is absolute... Okay, Justice Knight. Justice Knight is also normal. Actually, no, I'd give Justice Knight a tiny bit of aura. The mechanical sides with the crossbows makes it slightly more intimidating. Warmy is negative. Exactly. That's what I'm talking about. Terror Research Commission, negative. Warmy, negative. Let's get rid of some of those really easy ones. Luo Xiaohei, I'm giving him negative because he spent... Okay, no, I'll rank him next time. I'll rank him next time, to be fair. He needs consideration because he does also have a human version. Let's take a look, see who else can we spot. Cement has negative aura. Cement absolutely has negative. I love Cement. She's goofy as hell. She's no aura. Laios, there we go. Negative. Marcial, I'll have to think about. No. We're only getting rid of the negatives. We're getting rid of the people who we can just absolutely wipe out without any thought. Miss Christine. I'm sorry, Miss Christine. You are not intimidating. You're a cat. Fonor. I will need to think about Fonor. I'll need to think about Fonor and the new robot. They're not as clear-cut as the others. They do actually... Like, the fact that Fonor is glowing red is kind of cool. Oda, there is nothing you can do, Oda. You're a work in progress. Maybe when you're a bit older, you'll look intimidating. But as you stand now, you just look goofy as hell. Miss Christine is cat tier aura. Yeah, but that is not intimidating. Marcial, I could see the argument for. I'm trying to get absolutely clear-cut. Where, like, even Sand Reckoner. I don't like Sand Reckoner or Techno or Rosalt. I could see arguments for them. I'm trying to get only the absolute clear cuts, no shot, no aura, no bitches, nothing. Like Caper, there is nothing Caper could do that could make her intimidating. That's an example of a clear cut. Warmy, there we go. Okay, Warmy is another example. They will never be intimidating. You official negative? Oh, that is a very good point. Where's you official? Oh, there's you official. Hodera. You official is another great example. Thank you. You official does not have any negative. She is a VTuber. Mulberry, yeah. Look, Mulberry is at least worth consideration. Mulberry's at least worth consideration. Lutanada, she works a graveyard. There's something there. She has potential. I'll need to think about that one. Also, welcome in, yeah. Aroma's a good example if I can find her. Kazamaru, oh no, okay, her skin gives her potential. Let's just keep looking through. 9-color deer, there's nothing 9-color deer could do that would make her look intimidating, but she doesn't have negative aura. She's very neutral. Stainless's granny, no, Stainless's granny could be intimidating. She carries a dangerous looking wrench. It's hard to say, it's hard to say. Ooh, there weren't as many as I was thinking. The Duran boss? You mean minimalist? Okay, okay, Sten, this is not targeted, but you gotta admit, this lady is not gonna look intimidating. She's like 4 foot nothing, and half of her body weight is hips and tits. She is not gonna look intimidating in any situation. I don't even know her name. It's Wolfenite or something, right? It's hard to say. Hard to say. Let's look through. Are there any absolutely clear-cut cases? You haven't read Caper's files? Oh, I've read Caper's files. That doesn't mean she's going to be intimidating. Maybe when she's older. When she's not 13. Which, by the way, I don't know why, but they made Caper underaged. Pincyrus, Swire the Elegant, they don't look bad. No, they're worth considering. Aroma, though. Like, Aroma would never... She has negative aura. She's not at all intimidating. Almond, that is a good point. That's another one. I would also say Roberta. Saleech Princess. Saleech is, again, worth considering. I'm only going for the clean sweeps. Bina, for example, that's a clean sweep. There is nothing Bina could do to look intimidating. Quani Palat, that's true. Quani Palat should go on the gauge tier. Lunacarp, no, that's worth considering. Let's just keep scrolling through. Let's see if there's any absolutely free ones. I think that's most of... Oh, Quani Palat, yeah. Quani Palat just looks too twink and breedable for anyone to take him seriously. You mentioned Gigi. Yeah, but Gigi is for lore reasons, so I do want to at least discuss her. I'm talking ones that'll be basically indisputable and everyone will immediately understand at a glance. Like Almond does not have any aura whatsoever. Cement is already in negative aura. Minimalist, I will need to think about. Minimalist is not quite that easy. I think that's actually most of them. I think basically everyone else I'll at least need some thought for. Also, I like that Exusier Alta is randomly her entire art. Only Eku Alta gets her entire art. What a badass. Xiaohei at least has a human version. Wishadel, nah. That's not negative aura. Don't do my girl that dirty. Wishadel's not that cool. Nah, look, she does aura farm. Aura farm doesn't need to be you yourself. You just need to look cool. Apparently disconnected. Am I back? Crown Slayer's peak? No. She is built for this. So, as the finale of the day, Crown Slayer. Let's take a look at Crown Slayer and explain why. Crown Slayer looks incredibly cool. Her voice lines are incredibly edgy. The way she talks it's like she thinks she's a threat. However, every single time she does anything, she gets her teeth kicked in. But she always manages to look cool despite that. So while I initially created this specifically for Crown Slayer, the more I think about it, I think like Flamebringer and Mr. Nothing, she is so dedicated to aura farming that it doesn't matter that she has 0 feats and many, many negative feats. I think Crown Slayer is actually peak aura. She has not won a single fight, but she still talks herself up like she's hot shit. Despite she has 0 wins and 0 wins and thousands of losses, and she still acts like she's hot shit, and you need to be worried about her. So I originally created the 50% cool, 50% Crown Slayer for Crown Slayer, but I think she's more like Flamebringer and Mr. Nothing. It doesn't matter that they cannot do shit. She doesn't care that she is taking L after L after L. She still thinks she's impressive. So yeah, let's get Crown Slayer out of the way for funsies. She is in peak for the exact opposite reason of Texas. They are the dead inverse of each other. Alrighty, and that will be it for today. I need to go to bed. As much as I want to keep going, it is currently 4:50. And while yes, I did get 3 hours of napping in, that means I'm overtired, so I shouldn't immediately fuck up my sleep schedule more. Goodbye, South. Have a nice night. Yeah, thank you. Okay, I'll find someone to raid on Twitch. YouTube, you're not missing anything. If you haven't already, please do consider liking the stream on YouTube. It would massively help me out. And before we go, let's take a look at what the poll got. With 130 votes, there is 32% votes for Teresa, 31% votes for Monster, and 36% of people voted for Priestess. Absolute Giga Chad, you are correct. Priestess is the winner. Hell yeah, brother. Priestess is best girl. Otsu, have a great night as well, Joshua. Have a good rest as well, Joy. See ya. Thanks for coming, Gunthor. Okay, so YouTube, you're not missing anything. You're not missing any of the ratings. I am just going to go find someone to raid. Have a lovely rest of your day. It was lovely to have you. Where's the red tab? There we go. Okay. Catch you around, YouTube. There will definitely be a part 2. There will absolutely be a part 2. I hope you have a lovely rest of your day. If you haven't already, please consider liking the video. Bye-bye, everybody. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Okay, now it's just us. Now